Man, tell me why StreamYard has become like one of the most complicated things to use nowadays. And YouTube won't even let me know if I'm live. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting tired of technology. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you everybody for coming through to the last couple of lives because oh, Jesus Christ. Give me 1 second. I gotta see if this live is still up. Shout outs to Miss V in the place to be. Shout outs to Cynical One in the place to be also. Hopefully my voice is back. I haven't been talking all day and this is the first time that I'm actually talking because I've been sick all weekend. Well, not even weekend. My whole birthday I've been sick, and before I gotta go through endless menu diving just to see if we're live. Okay, so it says that we're live. Shout outs to everybody here. We are in the building. That's Player Talk Radio. Yeah, I've been sick. How have you been? Are you doing anything or have done anything special? Because you know us, Miss V. You know us Capricorns. You know if it's the weekend, we're gonna celebrate the whole damn weekend. You know, but yeah, hopefully you guys can actually hear me because like the last couple of live streams, I tried to go live. Man, I didn't know if it was the medicine or whatever was going on that day. I was just out of it. So I made sure I spent the whole day sleep. I didn't really do nothing. Like now is like the first day that I'm up, since my birthday. I just stayed in bed all day yesterday. I didn't even do nothing, just old man things. Thank you, Sin. But hopefully, y'all Friday is going well. I feel you. I feel you, Miss V. Yeah, it sucked. It sucked, and I didn't even get a chance to do nothing. The internet where I'm at is some ass. Everything is just horrible. You know, everything is just horrible. The internet where I'm at is some ass. Um, none of my birthday wishes came true. Um, uh, I'm trying to travel. Nothing is coming through. Uh, I still want an Xbox. None of that's coming true. There's just a lot of stuff going on. I don't know. Truth be told, maybe I'm still getting hit by this medicine, but hopefully come tomorrow I'll be okay. It's already 1:54 a.m. here, so I just woke up at an awkward time and said, "Hey, let me get on here and work, give you guys some great content cuz ain't nothing really going on. I mean, ain't nothing going on in you know, in these YouTube streets. People just running around acting a fool, same shit happening. Last couple of lives, I've been leaning more towards politics, and maybe you guys can help me out, Miss V. I know you probably know because you're on the news 24/7 every time. You're better than people that actually work at the damn news station and stuff like that. I heard like something wild happened with ICE and somebody getting shot. And it's like this shit is like a hot mess, with the whole immigration thing and all kinds of stuff because they're just letting anybody into ICE. You know, they're letting anybody into ICE, and they weren't even secretive about it. Yeah, yeah, and then like like I don't understand how people don't understand that if you like even just a regular cop, right? You give somebody a badge, a gun, and a police car and an area to patrol. You know, I don't think people understand how much power that is. That you just put in someone's hand. First of all, the gun is a lot of power. You know that you're putting in random people's hands. You know, and it's not even that. It's the ability to call other people with a fucking gun. You know, blasphemy. You know, yeah, same. It's like we just trying to enjoy our birthdays and stuff, and it's like, bro, like this, you know, this type of stress, this type of stress. But I'm glad to have you here. I know we've been playing tag, but we're always here working. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. I'm gonna be setting up the show, get some polls and stuff going. Yeah, it's just crazy. I'm gonna see if I can look into that and see if we can cover a bit of that. I don't know why my screen here is so damn small. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm not gonna lie, that young lean song was hitting a little bit. My bro, back in the day, put me on to Young Lean back in like 2002 or a little bit before that. I was like, man, who is this crazy kid from the, it was a joke at first, but then shout outs to Young Lean. What's going on, new? Good to see you, man. What's going on, Toya? Toya, I've been looking for you in these YouTube streets. I'm so glad to see you. Shout out to Shaka Nulu. I'm glad to see you also. Toya says shake it and jiggle it. Uh-oh. Don't forget to wiggle it. You know? You said facts. I've been working on better strategies for content release. Yeah, yeah. I know they were gonna copyright me for that song. I'm gonna edit it out, but I just had to let that song roll for like a little bit, you know? Shout outs to Toya. Hopefully your New Year's and everything and everybody here, y'all New Year's was peaceful, you know. I'm in a wild game of catch up, y'all. I was referring to Young Lean. I don't know if that was a typo. I was referring to Young Lean. I know a little bit of Young Lean songs, but he's like a cult, you know, cult follower. You know, cult. You gotta be a part of the cult. You know, honestly, to tell you the truth, he has a big catalog. I haven't dived into his catalog like that. You know, like I would like to, but there's always the future, right? Yeah, shout outs to Toya. Happy New Year's. Happy holidays. Toya been missing. Yeah, I'm trying to get everything back together, you know? I don't know. I just feel nothing is going right, y'all, for some reason, you know? But please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. We're gonna get back into Jason Black. We're gonna pick it up where we left. But let's get into shout outs to little Shirley. She made me subscribe to this guy. Let's get into what he talking about. Everybody's talking about, oh, impeach Trump, impeach Trump. I'm gonna keep it a thou wow with you guys.
Donald.
America is fake as fuck. America is fake as fuck. America is fake as fuck. Americans are fake as fuck. I gotta say that. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to this oil thing. Because Americans, like I've been saying for the last couple of times, right, in a couple of shows, that Americans will complain about oil and, oh, this person did this because of that, and oh, this person did this because of that, and oh, uh, you know, oh, it's all about oil. And we act like we don't use things every day that requires oil. If you go to your job and power isn't there, guess what? That's because it runs on oil. Like I said, if you know you paid your bill as much money as we pay in bills, it is winter time, y'all. Okay? It is cold as a motherfucker outside. Let you not have no goddamn oil this winter. There you go. What's going on, party? I appreciate you guys for pulling up not too long ago. My fucking I started cursing everything out. My damn my damn Wi-Fi is ass. Whoa, what the hell? I got two of these? Ooh, where'd this come from? Hold on, guys. Right. That's what I'm saying, party. I'm like, what the hell? Let you not have no fucking oil. I think that's a no-brainer. But like you said, brain rotted. That's the perfect term for it. Brain rot. You said they speak as if they don't live here. Right? Exactly. Let us not have no fucking oil in a first world country. But then again, I agree. I can agree that there's a such thing as right message, wrong person. These people don't want Trump telling them nothing. You know, this man was building and is still building metropolises in a very expensive ass city. And one thing I've noticed is that when people want the best for when people want the best for you, or when somebody is choosing the best for you because you're only explaining the next step, and not everybody is gonna have the luxury. First of all, it's a luxury to be understood, and not everybody's gonna fucking go out of their way to explain no goddamn stairwell to people that can only see the next step. You know, and in reality, the luxury goes both ways. You're lucky to have people that give a damn about you to sometimes disregard you when you're acting dumb and look out for you. You know, there's a luxury in that also. What's going on, Tampa? We absolutely did, and we still changing the game. All right, I'm glad that you came, man. Happy holidays and happy New Year's to everybody. We still here. Well, all the mother channels gone. You know, but no, man. Let us not have no goddamn oil in the West and see how big of a problem that shit is. You said everything is on a need to know basis, for sure, man. And it's uber ridiculous that you have to explain this to people that will beat their chest and yell that, oh, I'm an adult, I'm an adult. Well, let's have an adult conversation. We need that motherfucking oil. I don't give a damn. That shit was funny when Dave Chappelle was making fun of Bush about it, and it's cool, but shit, we need that goddamn oil. You know, as a country, we need as much bargaining chips. You know what I'm saying? In our favor as possible. You know? Yeah. Yeah. And then we didn't go green. You see, y'all look at something as simple as a car, right? A gas car It's supposed to be a symbol of freedom. And I hate to say it though, but it's the truth that a car symbolizes more freedom than a damn house. In a lot of cases, a house is like a ball and chain right now. If you don't flip it right, if you're not on the other side of your mortgage, if you're not on the other side of things, you know. So I'm seeing a lot of things. I'm like, oh, they're saying that France is getting ready to go to war. Tampa said we need Greenland. Hell, at this point, we need goddamn, shit. You might as well just go take Columbia. He over there talking crazy. Shout outs to LT man. You know, a lot of people talking crazy nowadays, man. And in an odd way, I hate to say it, that Trump seems like the only sane one. Because you had Putin. Putin was down there at the UN talking about some. You just can't attack people, and you just can't. You just can't attack people. Yeah. So right, right. So check this out, party. And I want y'all to take a listen. Check this out also. When first of all, we acted so swiftly and quickly. Europe didn't know how to react. They just stopped saying shit. They just stopped talking. You know, Europe did not know how to react. Europe had no earthly idea how they were going to react. Then they were quiet for a good minute. Russia and China already said what they needed to say and what was going off and was going off, right? So they were quiet for a good minute, hating like a motherfucker. See, they don't see this, and see, this is the thing. When you put a premium on the stuff that you do, when you put a price tag on what you do and just stop doing shit for free, people get mad, man. They get real mad. We got tariffs and stuff going crazy, and now we're in charge of oil, and it's not even that. You know what it really is, y'all. I'm thinking like once America start digging into once America start digging into Venezuelan business, and they see how much little fucked up little deals that they got. Oh yeah, it's game over. It's game over. It's game over because now we can restructure all of that shit. I think this came at the wrong time. You know, I think this came at the wrong time. This for real threw a monkey wrench in what they had going on. So they was quiet for a minute. They definitely wasn't happy about this whole, how quickly we took over Venezuela. They had to come to amends with what the hell just happened. So Putin was already throwing a temper tantrum. And then you know, he was up there having marches go on and shit, and then he had to sit up there and say, "Oh, I'm disappointed," and blah blah blah. It's like, nigga, handle y'all side of fucking town. Handle y'all side of the fucking world and shit like that. Respect. Handle y'all side of the world because Putin's already doing some sick, insane shit to the Ukrainians. Which, if he takes over Ukraine, those are going to be his people anyway. Ain't that crazy? he's gonna he's gonna he's gonna want them people to cooperate. And you know, give me 1 second, guys. He's gonna want them people to cooperate after he done, bomb.com them. Let me see. Do I have to check my Rumble stream? Because YouTube doesn't. This thing does not show me. Hold on, y'all. I don't know if you guys are saying anything to me on Rumble. Make sure you guys follow the Rumble also. Oh, okay, see, we have people over on Rumble. All right. So yeah, there we go. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show. But yeah, so you got Putin doing some inhumane things to people that's gonna definitely be a part of his people if his plans go well. And you have Xi, who's still debating on attacking Taiwan. What's going on, Appliance Repair Man? Good to see you, bro. So what are we doing, honestly? What the hell are we doing at this point? You got two people that want to do some dictator shit. One of them is doing dictator shit, and one of them is like, oh, I should do some dictator shit. And then they're both mad at somebody that's actually doing dictator shit. And I don't even think what Trump did is some dictator shit. It's just because, he's not actively attacking people, and we're not at war. And that's what the media keeps trying to flip to y'all. The media keeps trying to say, oh, we're at war, we're at war, we're at war. It's like, no, we're not. We're not at war. We aren't. So, we're going to see.
Donald Trump is having an absolutely awful Friday morning. We just got the jobs numbers out, and who even knows with the Trump regime if these numbers can be trusted. But according to the latest report, employment continues to slow, as Justin Wolfers writes. We only added 50,000 jobs in December, which is usually a month where you see a lot of jobs being created. Also,
that's what I was talking about, Appliance Repair Man. It's like when you're trying to do right by people, right? It's like pulling teeth. They're gonna reject you the most. You know what I'm saying? So Trump, it's like he has to explain all of this shit to people, like, and he really doesn't have to explain himself. Honestly, too, when you explain yourself, that is a weak trait. Just even for optics wise, right? But have you noticed, even when you're helping people or you're doing right by people, you literally have to go out of your way. You literally have to go out of your way and be like, yo, what are you doing? I'm literally, what I'm doing right now is helping you. You just don't see it yet. You just don't see it yet. So it's like at some point you gotta have to be done with explaining people what's good for them, and honestly, all of the shit that America has been through, the last thing we should be acting bougie about is some motherfucking oil. What's going on, Salmine? Good to see you, bro. The last thing we should be acting bougie about is some goddamn oil. I'm just saying. And then at the same time, too, y'all, we do have a fentanyl epidemic. We do have a fentanyl epidemic coming. Man, you can't even listen. Y'all need to head over to hempforfitness.com and take heed to what I'm telling you, man. Because nigga, you try to be boss man D-Lo and go out there and buy some Zaza. Nigga gonna sell you some rah rah. When we say party, your own brother hand you some dust. Y'all better go on to hempforfitness.com and stop playing. Fentanyl everywhere, leaning everybody. Be out here trying to be boss man D-Lo and see what that fentanyl do to you. It is not a cute time to be addicted to anything at this point. You understand? People are trying to make a damn buck, so they don't give a fuck. Yeah, yeah. And I said, damn, repairman. I said, man, we went from trying to negotiate people to get some oils. Now we the biggest oil dealer overnight. and that's the thing. I don't think America understand the moves that that already have been made, But we'll see.
So devastating downward revisions from past months, like October was revised down by 68,000 jobs, meaning 173,000 jobs were lost in October. And in November, there was a downward revision by 8,000 jobs. Also, if you look at the overall revisions, every single monthly job number in 2025 has been revised down. Now we can take a look at the annual job numbers because all of 2025 is now over. And as economist Heather Long writes, the U.S. economy added only 50,000 jobs in December and a meager 584,000 jobs in all of 2025. That's the worst year for job gains outside of a recession since 2003, and nearly 85% of the job gains happened by April. There was little hiring the rest of the year. So take a look at this graph by Justin Wolfers.
Shout outs to Link in the building. What's going on, my brother? Link said, what up, Kuda? It'd be nice to see that reflected gas prices. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need y'all to let me know if those gas prices are on the low, Shout outs to Link in the building. Shout outs to you, man. Yeah. Let me know, cause all of these people. They listen, man. They've been going in on Trump for the longest time. I'm not trying to be like a Trumper or anything like that, but if somebody's truly bad, we don't need you to tell us every day. And to show y'all how fake a lot of these people are, it's like, hold up. How comes y'all with this? Why were y'all so quiet during Biden? Have you noticed that? Like, politics slowed the hell down when Biden was in office for 4 years. That's a little bit unnoticeable. You cannot not notice that. Ooh, my bad, y'all. I'm still sick. Please, y'all, hit the like button and support the show. Yeah, I was knocked out for the last 2 days, man, taking medicine. Yeah, they were super quiet when Biden was here. Now all of a sudden they got whole soliloquies and PCRs, ECRs. They're only making the man look better. mind you, if they shut it up, if they shut the hell up about a couple of the things that they like to talk about, it would have to be Trumpers and people that are pro-Trump that will have to sit up here and tell y'all, yeah, he kind of fucked up, or yeah, he's fucking up. Even though I know I've been saying, okay, yeah, Donnie's kind of fucking up, but I see what he's doing, you know. And it never slips anybody's mind that he could know something. I mean, obviously he knows stuff we don't, but it never slips people's mind that he can know something that we don't, as to why these guys are pissed off at him. I mean, if people are saying, "Oh my God, Trump," and they're on his ass talking about some, "Did he stop the war yet? I thought he was the peaceful president. He needs to stop the war." Well, one part of, instead of directly attacking people, if y'all niggas played any war game, you can download some of them on your phone. You can go after resources. You know what you need to run a war? Resources. You know what you need to run your house? Resources. Do you have any earthly idea how much resources it takes just to run one city in America? Nigga, I've been saying, well, fuck it. We need to go get the oil since even when the Democrats were in office. Obama, all of them niggas like, man, just go ahead and get the oil. The Republicans been playing games because they've been super vague about it. We know what Bush and even Osama bin Laden and all them people, it's always been about the oil. We didn't need some asshole to get on his podcast and say, oh man, it's about the oil. Duh. America doesn't run on piss. And listen, Chinese cars are coming to America eventually. I get it. But Biden really had y'all thinking that we were going to go green. Even before that, Obama really had y'all thinking that we were going to go green. Eco-friendly cars and all kinds of shit. Man, get the fuck out of here. Like I was saying earlier, cars are more of a symbol of freedom than home ownership. Speaking of gas, when you're ready, you can go gas up your Chevy or whatever you got and go across country if you like. That's freedom. You have a lot of people doing it. They're backpacking. They got vans. Van life. They got all of that stuff. They don't have a ball and chain. Nigga, if I drive a Tesla, a brand new one off the lot, and I say, hey, I'm going to do a cross-country trip, I'll be scared as fuck. Because you got to go places with charge stations, right? And you don't know by the time you get to Alabama or wherever the hell you're going, you don't know if that charge station is open or if it exists. You could be driving to a charge station that don't even exist because nobody updated their Google Maps. Technology, to a certain degree, ain't what we think it is. And then I know you guys are hearing all over the place, AI, ChatGPT. Automation. Get the fuck out of here with that BS, man. Niggas worried about some damn oil. Well, I mean, the thing is that the reason for that though, Link, because the most American thing you can do is outsource these jobs. It's just the people that we outsourced it to. I hate to say it, some of them that they have a better quality of life than a lot of people in the West. So what happens is you have a group of people that has money already saved because they're not spending it on BS. And then you have a bunch of Americans that's like, yo, where the fuck the money at? Rightfully so, because everything's expensive in the West. And then you have a president saying, well, we're going to have to charge these people. We're going to have to take back basically, the tariffs are like taking back the money that we gave them on the back end. You know? They're paying less taxes than us, and the money is there. That's what I was telling you guys. Go look at all the terms that they use for money. You have cash flow. You put your money in a bank. When you have a surplus, you have what's called liquidity. When you're illegally laundering money, launder. The reason why they use liquid or they try to define money, as liquid, is that you can actually tell where the money is flowing, where the money is. Just like you can tell where the lakes are in America that has a lot of water. That's how you can tell where the ocean is and stuff like that. Water is very traceable. Look at your boy Omi and the Hellcat. He just came home. Fetty Wap just came home. Who else just came home? Pooh Shiesty. Did you know when they called Pooh Shiesty, they literally zoomed in to the money that he was flexing and traced the stolen money down to the serial code that's on the fucking money? You don't think they know who got the money? They know who got the money. Everything is traceable. Money has to be traceable. That's why they don't like when people deface it. They don't like when people melt it down. We were talking about that last year. LT Man, me, myself, War Master, a lot of it. We talk about this stuff all the time. We give out unlimited game. All right. 44 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Right here, where he says, since Liberation Day is what Donald Trump called it in April, U.S. job growth has stopped essentially altogether and looks like it is in a decline. Also, Wolfers points out that since April, Liberation Day.
And this is the thing. A lot of the jobs are getting, outsourced. A lot of the jobs are getting outsourced, yo. Ain't that asinine to say, oh man, all of these jobs are disappearing at the same time we're talking about AI? What type of job is supposed to be available to have these people with AI? This AI rush. Go on YouTube and just look up jobs and see how much people are gonna sit up there and tell you that an AI should be working for you as a normal civilian. A nigga would like to be a damn baker. And it's like, you know what? Look, even though it pays less, fuck it. I just want to go cut bread. Oh, there's an AI cutting bread right now. A nigga say, you know what? Fuck it. I just want to go shine some shoes. Oh, put your shoes in the AI and they'll shine it for you. It's like, god damn. We knew this was coming. I'm telling you, 2030. It's on like popcorn. I'm feeling a little bit better, Nate. Feeling a little bit better, bro. I appreciate you. All right. So this is some petty shit right here. Like, what job is Trump supposed to give you? Like, we're like 2 years into his presidency and shit like that, and like, is the steel mill from Tesla built in Texas yet? All of the stuff that he's bringing back to the States within under 2 years, is all of that stuff built yet? When Biden was in office, Biden literally said, "Hey, we're giving jobs that able-bodied Americans can work to other people," and imported them, gave them money, gave them benefits and everything right under y'all noses. Now that that's not happening, niggas mad because the media told people to get mad. And that's the thing that's going on. Appliance repair, man. There's a lot of people right now that's not being talked about. That's learning how to be electricians, picking up a skill. Women are driving trucks. And the funny part is the resilience of the American people, because Americans are actually fucking tired. Imagine being tired and getting told to work more. Welcome, no, welcome to our world, y'all. Tired as fuck talking about some, man, you need to work more. Actually, I need a vacation. Americans need a damn vacation. So that's the part we never get told as people from a first world country. When you live in a first world country, you're a guinea pig, essentially. Now, what type of guinea pig you want to be, that's up to you, man. I'm already hip. Yeah, I'm hip appliance. Yeah, I'm already hip. For sure.
The U.S. has only averaged monthly job growth of 12,000 jobs a month, whereas Canada has averaged 22,000 jobs a month. Also, it should be noted that Donald Trump seems to have unlawfully leaked
these people are acting like Donald Trump himself is supposed to give you a job. Like, what the fuck? Donald Trump himself is supposed to give you a job. Like, he's not even talking about what industry they're talking about. All of those numbers. That's another thing too that they take advantage of Americans with. That a lot of people, just people in general, not just Americans, they don't know how to read statistics. Statistics have to be explained. They have to be opened up. They have to be broken down. The numbers are just for conversational sake before certain things get opened up. And a lot of times those statistics and numbers are really for debate purposes. So somebody bringing up something in a debate style and then sitting up there and just like throwing the finger at somebody, it's like that's disingenuous, you know. But people like it because people want to argue. People just want to argue, not even really know what they're arguing about. And this is why now you're starting to see a lot of people start talking about stuff that I've been telling you all years ago. Now you're seeing people like, man, I need to move to Thailand, man. I need to be a passport bro, man. And then you don't think this agenda against the passport bro is not taking its toll on people? Look how much black people go to work and slave. They're trying to take that option up off your table. And I'm not gonna lie, some of our foreign relationships is fucking up our passport too. But that's another story for another day, y'all. Yeah, for sure. Let me know. I'll advertise your course if you need me to. I got you appliance repair, man. If you guys are always working on something, man, y'all know, hit my email. Or hit me up while I'm live. I can't even tell y'all to hit my email because my email is fucked. But I'm always down to work with the bros, you know? Just let me know.
Job report numbers last night. Remember the video I did this morning where I talked about Donald Trump making posts of financial data that was not released publicly? And this financial data has the ability to move futures markets and move the stock market at least at a precise time. Well, Donald Trump is getting his hands on them. Who knows if he's manipulating them, but he posted about them unlawfully the evening before by law they were allowed to be released. One more point I want to
UFO Kamikaze, good to see you, bro.
Make about these job numbers, as Tara Hoops points out. In a surprise to yet again no one, the manufacturing sector took another hit and lost 8,000 jobs last month. That's a 0.1% decline. Again, it appears we're in a manufacturing recession. Tariffs are not revitalizing the manufacturing industry, and we seem to be in a jobs recession as well. Now, with all of that taking place, what's Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans doing? What are Donald Trump's sycophants like MAGA Mike Johnson saying? Well, MAGA Mike just appeared on a bizarre podcast, and MAGA Mike says he prefers to be called Miracle Mike and not Magic Mike because he hears that Magic Mike may be a little bit pornographic. That's what he's saying this morning. Here, play this clip.
It's crazy.
Fair point.
That voice you've been hearing is the 56th Speaker of the House. You know, we call you Magic Mike when you're not here. We'll call you Magic Mike while you are here.
I prefer Miracle. Magic Mike is assigned to some sort of pornography thing or something I've heard.
Are you sure you don't want it?
I don't want that one. No.
Mike Johnson, the Speaker. Thanks for stopping by.
Now, we're also learning what Donald Trump does behind the scenes with his cabinet members. He refers to his cabinet members as his little children. He refers to Rubio and Vance as his kids, and he buys them shoes and he dresses them up. He plays dress up with his cabinet. You see, Donald Trump gave an interview with the New York Times, and in this interview, according to the New York Times, who observed him behind closed doors, Trump referred to his aides as kids, including Vance, who's 41 years old, and Rubio, who's 54. Apparently, he bought them shoes. At some point, Vance lifted up his leg to show the shoes that the president bought him and that he was wearing them. This is from the New York Times report. Rubio and Vance each said that they received 4 pairs of shoes from the president. They were both wearing black dress shoes with slightly different designs. One of the pairs they received were tuxedo shoes. As the
Out to UFO Kamikaze in the building. Link said, I was telling people, what do you want? Y'all complain about illegals. When ICE shows up, y'all complain about them. Last night, I was saying this to people, like, what the hell do you want? They don't know. And this is what the media is for. Media, honestly, is not even a tool for decision. Media is just to make people feel better about themselves. And some shit they don't know about. You know, media is you know, is more of an emotional tool. I mean, it's always been an emotional tool, but it's more now so more of an emotional tool than anything else.
The president interacted with these aides and advisors during our time. He frequently referred to them as kids. This included Vance and Rubio. And then they showed off the sneakers that Donald Trump bought for them. Also, Donald Trump was asked by the New York Times if there are any limits on his global powers or his desire to dominate
Almost an hour in. Please support the show, guys. Just play a talk radio. Let's go.
The Western Hemisphere as a predator. Donald Trump says, yeah, there is only one thing. My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me. I don't need international law. Now, if you're saying, Ben, there's no way that he said that, come on. Well, the New York Times has audio. Here's the audio of the New York Times with their interview with Donald Trump. Here, play this clip.
Do you see any checks on your power on the world stage? Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to?
Yeah, there's one thing. My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop. And,
not international
and
law.
That's very good. I don't need it.
And then look at this, right? it makes him look like a dictator because he's moving on his own merit. But we're acting like niggas are talking about some international law. But where's international law with Putin? See how that works? You see how they pick and choose? So it's like at the end of the day, as a quote unquote man, go ahead and do what the hell you was gonna do anyway. If you know you're moving right. That part, because all of a sudden they remember international law when it comes to Putin. All of a sudden, when he wants to go attack the Ukraine, the only people that you see really speaking out against it is maybe some people at NATO, who's actually keeping the war going, and maybe Americans who Trump sat up there. Out of all people, y'all, Trump sat up there and was like, "Hey, stop. What can we do to end this?" How much times he has to come in front of everybody and say, "Hey, listen, we're trying to negotiate a deal." They even sent him on the runaround looking stupid. Hey, we're coming up with a great deal to stop the war and blah blah blah. He trying to ease the tension of fools. And then, not only is he the only one that I see trying to stop the Ukraine and Russian war, then he's trying to stop Israel. He's trying to stop Israel. So how dare he goes and takes some oil, man? If you don't get the, I'm not even gonna finish it.
International law. I'm not looking to hurt.
Now, want to point out that there are protests still taking place right now in Minneapolis and across the country as a result of the Trump regime's Gestapo murdering people in cold blood. Donald Trump's paramilitary forces, his collectivos, his SS, patrolling the streets in their militarized gear. Even Tucker Carlson is asking why conservatives can't view Renee Good's shooting through a human lens. A woman got shot in the face. Why can't we all say that's not a good thing? Even Tucker Carlson is appalled by the reaction of MAGA. And to recap, as the Tennessee Holler explains, this morning alone, we've seen two ICE goons point their guns at unarmed protesters' heads at protests about them shooting a woman in the head. These guys are so out of control. Shout out to our friends who we partner with at the Midas Touch Network, Status Coup. You know we're big Status Coup fans here at the...
Now, my thoughts on ICE, because I do got to catch up with what's going on with ICE. It's like I said, you give these people power and you put the big man on someone's hip, i.e. a gun. Like I said, people need to be, you need to train these people. And then this is a different type of power that a lot of people, especially American citizens, aren't used to, because we're not used to seeing soldiers and stuff on our own land, even if they're our own soldiers. And listen to me super clear when I tell you, I am from the nation's capital. I am from Washington, D.C. I'm from PG. I'm from the DMV area, bro. First of all, do you know where all the fucking quote unquote nukes and all of that goofy shit is? You know where a lot of Americans' real weapons are. Them shits are in Maryland and Virginia. Obviously, if somebody gonna attack the White House or something, you're gonna need something to get there real quick. So listen, there's been several times I done military bases. I done made the wrong turn. I'm thinking I'm going to a post office, and I make the wrong turn, and I'm behind the building, and lo and behold, there's tanks and all kinds of weaponry and all kinds of shit just laying out there in the open. I said, oh, these niggas don't give a fuck. I'm out here trying to grab some mail, and I got to see military vehicles and stuff like that. It is very rare for an American to see military vehicles and not be off-put by it, including our own military vehicles. Remember, a couple years ago where BGS was freaking out, and he was like, "Oh my God, we're going to war," and it was like because they were showing tanks and stuff like that, and he was like, "Oh well, there's no tanks and stuff like that on American soil," and literally. Thai City pulled up a train full of tanks, and we were just sitting up there laughing, making jokes and shit like that because it's funny because tanks all over the place. And then, which seems inhumane to a lot of Americans, is the National Guard. You know what I'm saying? During COVID, remember when the National Guard was running around during COVID? That off-put a lot of Americans, right? And then, on top of that, remember, hell, we could just use COVID as an example. Aside from local police, man, Americans really don't really understand what the hell is going on. But guess what? Your nieces, some of y'all cousins, some of you guys, y'all been in the military, y'all work for some of these, institutions and stuff like that, or know people that's, that works. Just like anything else, you have to be trained. But what's off-putting about it, and I can get it, and because I don't want to be in a position to not show no type of sympathy for what has happened, which the news that I'm hearing is terrible. Most Americans don't know their laws, we've talked about it multiple times on this channel. I know War Masters talked about it. A lot of you guys in the chat, y'all have talked about it and stuff like that. Like, people don't even know, like, the gun laws. We've talked about it so many times, even with the whole Passport Pro situation with Floyd. What was Floyd doing? Floyd goofy ass was out there auditing cops and stuff like that, because guess what? The people that's in power, they don't know they don't know what to do with the power. They don't know, And then not even just the people in power, y'all. The average American citizen doesn't understand how much power they wield. And then I will tell you too, the average traffic cop, they don't give a fuck either. So tell me how that works out. I have power as a citizen, and going at somebody that's a citizen, but also gotta realize that they have power in law enforcement. It's just a recipe for disaster. Ego on ego. What's going on, Tech Rel? Good to see you, bro. Wagwan. Happy New Year's. Yeah, die XRP, man. So I think it's a bullshit move to try to paint Donald Trump as a fucking dictator when he's not killing his own people. Think about it. If Putin takes over Ukraine, he has already killed a bunch of his people, or the people that he's trying to make his people. Just think about it. I know it's a hard concept to wrap your head around. I know it's a hard concept to wrap your head around, but just think about it. Because us in the West, we have the luxury not to think of war, about how war is. The closest that niggas really be thinking about war and shit like that is some hood shit or playing Call of Duty. All right, man. If you guys are enjoying the show and soaking up this information, if I'm spitting the facts plus tax, please support the show. Let's go.
Midas Touch Network is they help us bring you exclusive footage, and they're just courageous pro-democracy independent media warriors. But let me just show you these two clips that they took from this morning. One of Trump and Bavino's Border Patrol goons and ICE goons pointing their guns at unarmed protesters. Play this clip. And here's yet another example at a Minneapolis protest that is protesting them shooting a woman in the face. The Trump goon pulls out a gun and puts it in the face.
That's disingenuous. The Trump goon. Be careful where y'all get y'all media from. That's why I'm glad y'all rocking with me. The Trump goon. The Trump goon.
Face of an unarmed female after killing an unarmed U.S. citizen by shooting her in the face. They're now pulling guns on peaceful protesters and threatening to shoot them in the face. Here, play this clip.
Oh shit, he's got his gun. He pulled out his fucking...
Now, you know I'm a big chart and data guy, so let's take a look at some more charts. This one about the Trump.
Wait, so you... Oh, I think I've seen that footage. That was the woman that hit the man with the car? That's who they're talking about? Oh, no. If it's the woman that I think that y'all talking about that hit that man with that car, oh, man. That is vehicular manslaughter. Oh, hell no. Hey, that's true. That's true, Appliance Man. That's the woman that hit that man with that car. Oh, hell no. Yeah, she had to get put down, bro. Yeah, it's on video. I think I seen it.
Unlawful immigration raids. As Aaron Reichland Melnick explains, new data released by ICE.
So they're gonna pretend like she wasn't acting like a killer. Like vehicular manslaughter isn't a thing. Okay.
Shows that virtually the entire growth of detention in the last few months has been among people with no criminal record at all, no criminal convictions, and no pending criminal charges. That's right. 92% of ICE detention growth for the year 2026 so far has been driven by immigrants with no criminal convictions. ICE published new detention data today that brings the current population to a record high of 68,990 as ICE records its first detention death of 2026 as well.
And a lot of those people that's from ICE, that volunteered for ICE, they're not originally from this country, so this is funny, man.
And you know that there were, close to 100 detention deaths already. Also, you know, I'm bringing out the data and the receipts. A new poll as well from Zurich and Whiter explains that Germans now distrust the United States pretty much as they distrust
who cares about
Russia.
that? Most people never trusted the United States. They like us, but they don't trust us. That's not a newsflash. A lot of people, they like the United States, but they don't trust the United States. Like, come on now.
The U.S. and Russia both have a can be trusted that's virtually identical there. So what Trump regime, Kevin fund basically everything. He's the guy who said buy during the .com boom when it then, that's Hassett for you. But Hassett blames the numbers because, yep, it's always the numbers' fault. Play this clip.
Got it. Revisions now. October down 6.
Like, how entitled do you have to be to have a big ass chopper in your face? How entitled do you have to be to have a big ass gun in your face and just ignore it and drive off and think nothing of it? Have you noticed that when a gun gets pulled on a woman, for the most part, they have a level of arrogance because they know most people ain't gonna shoot. But a man's whole body demeanor changes once a gun is pulled on him. Women don't give a fuck about no damn guns, which is crazy.
8,000, November down 8,000. What do you make of that?
Yeah, the numbers, we still have to get the BLS numbers to be more reliable. And there's a lot of work right now. We're recruiting a new head of the BLS. But when you see these big revisions, what it means is that it's harder to say what the real number is. But the
shout outs to Party and shout outs to Link. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Bro, they don't care about guns getting pulled on them. I be watching cops, bro. That shit don't mean shit to them. What was the name of that sister that got headshotted because that goofy ass cop thought that she was gonna throw that hot pot of water on him? And then what was the name of that other sister that opened the door and just started slicing up? Bro, she got real surgical too. Just started slicing up that Asian cop. And you got these people really out here like, yeah, man, he just should sit there and have this woman carve his ass up. Yeah, Sandra Massey. Yeah. It is a perfect storm. Yeah. We got to break this down.
The thing that right now I trust the most is the unemployment rate, and that dropped quite a bit this
Okay, now on tariffs, we did not.
Or Hassett actually says to state regime media, Fox, actually everything is dandy. Everything is great. Play this clip.
To you, not only, well, let's talk about the number from December. Less than expected. How much of a disappointment is that?
Oh, it's not really. If you think about it, 3 out of the last 4 months were big upward surprises. The unemployment rate dropped a lot, and actually, because of rounding, it's actually a bigger drop than you can see if you only look at the first digit. And
one other data point I want to discuss as well. The European Union agreed to a sweeping trade pact with 4 South American countries that could create one of the largest free trade zones in the world. The New York Times is reporting. The agreement represents a push for deeper global cooperation, in contrast to the United States turning to coercion and invasion and dealing with other countries. So the European Union basically agreed to.
Yeah, they have race baiters. Yeah, race baiters is an actual thing for sure.
This new trade pact with South America that would bring one of the largest free trade zones in the world into existence, connecting more than 700 million people. Brazil, as well as Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, are involved in this as well, and others are looking to join. So as the U.S. engages in its isolationism and
I mean, it just makes America look bad for immigration. You know what I'm saying? Usually, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Usually, the face of this shit would have been black people. Usually, the face of this shit would have been black people. But you know, and it kind of was up until this BS, because guess what happened? And I'm glad you guys are here, because you guys, you know, came to, you know, us watching with Uncle Tom's Cabin, remember, right? So when we was getting blown down in the streets, you know, with fire hoses and shit like that, when we was getting blown down in the streets and stuff like that, you know what it looked bad for, y'all? It looked bad for immigration. Okay? And the reason why I say it looks bad for immigration is because, you know, people that want to come to America, you know, they're like, oh, well, damn, like, why are they don't see black people as black people in America. And that's one of the biggest culture shocks that a lot of black people face when they leave the states. They don't look at you as a black. I mean, they look at you as a black American, but not the way that you think that black American is. You know what I'm saying? They're like, why is America blowing down other Americans in the streets like this? It looks barbaric. I don't want to get hit with no damn dogs and no damn water hose if I go to America. So why are other Americans getting hit with dogs and water hoses and all kinds of stuff? Now, you have Trump openly talking about, oh well, we're getting rid of this and we're getting rid of that. That doesn't seem like a friendly welcome to a lot of people. And to tell you the truth, it's not. But when the face of people getting themselves blowed up and all kinds of other stuff, it was cool when it was black people. Oh yeah, when it was us, it's like, oh okay, those guys are black, so I can travel untouched. I can travel unfreely. And let me actually drop another nugget on you guys. All right, please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Shout out to everybody over on Rumble. Let me tell y'all some real shit. Just the other day, it's the glacier wake up call, because just the other day, and it's crazy as cat shit. Just the other day, remember, despite all of the stuff that was going on with ICE, who was still the face of the bullshit that was happening to immigrants here in America, making it seem like they were unwelcome? That black man that they let out of jail that ended up doing that horrible act to that lady on the train. Remember? And in Times Square and all these places, they got her face plastered and stuff like that, right? It was a black man. Now with this shit, oh man. It's like, damn, you can't even let bad people be bad because you want to be bad too. It's like now, okay, now they're showing their hand. Why did they go out of their way to make it seem like black people are the ones that's harming the immigrants here when you have ICE here? I'm just saying. It's the real Ice Spice, y'all. And it's really is really, when you think about it, is glacier on glacier crime. It's glacier on glacier crime. Oh yes. See, I'm glad you guys are putting the dots together. So I'm like, well, bro, what is this man talking about? That too, we were the face of attacking Asians. Even go look at how they made YG change the name of his song, Beat the Flockers. So a lot of the little crimes and stuff that they want to engage into is showing their head, because guess what? And that's the thing about black people, like. And sometimes we fuck up. Like, remember when the DC snipers was loose, and they were trying to make it seem like it was Latina people and other people and stuff, even a white, even a glacier person. It's because we look at the nature of the crimes. Well, in situations like this, where all eyes are on America, the nature of the crime also, sticks out. So, pointing a gun at someone's head and shooting because you're like, oh, they're from a different country. It don't even matter that they look like you, bro. People have no problems doing it. Right now, you have Cambodia and Thailand going at it. People don't give a damn about, we see it all the time in the black community, but we try to add gangs onto it, and areas and neighborhoods and stuff. But man, these people, it'll be directly your country. It'll be somebody that look just like you, will point a gun at you and pull the trigger, Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in Minnesota. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in Minnesota. For sure, party. For sure. And I'm glad that brothers can talk about this type of stuff. You know, when this type of stuff is going on. You know, I'm glad that you know we can talk about this type of stuff with our correct head on our shoulders. You know what I'm saying? And we don't have to go out of our way to blow stuff out of proportion and all that other stuff. We can just see what's out there right now. So. Somebody needs to hear this, you know? Yeah. Well, also, too, party, it's because how Minnesota is set up. Because I'm going to tell you the truth, you know? Being from Chicago, they would like to set it up there, a lot of that stuff. But guess what? I mean, Chicago is so gentrified and corrupt in a lot of ways and stuff like that. They couldn't even be able to hide it there, you know? So these little neighboring cities and stuff like that, you know, you'd be surprised what they become the victim of, you know? Crazy
Acts
shit.
against the world, or as Trump says, based on my own morality is how I make decisions. The rest of the world is forming free trade alliances.
And it's the thing about brainwashing. We're going to talk a little bit about, you know, a little bit of the brainwashing that's going on. You don't need to brainwash a motherfucking thing if you can get people to believe, you know. Right, they would love to set it up in Chicago, but they can't.
Only weakening the position of the United States. Folks, we'll keep you posted every step of the way here on the Midas Touch Network. Please hit subscribe. You may think that you're subscribed to this YouTube channel, but you may not actually be subscribed because, you know, you get fed these videos on your algorithm or you search Midas Touch, but just double check and turn your notifications on.
All right. He telling y'all turn that shit on so he can feed you some more crazy shit. All right. All right. Shout out to Joker. Let's see what he got. Let's see what Joker's talking about. All right, please hit the like button, everybody here. Oh yeah, the women are cooked. They're the first ones to get cooked. I'd be offended if I'm a woman in the politics, because you need to know you're the first ones to get cooked.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining me. The backlash is coming. 4 in 10 Aussie teenage boys support, quote, right-wing extremism.
And this is all over the world. I was telling, because the first people that go after is the women. I was telling my bro, I was like, hey, you know, feminism has made its way to Nigeria, right? Yeah, women, gays, and boomers. Yeah. That's the trifecta right there. That's the trifecta right there, man. That's the trifecta.
Now, the truth of this is it isn't right-wing. It's just the reply or the response to all the feminism that has been pushed into these young men's brains all through their...
And this is the thing, though, with the younger generation, because they're going to rebel. But the thing is that they don't know exactly. I mean, they know they're rebelling against feminism, but they don't have the coordinates. They don't know exactly what's wrong about it, you know? But they, you know, they are going to rebel. So there's gonna be a backlash. And oddly enough, I'm gonna tell you the truth. There's gonna be some women that's gonna rebel against that shit. You know, oddly enough. So.
Scholastic years, and as they come out or get ready to come out into the real world, they're basically saying we've had enough. Now, of course, the media blames it on influencers. Now, I don't know about you, but when my channel was young and fledgling, I was growing about 150,000 subscribers per year over on YouTube. Now I'm lucky to get a couple hundred. Actually, I usually lose a few hundred every month.
No, it is the greatest psyop. And the funny thing is that a lot of people had to hold back feminism so that like it's the same thing with like racism. Some of the elements of it have to be covert, so people won't obviously know what it is. You know, there's groups of glacier sisters that say, "Yo, it is illegal for a woman to be a stay-at-home wife." And it's the dumbest shit ever. It's like, okay, well, you don't want to be a stay-at-home wife because that's oppressive, but you will go work for that same man because we know they don't want to work for other women. So, okay.
So I don't think there's anybody new seeing my content, or very rarely if it does happen. So there isn't really much influence reaching out to young men anymore.
But they will blame it on influencers.
What's happening is these young men are saying, I've had enough of this system. I've had enough of this crap crammed down my throat. I need to find something that fits my current mood about the situation.
No, but that's always been fake. Sugar Bomb. There isn't a male loneliness epidemic. There's a female loneliness epidemic. Women, just as much as society, needs men to be participating. When the men don't participate, the women can't function well. And women know this. And it's always going to be a female loneliness epidemic because there's always more women than men. So no matter what you do, there's only going to be a certain amount, there's going to be millions upon millions of women. If every woman got married today to a man, there's going to be millions upon millions of women that doesn't have a husband and will never have a husband, honestly. So I get the whole, lesbitarian angle. Shout outs to Beachy. I get the whole lesbitarian angle, but it's not where women think it is, and women, I know if I was a woman, I wouldn't want, I wouldn't want to be responsible for other bitches. Fuck that. For the most part, other than the ones that I give a damn about, I wouldn't. Hell no. Hell no. And that's something. No, y'all need men. Trust and believe, y'all need men. Because just for you guys to grasp the concept of women being cattle in times like war, that goes over y'all heads so quick. The concept that y'all are cattle when it comes to war. In war times, y'all are cattle. Y'all are a burden on other women. If you love women, you wouldn't even put that burden on other women. Y'all are cattle when it comes to war. Women look for somebody to take care of them. So that's why sometimes I ask women when they really, when they really be barking up the wrong tree and shit like that, I'd be like, listen, how much women have you taken care of? How much women do you have living off of you? And they like, hell no, I'm not going, man. That's a grown ass, able-bodied woman. Exactly. Like the perils of that stuff. Like it's even hard for y'all to even just hypothetically think about it. Y'all have the luxury to not think about it. I would like the luxury to say some dumb shit too. As a matter of fact, I do have the luxury to say some dumb shit too. And greater men. I'd be a fool to be a man and not acknowledge that. You understand? I don't have the luxury to not acknowledge that. If we really putting two and two together, Yeah, bro, that shit happens all the time, Link. I would never leave my woman in the house with no goddamn phone. No, I'm a feminist too, bitch. You gotta get up and go work. Certain women, do they deserve to, maybe. But no, I'm a feminist. No, you gotta get up and go work, sweetie. Or do something. Leaving them in the house with the television was enough. I'm not having no damn round twos. But see, Shiesty Bum, that oh well, we make community with other women. Yeah, that's a community. Do you know what communities need to be? They need to be protected. So easily y'all become cattle. Yeah. Yeah, we're in war conditions. Oh no, you don't have to. Listen, most of the people in the war room haven't been to war. Also, you don't need to be in war to understand what's going on. It's the people, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, and that's what I'm saying. Y'all are kind of goofy when it comes to this war thing. You can't. War is not one of those things where you say, "Hey, man, you've never been in the war, so you don't know what you're talking about." It's the same thing as coaching. You know, usually if you're in the war, you're a pawn. I just that's just something that just some mental chewing gum for you. Usually, if you're in the war, you're being used. You're not in control of what's going on, or you don't really have a good other than your mission and stuff like that. You really don't have a good grasp of what's going on. You understand what I'm saying? The people that's looking at the bigger picture is usually not the ones actually participating in the war and talking about coming from actually picking up the pistols and actually shooting. And that's what I'm trying to say. Women don't know what they're talking about when it comes to war. It's usually the people. Listen, when old people beef, young Negroes die. Okay, you don't need to be the one actually pointing the gun to be in war. This is textbook manhood. This is something that a lot of women don't really know too much about. Respectfully, I don't expect y'all to know about this shit. This is the difference. This is what we call the pen controlling the sword. All right, the pen controls the sword. And if that's a hard concept for you to grasp, then absolutely, y'all are gonna be cattle when it comes down to it. Yeah, and those towns still, and the infrastructure and everything in those towns still need to be ran and maintained by men. Oh man, Shiesty, you gotta watch that Bayer Grylls episode. Where y'all was slipping and falling off rocks and getting sick and shit and scared to kill pigs. Niggas was up there brewing beers and smoking cigars.
Fits my world outlook, and thus they go searching for the content and eventually they find it. And that's what's basically happening. But Australia is going to be the first, or one of the ones, that sees the repercussions of this. It's happening in America. Young men are becoming overwhelmingly based. It's happening in Canada, in the UK, because they're seeing what's happening to their country. And they're seeing the clamp down on anybody that has wrongthink. And the men are saying, you know what, I'm not going along with what these feminists and this indoctrination center is trying to push down my throat. I'm going to go my own way. I'm going to find my own way through this. Well, this is a new article that just came out today, as a matter of fact. They say, and now those on YouTube, there's going to be one word, the V word, harm, right? I can't repeat that over and over on YouTube or they hit me. So you're just going to hear a blank. I'm sorry, but if you want to hear everything unedited, you got to come over to Locals. You got to go over to Rumble. The links are down below as always. You know, Big Mama YouTube likes to play the games they play. Almost 40% of Australian teenage boys support right-wing extremism, and 1/3 support white extremism, new University of Melbourne research shows. Lead researcher Dr. Sarah Merger, a woman, of course, a senior lecturer in international relations in the School of Social and Political Sciences, surveyed 1,100 boys and girls aged 13 to 17 and 2,300 adult men and women, including 14 who claim to be non-binary.
All right. So you have the rest of the world reacting to this. Hold on. Give me 1 second real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Please hit the like button. Please support the show, y'all.
This process, the first phase, of course, is the phase we're in now, which is the stabilization phase. We do not want to see destabilization in the country. We're working very cooperatively with the interim authorities there to provide a market for the...
See, and a lot of this is that they have to openly say, oh, we're not going to do what other countries would do to Ukraine, well, not to Ukraine, but to other countries and stuff like that. So they're saying they're going to play nice in Venezuela, but they just want that oil.
Sale of the wealth of Venezuela in such a way that benefits the people, both of the United States, but also the people of Venezuela. And as a reminder to everyone...
What's going on, Chris G? Good to see you, bro.
When the president announced this just 2 days ago, every penny, everything they buy with the money that they're making from the oil now, Mr. President, will be bought from America. And that includes everything from equipment for the oil industry to food to medicine and everything in between. The second will be a phase of recovery, and then some of these phases will interlap, and that is to have a normal economy again where the money goes to the benefit of people, not the benefit of our adversaries or the benefit of elements in that country and around the world that are against our interests. At the same time as a process of reconciliation has to happen internally among the different sectors of society and politics and the like. And finally, the third phase, which is the most important of the three, is when the country fully transitions into a normal country that we have strong economic and diplomatic and relations with, that is friendly towards the United States, that's not a foothold for our adversaries, that serves our interests, but also the interests of the people. It'll be a country that is wealthy, a country that is prosperous for the people, not for a handful of criminals, but also a country that is supportive of our interests in the region and throughout the world.
So you guys gotta check it out too. A lot of these guys, they're mad because they're like, hold on, why are y'all telling us what you're gonna do for this country when our boy is not dead? Y'all need to release him at once. And we're not trying to, you know, we're not trying to hear this type of talk. You know, takeover talk. What's going on, Ghostman Kang? He said, is it fair to say Trump depot Maduro's oil? Absolutely. 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 Yeah, Sugar Bum said she gonna be in the house chasing Master. She ain't worried about us, man. We're gonna be outside getting whipped with extension cords, y'all.
And we thank you, Mr. President, and the team you've assembled that have brought us to this point. A lot of work remains, important work, but this is historic.
Okay. Thank you very much. Doug?
Well, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership, not just as president, but as commander-in-chief. The boldness, the execution, the breathtakingly precise work that you've delivered both in Iran back in June and here has changed the field for the whole world. And you always ran about the idea of peace and prosperity. And in Venezuela, as you know, this was a playground for every bad actor in the world. We had Russians, Iran, terror groups, all of them profiting from this criminal organization that was pretending to run the country. That makes America safer. You've secured the border, we're stopping the flow of drugs, and now with the normalization of relationships on an economic basis, it's going to mean tremendously for the prosperity of the American people. So I just want to say again, congratulations to you and to the entire leadership team. It's been an amazing, historic week on the scale of things that we haven't seen perhaps for 125 years in terms of the U.S. Exerting its influence over Latin America in a way that's going to make a change for generations. And on behalf of all the oil executives that are here today, Chris and I want to say thank you to all of you. It's your technology, your innovation that has put America in the place where today we are the most energy dominant country in the world. And that position is what's allowed us to take the action that we're taking with statecraft, with military action. None of that would happen if we were dependent on everybody else for energy. So you're a big part of the reason that we're able to move the way we are today, and we're grateful that you're here to be part of the solution going forward.
Thank you, Doug, and you are doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate it. Everybody appreciates it. They know who's doing well. Chris Wright?
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I want y'all to pay attention how they're speaking in third person, because all of the information that they're saying right now, they already know it, but they're speaking in third person because like they're sharing it with everybody that's listening.
President, yeah, what we've seen in the last week is leadership matters and credibility matters. Venezuelan oil has been sanctioned for many years, and the oil just flew. Those sanctions were not enforced. That oil just floated out to trafficked by bad actors of the world. The resources weren't gone to a central place. The corruption and decline.
Sugar Bum says she gonna be in the house, y'all. Uh-oh.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine, Jesse.
What's your name?
Sam.
Sam. And are you a slut, Sam?
I have two brothers.
Oh, okay. Are you close to them?
I am very.
And do they see you as a slut?
We're all sluts. You're a slut. All these dudes behind you are sluts. Your cameraman's a slut. Your PA's a slut. And your mic's a slut.
And what made you a slut?
When we're going through war, you're not even going to have time to think about feminism. But let's go.
Venezuela has been a crisis for the people of Venezuela, and as Secretary Rubio said, massive spillover effects in the United States, in crime, in drugs, in kidnappings, and in taking a huge resource base and making it not exploited, not developed. The whole world is a poorer, less opportunity-rich place because of that. When you have materials underground, they've been underground for 1 million years. That does not make them a resource. That does not make them valuable for your country, your people, or the world. They only become a resource with technology, with capital, with rule of law, and a system of governance that encourages the harvesting of those resources to make the better world. And we see here the dramatic contrast between the United States, which may have less oil underground than Venezuela. We have 20 times the production of Venezuela, 20 times the impact of human betterment, massively better quality of living here in the United States. That was at risk under the last administration. We've seen a lot of attacks on the energy that makes the world go round. President Trump's election has removed those risks, has embraced reality about how the world is energized, and we are record production of oil in the United States, record production in natural gas in the United States. We've seen a meaningful decline in gasoline prices, diesel prices, travel prices because of jet fuel. And now President Trump is taking the genius of a different way to try to solve a 25-year festering problem in Venezuela, that all the traditional things have not worked. But ordering both a tremendous military operation to remove the heads of a criminal organization masquerading as a government, and then to use the power of our military, not to fire bullets, but to stop the flow of Venezuelan oil to the world, immediately gave us leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela and has allowed us to be in this position today where the actions of this government can massively improve Venezuela for the better. And the bigger impact is to massively improve the quality of life, affordability, safety, and security of the United States. Very proud to be here. And I We'll turn it over to Mark Nelson, who's the vice chairman of Chevron. Chevron has been in Venezuela for over 100 years, continuously. Mike Wirth, the CEO, had a knee replacement recently. He's not here. Mark is a tremendous leader in our industry, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Secretary Wright. Again, I'll send Mike Wirth's regrets. He really wanted to be here, Mr. President.
Right. Great guy.
On his behalf, I have 3 very quick thank yous and an assurance I'd like to provide you all. The first thank you, Mr. President, is to you. It's thank you for convening this gathering. It's thank you for your leadership, and thank you for continuing to keep American energy domination in the forefront. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
The second thank you actually is to the cabinet. So Secretary Rubio, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, your ability and commitment to continue to engage with the parties around the table to keep the world working is greatly appreciated. So thank you for that. And the final thank you actually would go to our Venezuelan employees of Chevron. They have been working tirelessly to operate safely, protect the environment in country, and their dedication and skill will help us in this next chapter. And finally, I'll close with the assurance.
They're not happy that we got these commodities, bro. They're not happy at all. You said, I think that's the main thing. People are so used to speak about stuff that they don't know that it's crazy when something veers off that predictable path. For sure. Nobody knows what's gonna happen. All that appears, nobody knows what's gonna happen. All that appears to have happened is what the ops are squirming, or the ops. Hold on. All that appears to have happened is that his ops are squirming, and that's good with me for sure. A lot of people want to be nice to people when in the end you should win. You know what I'm saying? You know, in the end you should win. Because the people that you're being nice to, sometimes when they win, they'd fuck you over. You know, you don't win.
For more than a century, Chevron has been a part of Venezuela's past. We are certainly committed to its present, and we very much look forward as a proud American company to help it build a better future. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership.
And you really suffered there. You stuck it out. A lot of people left. A lot of big companies left. Many of the people sitting at this table left because of the safety risk and other risks. But you stuck it out. I give you credit for that. Sometimes it was hard. I remember 6 months ago, I told you to stay, just stay. Things are going to happen. You'll be very happy. I didn't know they were going to happen this fast or this conclusively. One thing I think everyone has to know is that if we didn't do this, China or Russia would have done it. And if China or Russia were a next-door neighbor, because essentially this is not around the other parts of the world so far away where you fly an airplane for 24 hours before you get there. This is sort of a next-door neighbor, if you think about it. And I told China and I told Russia, we get along with you very well. We like you very much. We don't want you there. Not going to be there. And if we didn't do this, China would have been there and Russia would have been there. Maybe they both would have been there together.
Cut them off. They don't like that. Cut they ass off.
But they're not going to be there now. One thing I will tell them, and I will tell you, that we are open for business. China can buy all the oil they want from us there or in the United States. Russia can get all the oil they need from us, and they do like oil, even though they produce a lot of it. But China and Russia and everybody else is able to go, and we'll be open for business almost immediately. I have a feeling the $100 million will be spent $100 billion will be spent very, very rapidly by these very big, powerful, and rich companies. And I think they're going to be able to rebuild the infrastructure. And I hope it's going to be brand new as opposed to a rehab, because I know the tremendous difference between the new and the not so new in your industry. The new is much more beautiful, much better in every way, and actually much smaller. It's like everything else, gets smaller and stronger. It's a combination of smaller, better, and stronger. So I hope you're going to build all brand new stuff, rip out the old crap that's been there for so many years, and do it the right way. You're going to be there a long time. If we make a deal, you're going to be there a long time. If we don't make a deal, you won't be there at all. It's, sort of interesting. But again, China and Russia would have been there if we didn't do this. And the other thing people ask about the second wave, I don't think it's going to be necessary. We have an armada, a giant armada like nobody's ever seen in that part of the world.
Give me 1 second. See what Party said. You said people cry to be liberated and all that jazz, saying the system is broken, so a different route is going to be painful for sure. When they try to run you over with their car, and oh man, Party, you cold for that joke. I picked up on it. You cold for that one, bro. Yeah, Party's a frigid man. That's some glacier shit right there, bro. But you're right though. You said, what seems to be apparent to me is the citizens here don't realize that the country is on the verge of bankruptcy. It was. Trump said that if he didn't do what he did, America would have easily been Venezuela.
And it's stationed off the coast. And we are getting along so well with the people that are involved and representing Venezuela that I don't think we're going to have any, I don't think it's going to be necessary to do the second wave. We were planning on a second wave.
He said we're one step away from Venezuela.
But the first wave was so powerful and so good and so strong. And frankly, the people in the country, they did the right thing. They were smart. They did the right thing. They didn't want to go through a second wave. But we've got a tremendous number of the most powerful ships in the world right there. I don't think we're going to have to use that. I'm happy to say that. I don't think we're going to have to use that at all. If I could ask Chevron, you did a great job. I want to thank you. And ExxonMobil, if you would say a few words, and then followed by Conoco, great companies, massive companies, great companies. Exxon, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the invitation and the opportunity, frankly, for the entire industry to show up and provide a perspective. Frankly, we've been kind of unresponsive to the press regarding Venezuela. I guess today's the opportunity to address the press directly with respect to a number of questions that have been asked of ExxonMobil. First and foremost, obviously, is the interest that we have in Venezuela. And I think, the way I would position that, I think one of the reasons why we see many of the industry players here is we're in a depletion business for a product that is in great demand and will be in demand for many, many, many decades to come. And as a depletion business, the biggest challenge we have is finding resources. There's an opportunity in Venezuela with all the resources there is we don't have that challenge of finding, we have the challenge of developing those resources. So I think it's in the best interest of these companies and frankly society as a whole for the industry to be interested in understanding what the opportunity here represents. I'll just share a philosophy that ExxonMobil has when we enter countries, because we do business all around the world in a number of different regimes. We take a very long-term perspective. The investments that we make span decades and decades, so we do not go into any opportunity with a short-term mindset. And there's a value proposition that we have to meet. It has to be a win-win-win proposition. And obviously, it has to be a win for the company and our shareholders and to generate a return for the investments that we make. It has to be a win for the government. The resources are an important source of revenue that helps support the people of the places that we do business. And it has to be a win for the people. We have to be wanted there.
Right. That's the real question. When the hell is gas getting cheaper? See, this is a lot of this stuff is circular talk. You know, Americans are worried about something completely different. It's like, yeah, win. Yeah, T-Pain. When is gas getting cheaper?
To be a good neighbor, and those three things ensure a stable long-term platform for the large investments that we make for the long term. With respect to Venezuela in particular, we have a very long history in Venezuela. In fact, we first got into Venezuela back in 1940s. We've had our assets seized there twice, and so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here and what is currently the state. If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made to those commercial frameworks, the legal system. There has to be durable investment protections, and there has to be a change to the hydrocarbon laws in the country. We're confident that with this administration and President Trump working hand in hand with the Venezuelan government, that those changes can be put in place. And with respect to the Venezuelan government, that perspective we don't have a view on. We haven't talked to the Venezuelan government, and obviously we have yet to assess the people's perspective with respect to ExxonMobil entering the country. In the short term, there are things that can be done while these longer term issues are being worked. For us, we haven't been in the country for almost 20 years. We think it's absolutely critical in the short term that we get a technical team in place to assess the current state of the industry and the assets, to understand what would be involved to help the people of Venezuela get production back on the market. With the invitation of the Venezuelan government and with appropriate security guarantees, we are ready to put a team on the ground there. We also have a integrated set of capabilities from production to refining to trading, and I think we can be of assistance to getting the Venezuelan crude to market and realizing a market price to help again with the financial situation in Venezuela. So those are my short-term perspective that I have. I'd say maybe close with a thank you, Mr. President, for the work that you've done to secure not only the national security but the energy security of the region. And then thank you, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum for...
You got Rubio and all of them there. She just sitting there looking around. See, Sugar Bum? See how y'all purport yourselves in the war room? She just sitting there looking around. Nothing profound to say. I don't even know who this woman is. She's just sitting there looking around. Nothing profound to say.
Your leadership in this matter. Thank you.
How long would it take you, Darren, as Exxon to, if we make a deal, how long would it take you to get in there and get started?
Well, the first step of this technical team, as I talked with Secretary Wright earlier this week, we started from the beginning to put the team together so that if and when it was needed, we could hit the ground almost immediately. So we can hit the ground within the next couple of weeks, start the assessment, and then from there we need to understand.
That's what we want. We want speed and quality. That's what we want. Thank you, Darren. And Conoco, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to be here too, and you've assembled a great team. And our congratulations as well for removing one of the terrible people in the world and bringing them to justice. It was quite amazing. I think you've given hope to the people of Venezuela again, which I think is quite remarkable. And we've been on the other end of that despot regime a long time. Our assets were expropriated. I had a little bit more hair when that happened. And you know, I think we're the largest non-sovereign credit holder in Venezuela today. So we're in a bit of a different situation, but I think your big and bold idea to use energy commerce instead of conflict is something that could make a real big difference in Venezuela. And our company certainly stands ready to help in that endeavor. Encourage you to continue to think bigger and even bolder. And we've had some discussions with your energy team about that as well. As we think about the other people that need to be in this room and in this discussion are the banks, and including probably the Exim Bank, as we think about how the debt needs to be restructured and the financing to deliver the billions of dollars that are required to restore their energy infrastructure. And I think as we think that big and bold, we need to be also thinking about even restructuring the entire Venezuelan energy system, including PDVSA. And I think if we can do that and think bold, there's an opportunity to be quick, fast, and restore the quality of what's happened in Venezuela, or what's been lost in Venezuela over the course of the last 25 years. So thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, and you'll get a lot of your money back. We're going to start with an even plate, though.
All right, there you go, Party. He answered your question. He said you'll get a lot of your money back.
We're not going to look at what people lost in the past, because that was their fault. That was a different president. You're gonna make a lot of money, but we're not going to go back. You left a lot of money behind, I guess, huh? What number?
12 billion.
How much?
12 billion?
Well, good write-off.
It's already been written off.
It's been written. All right, thank you. You'll make it back one way or the other. You're all going to do very well. I think really very well. Marco just gave me a note. Go back to Chevron. They want to discuss something. Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Marco. Thank you, Marco.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What are you saying here?
Mark, if you can update us on operations in the ground and with the appropriate approvals, what you might be able to achieve in the next 12 to 18 months, give us a little view from the ground.
You bet. So today, Chevron has 3,000 employees in 4 different joint ventures in Venezuela today. And over the past 5 to 7 years, they've taken production from about 40,000 barrels a day to 240,000 barrels a day, essentially getting those facilities and that equipment up to standards that would be something that people in the room would be more accustomed to. Given the work we've done,
I know. China and Russia is looking at America now like, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. We gotta get the drop on these niggas. I don't like that shit.
With Secretary Wright and Secretary Burgum and even Secretary Bessent, I think we have a path forward here very shortly to be able to increase our liftings from those joint ventures 100%, essentially effective immediately. We are also able to increase our production within our own disciplined investment schemes by about 50% just in the next 18 to 24 months. And that's just leveraging what's on the ground. So to Secretary Rubio's...
Bruh, I know they hearing all of this talk and they like, man.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Comments about phase 1. This is taking the momentum of improvements we've already...
It's like they didn't expect this move. It's like, they just took the back door,
Yo. What? I did not hate you. Yo, y'all some scammers, bro. I got the whole shit on camera. Move.
Already made there locally and building on those and creating more momentum for the people of Venezuela.
Do you think you have an advantage being there? You've been there by the skin of your teeth. It's been tough for you to be there. But do you think you have an advantage over the other people in this room by the fact that you are there?
Yeah, I think there are, Mr. President, I think there would be days where it didn't feel like an advantage, and there are days where it does feel like an advantage. But having people on the ground today that care desperately about the people of Venezuela and know how to operate the assets that are there is a definite advantage today.
Would you say the best locations are available, or would you say the best locations are already sort of worked, even though they're in very bad shape? The best locations for finding oil, the best locations for oil.
There are more opportunities than not, Mr. President. With 300 billion barrels of reserves and resources in country, there are lots of opportunities for many companies.
Will you be building new, or will you be using the old infrastructure that you have?
Yeah, today it's a little bit of a mix, but today it's mostly us taking the equipment of today, getting it to the standards that we are accustomed to. To your comments about making it how it should be today, most of the investments that we've been making are about getting it up to our standards.
Well, I think you're going to make an investment, but you're going to get your money back very quickly, and that's part of our thing. We're going to have you get your money back fast, and then you'll give a lot to Venezuela and to the United States.
Okay, so I see what they're doing. They're basically, technically, they still got to buy into Venezuela. Technically, they got to buy into Venezuela, and they're banking that they're gonna get their money back with how much oil and resources and stuff is there. Okay.
It's after that, okay? So you'll be in good shape. Could I ask Carol Tam to say a few words? He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Very amazing man, actually. Amazing energy person.
All right, let's see what's going on here, y'all.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Scandalous, y'all.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's good to be here with so many dignified people, and this effort particularly. And thank you for your effort, for what you've done here, taking this despot out of that area. And the world dealt with him way too long. Certainly, our industry knows that this is a real jewel that can be developed for the people.
Unleash the AI.
For the people of Venezuela and also benefit
the AI.
The world. And like Secretary Wright said, it has not been done. That's not been done in the past. And they had a good chance at it. Brought someone in that totally took it down, as everybody knows here, and that was Chavez, and we know what happened to him finally. But that ruined the industry in Venezuela, and all of us know how that ended very well, very, very wrongly. So anyway, we're glad to see what's happened here, and look forward for the opportunity for a lot of people in this room, but also for America and the country itself.
Are you going to be involved in going in? Because, he's in North Dakota and he's in Oklahoma and some incredible places. It's a little bit different, but there's no doubt about you won't have to worry about the straw too much here. You can just go at it. Are you going to be one of the participants?
Well, certainly, I'm an oil finder, like you said. Barry Spitzer, told that story.
The coach.
And he's kind of exaggerated a little bit. It doesn't come out quite that easily usually. But anyway, great story. I love it. But I love Barry.
Barry's the one that told me this.
Yeah, he's a champion, in a lot of ways. So love that story. Certainly, it excites me as an explorationist. Everybody has that in their blood, and it is a very exciting country.
Man, I think what we're doing right now is that we're just cutting Russia and China out of everything, yo. Let me put these comments up for you guys so they can see. We're cutting Russia and China out of everything. So they don't got nothing better to do but to sit back and watch this shit. Because Lord knows, I know they don't like this shit. Maduro got to sit back and look at this shit too. Best believe he's in there with 6ix9ine and all them other people, so they're watching this shit. So it's like, damn, I got to sit up here and listen to these people divide up all my shit. That's, man, what?
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Crazy.
So what do a nigga like me do who hate gang members? It's my dream to put a nigga in jail. Some niggas wake up and on Friday nights they going to the club to knock a nigga out. They pride theyself in whooping niggas. It's some niggas wake up on Saturday, get dressed, they plan on fucking plenty hoes that night. I wanna put niggas in jail. I wanna put the gangster niggas in jail.
China and Russia, they're just, they're condemning it. They're trying to make what Putin went off and he was like, this is wrong. They shouldn't be doing this. But like, he just came off as nothing but a big ass hypocrite. The only reason why he didn't come off as a hypocrite is because people are afraid of him. That's the only reason he didn't really come off as a hypocrite. But Putin is a big ass hypocrite. He is actively destroying shit in the Ukraine right now, so he really can't say nothing. And China, yeah. That's what everybody's saying. Like yo, who is he to talk? But a lot of the people that need to say that around him, they're afraid of him. But China, they can't say nothing either because they're still thinking about invading Taiwan. So it's like, it's just that America won big with this oil thing. They homeboy opened up their mouth too quick, and then now it's like, okay, well, you gonna have to negotiate with Trump to get them back. Because now they going into all them deals. They're gonna restructure all them deals. They see that y'all were taking advantage of them. This is like when you owe Apple a little bit of money and you're like, hey, you know what? Let me take this extra $12 to go get lunch. And then Apple just come into your fucking into your account and debo the little $12, and it's like, damn, niggas about to have sleep for dinner now. The wrong person that they didn't want to be in charge of those type of deals with the oil is now in charge of those type of deals with the oil. And he can demand them to stop a war. He can either cut off they're gonna have to go get their resources from somewhere else to keep it going, depending on how long it's gonna keep going. Ukraine got NATO and the UK, still supplying them and stuff like that. So they're gonna have to do something, and they know they're gonna have to do something. So it's like, dang. And let me tell you something that nobody's talking about, right? It is putting a taxing. I hate to say it, bro. China and Russia really don't fuck with each other like that. So now that they're kind of getting put in a damn trick bag together with this situation, it's like, okay, now it's like, damn, you might really have to, ride some shit out. I'm pretty sure Africa got some oil, but according to what they're saying that Venezuelan oil is different. Like Venezuela is oil, I heard that Venezuelan oil is different. Yeah. So this is getting this is the monkey wrench. This is getting in a bunch of people's plans. And then Europe is just sitting there. They don't even know who to D-ride, y'all.
And a lot of reserves. And so it's got its challenges, and the industry knows how.
Don't let them get mad at you. They want to win too. So that's what I was gonna say. They
handle that, and like I said, keep your eyes open and you can with some guns.
Shit. Hold on, y'all. This some BS. Okay, hopefully we're back. All right, hold on, y'all. I'll be really trying to get this internet together for you guys and bring y'all a show. Please hit the like button. You said that's what I was gonna say. They saving face because I heard them folks overseas that Trump and Putin friendly. Yeah, I mean, and Xi also. I mean, they're smiling with each other and stuff, but it's chess, man. This shit is chess. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit different with StreamYards, y'all. All right, let's go.
So you're going to have something that they never had really here is tremendous security. You're going to be very secure, very safe, physically safe, in addition to financially safe. So it's good to see you, Harold. Thank you very much. Does anybody have anything to say before we get to the press?
What does Cuba have to do to avoid the same fate as Venezuela? What does Cuba have to do?
Well, Cuba's in bad shape. Cuba relied on Venezuela for oil and for money. And
yeah, Trump said Cuba going to get pinched.
And nobody really knows what's going to happen with Cuba. They're doing very poorly. They're really third world all the way. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans. And I would say Marco fits very solidly into that category. And I might ask you to say a few words about, we were discussing it before, Cuba is a very different, they don't have energy, they don't have oil, but they would live off of the oil from Venezuela. And what they do have is very strong people. And very powerful people militarily, and they would protect the people running Venezuela, and they would take in a lot of money from Venezuela. Now they don't have that. They won't be taking in any money. So, Marco, what do you think?
Well, I mean, the fundamental problem in Cuba is that it's run by incompetent people that don't know what an economy.
And then see, Cuba can't really go to Russia and China for the oil because it's like, nigga, we need the oil too. This is bad.
I mean, it looks like, much less a functioning one. They've made a choice, and that is they would rather have political control over their people than they would to have an economy that functions. And they've gotten away with it for 60-something years because they've had donors, the Soviet Union, and now most recently Venezuela. But that's now gone. So the people...
They say if you're doing moves with the upliftment of your country and ain't got no outside influence, Trump don't want no smoke with you. Because ain't Venezuela a cartel hub? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. All throughout South America, cartelled up. But that means also too, a lot of people, a lot of players that's on the table, they can't show their face. So this is why a lot of them don't really want to do too much business. Because it's like, oh, so how long have you been around? Oh, so you've been doing bad the whole time. You've been moving drugs this whole time, you know. And then they right there with Maduro. Honestly, this is how they got Maduro. I'll tell you the truth. Because after a while, it's just how long you're around something and into certain things. It's like, oh, bro, you guilty. You know, even if we can't put something on you or pin something on you, it's like even just by association, you know. So it's like, if they want Maduro free, what are they gonna do? And even if he's free, where are we gonna send him back to China or Russia? And are they going to stop the war? Are they going to have to hold themselves, you know, to their word or whatever? You know, how much is this oil really worth to you? That's really kind of, you know. And then not even that too. Cuba's like, well, what about us? What about the deals we had in play? Now we got to talk to them. Now, are those talks going to involve Russia and China? Okay, good luck. Good luck. And who's going to be back rolling Cuba? Because is Cuba going to share that oil with Russia and China? You know, if they can, because I mean, it's cheaper to ship it from Venezuela to Cuba. So are they going to use Cuba as a hub? And if so, I mean, Cuba ain't going to stand a chance. Trump know what he's doing. So this is an interesting move, you know.
Control and Cuba have a choice to make. They can either have a real country with a real economy where their people can prosper, or they can continue with their failing dictatorship that's going to lead to systemic and societal collapse. So it's a very...
And then I don't even know who's running Cuba right now. Is Raul, is Castro's brother still running Cuba? Let me look it up.
Stark and dramatic choice, and it's one we hope to make the right one. We don't have an interest in a destabilized Cuba, but that would be their fault because they refuse to allow the people of Cuba to have either economic or political freedom, for that matter.
And you have a lot of people in this country that want to go back to Cuba and help Cuba. A lot of people have left, they came in penniless, they didn't have anything, and they've become very rich people in our country, and they want to very much go back and help Cuba. So that's something that Cuba has that a lot of other places don't have.
Sure, I agree, party. It's up in the air, bro. Whoop-de-doo.
Peter?
I do want to ask you about Minnesota, but first, just more on topic. President Zelensky said that he was watching with the rest of the world as you made this order to go and capture Nicolas Maduro. And he said, if that's how it works with dictators, then the United States knows what to do next. Sounds like he wants you to go and capture Vladimir Putin. Would you ever order a mission to go and...
You said this is a goofball. This goofball openly admitted that they purposely destabilized these countries. Right. And then now look at this asshole asking him, would he go capture Putin? I bet you he's going to ask him if he's going to go capture
Vladimir Putin.
Well, I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think we're going to have I've always had a great relationship with him. I'm very disappointed. I settled 8 wars. I thought this would be in the middle of the pack or maybe one of the easier ones. And I don't know if you know, Peter, the last month, they lost 31,000 people, many of them Russian soldiers, and the Russian economy is doing poorly. I think we're going to end up getting it settled. I wish we could have done it quicker because a lot of people are dying, and mostly soldiers. They get hit in Kiev and they get hit a little bit here and there, and people are dying there too. But largely it's the soldier population. When you have 30,000, 31,000 soldiers dying in a period of a month, 27,000 the month before, 26,000 the month before that, that's bad stuff. So as you know, President Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine to fight, and
he gave them rockets.
We would never get that back, although I did make a rare earth deal to get it back, so we will be getting it back, but shouldn't have done that.
No, it's goofy talk though, Ghostman King, because the thing is that the U.S. can't capture Putin. That definitely would start a world war. And then look how much times we had the chance to capture Putin. Remember we went over the show where Putin came to visit Trump in like Alaska or some shit, and he had two B-2 bombers fly over him. Like we could have been caught Putin, but it makes no sense though.
It was a bad thing to do. I will say that right now, because I was able to get NATO to up GDP from 2% to 5%, NATO's got a lot of money, and they're paying for everything. We're not losing any money. We're making a lot of money, I guess, if you think of it, because we're selling them military equipment. They're probably giving it to Ukraine. But we're selling them to NATO military equipment. We're getting full price and all of that. But that's not a big deal to me. What is a big deal is stopping a war where 30,000 people are being killed every single month.
On Minnesota, the vice president yesterday suggested that Renee Good, who was killed by this ICE officer, was part of a broad left-wing network. What has your team told you about this broad left-wing network? Who is in charge of it? Who's part of it? What's it called?
Well, I haven't seen the vice president's statement, but he's generally very accurate. I hate to say it. I watched that yesterday, and there were a lot of different forms to it. But there was a woman screaming, "Shame, shame, shame, shame." She was a agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator, a very high-level agitator, so professional. She wouldn't stop screaming. I said, this isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker. Because you heard it and I had it. Now, I will say this. The news sort of turned her down, turned her off, because you're trying to watch. She was so loud and so crazy and just not normal. When somebody sees something like that, they don't go screaming and the same words. So I guess you could say professional, but I didn't think she did a very good job. You have agitators, and we will always be protecting ICE, and we're always going to be protecting our Border Patrol and our law enforcement. Yeah.
They're going to go crazy after that. That's it.
In your conversations with these oil executives today, did you provide any security guarantees so that they can do their work safely in Venezuela? Yeah. And separately, Mr. President,
they will have those guarantees, yes.
And separately, Mr. President, I'm curious in terms of the future of Venezuela. Do you see Venezuela now led by Delcy Rodriguez as an ally of the U.S.? Is that the way that you view?
Now they're going after old girl, man. Uh-oh.
But you got to have vision.
That country
right now they seem to be an ally, and I think it'll continue to be an ally. And we don't want to have Russia there. We don't want to have China there. And by the way, we don't want Russia or China going to Greenland, which if we don't take Greenland, you're going to have Russia or China as your next door neighbor. That's not going to happen.
Ooh. Now imagine being cool with Russia and China and say, but we don't want you there. So we're going to have to take Greenland because we don't want them as our backdoor neighbors there also. Yeah, because America would be surrounded from the north and the south. Ooh.
The white
Mr. President, thank you. You just said that these companies would have security guarantees if they go in on the ground in Venezuela.
They will have.
And what is your plan there actually for these companies and those Americans who are going to be on the ground working for these companies?
Well, there are going to be Americans. I assume they're going to be using a lot of Americans, but they're going to be using a lot of people from Venezuela and other places, I would imagine. But I would think that mostly they'll be using Venezuelan workers. They have a lot of great workers. They have a very high unemployment rate, and they have workers that are very familiar with taking oil out of the ground. Yeah.
How long do you think the Ayatollah will be in power after what we've seen play out on the ground there? When is the U.S. going to get involved now there are reports of protesters being killed on the ground?
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are...
Yeah, Canada definitely. Jesus Christ. Damn, man.
Are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it. We're watching it very closely. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Do you have any comments in reaction to the recent attacks by the Syrian government alignment groups against US-backed Kurdish forces in Aleppo, Syria, which killed dozens of civilians and displacing many families? Does your administration bring peace between the Kurds and the Syrian government?
I want to see peace, yes, I do. The Kurds and the Syrian government, we get along with both, as you know, very well. They have been natural enemies over the years, but we get along both, and we want to see Syria succeed. And so far, I think they are succeeding, but this is just breaking out, and we want to see that stopped. Go ahead, please.
Colombia, Gustavo Petro, in a few weeks. Do you hope this meeting with Gustavo Petro marks
a new chapter, a new beginning in the benefit of the
Yes, you
U.S. and
said what
Colombia
country?
relations.
What country?
Colombia, with the president
Okay.
of Colombia, Gustavo
Yes,
Petro,
I
your
had a
meeting.
very good talk with him yesterday, and he's been very hostile to us and to the nation and to me, called me a dictator and lots of other things. Called Biden some terrible names, far worse than he called me. But he called yesterday through people, and he wants to meet, and that's fine with me. I've made up with people also, So we're going to have a meeting with him. We had a very good conversation. The people of Colombia are incredible people. Marco would know that better than anybody because he's married to a woman from Colombia. And I don't mean Columbia University. That would be, I'm not sure. I think I like Columbia, the country, better. If you want to know the truth, the people are.
Oh, he better chill because they next too.
The people, hold it. The people are great people. I look forward to meeting with them. Going to meet in the very near future.
Would you meet the interim president of Venezuela here in the White House? Would you greet her to discuss the fate of the oil?
Yeah, well, I'm going to meet a lot of people, and we're going to meet. We meet a lot of people. When you end 8 wars, you get to know a lot of people, and I think it's very important. As an example, we have over $18 trillion. Think of that, $18 trillion coming into our country. A lot of that's coming in from foreign countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE and others. And I get to meet a lot of people, but I will be meeting with various representatives of Venezuela, probably pretty soon. We haven't set that up. But the relationship that we have with the people that are currently running Venezuela is very good. We also have a young lady that received the Nobel Peace Prize. She's going to come in and pay her regards to our country, really, to me. But, I'm a representative of the country, nothing else. And she's coming in sometime next week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday. And we'll see how that is. But no, we're dealing with the people from Venezuela. We're dealing with them very well. I think they've been very smart in the way they've dealt with us, frankly, because that whole place could have been obliterated with one more strike, and we didn't want to do that.
But on Venezuela and your meeting with Machado next week, if she gives you her Nobel Peace Prize, will that change your view about her running that country?
Well, I have to speak to her. I'm going to have to speak to her. She might be involved in some aspect of it. I will have to speak to her. I think it's very nice that she wants to come in, and that's what I understand the reason is, because Norway is very embarrassed by what took place. They're getting decimated. Look, whether people like Trump or don't like Trump, I settled 8 wars, big ones, some going on for 36 years, 32 years, 31 years, 28 years, 25 years, some just getting ready to start, like India and Pakistan, where already 8 jets were shot out of the air, and I got it done in rapid order without nuclear weapons. I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me, and I don't want to be bragging, but nobody else settled wars. Obama got the Nobel Prize. He had no idea why. He still has no idea. He walks around and he says, I got the Nobel Prize. Why did he get a Nobel Prize? He got it almost immediately upon attaining office, and he didn't do anything, and he was a bad president. So, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. These were major wars. These were wars that nobody thought could be stopped. President Putin called me and he said about 2 of the wars that he's been trying to stop them for 10 years. He wasn't able to do it. He couldn't believe it. So in theory, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. Every one of them was major. But I don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives. I've saved tens of millions of lives. The Prime Minister of Pakistan came here and he made a very public statement, million lives, having to do with Pakistan and India, and that was going to be raging. So, but I'm honored that she's coming here. I look forward to meeting her, yes.
Bro, everybody catching strays. Putin, everybody catching super strays.
Go ahead.
The state officials there have said that the FBI is not sharing evidence with them. Typically, they would conduct a joint investigation, as you know. Do you believe that the FBI should be sharing evidence with state officials in Minnesota?
Well, normally I would, but they're crooked officials. I mean, Minneapolis and Minnesota, what a beautiful place, but it's being destroyed. It's got an incompetent governor, fool. I mean, he's a stupid person. And it looks like the number could be $19 billion stolen from a lot of people, but largely people from Somalia. They buy their vote. They vote in a group. They buy their vote. They sell more Mercedes-Benzes in that area than almost. Can you imagine? You come over with no money, and then shortly thereafter you're driving a Mercedes-Benz. The whole thing is ridiculous. So they're very corrupt people. It's a very corrupt state. I feel that I won Minnesota. I think I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won it since Richard Nixon won it many, many years ago. I won it all 3 times, in my opinion. And it's a corrupt state, a corrupt voting state. And the Republicans ought to get smart and demand on voter ID. They ought to demand maybe same-day voting and all of the other things that you have to have a safe election. But I won Minnesota 3 times, and I didn't get credit for it. I did so well in that state. Every time the people were crying every time after. That's a crooked state. California is a crooked state. Many crooked states. We have a very, very dishonest voting system. The last time I won, 24, the one that just took place, I won because it was too big to rig. You couldn't rig it. It was too big. But I won the state of Minnesota. It's a corrupt voting system with an incompetent governor, a very incompetent governor. And by the way, he's a very corrupt governor, too. Go ahead.
I have a question on Iran, but first, very quickly on Venezuela. How do you provide total security guarantees to these companies without putting U.S. boots on the ground?
Well, we're going to work with the Venezuelan leaders and people, and we're going to have a very safe group. And they're going to also bring over some security with them. You know, these are not babies. These are people that drill oil in some pretty rough places. I could say a couple of those places make Venezuela look like a picnic. These people around the table, these are tough people. They go into areas that you wouldn't want to go. They go into areas that if they invited me, I'd say, no thanks, I'll see you back in Palm Beach. No, this is a tough group of people. They know how to do it. But we are, in addition to that, we'll have very good security for them. We're going to make sure that it's very, very good security. And I think the people of Venezuela are going to give you very good security. You know, the people... No, I'm not talking even...
At this point, they're going to have to capture Trump. Somebody in New York or Chicago going to have to lure his ass into a back alley talking about some check it out. Anyhow, you go to any of these major cities and a nigga talking about some check it out, do not go and check it out. Because it's going to out-check you. All right, let's go, y'all. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Interesting times we're living in. Let's get it.
In leadership, the people of Venezuela are going wild over this. They named a street after President Trump. What do? You attack a country and they name a street? That's never happened before. Although I heard that's also taking place in Iran. They named a street. The protesters. I just hope, just God bless them. I just hope the protesters in Iran are going to be safe, because that's a very dangerous place right now. And again, I tell the Iranian leaders, you better not start shooting, because we'll start shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have 2 questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then, if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini. The message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Iran, yeah.
What do I want Iran to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question
So
is
what are
on
you
Europe.
asking about Iran for?
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, is led by me. There's no fear of Europe. Europe's fallen behind, and Europe. And JD said it very strongly. I don't know. He took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe essentially. I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be because, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable. And they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing. And by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China. And all you have to do is, just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas and some nuclear, not much, but they don't have windmills. They make them and sell them to suckers like Europe and suckers like the United States before. They are the worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy, and in 8 years they're rotted out anyway. Go take a look at Palm Springs, California, and take a look at what that looks like. It looks like a junkyard of steel. So we don't approve, and I've told my people, we will not approve windmills. Maybe we get forced to do something because some stupid person in the Biden administration agreed to do something years ago. We will not approve any windmills in this country.
Bro, when old niggas be hurling out insults, they mean that shit. You say he's right about windmills. Imagine having Duracell batteries than choosing a potato. Damn.
On Venezuela, is it ultimately more important to you to establish?
And I mean, the windmill thing makes sense, y'all, because they're trying to go green. See how that turned out, y'all.
Stability there or democracy there?
Well, you're talking about maybe the same thing. I mean, you're talking about stability or democracy. I don't know. To me, it's almost the same thing. We want stability, but we do want democracy. Ultimately, it'll be democracy. Peter?
I do have a policy question, President Trump, but I'm having a hard time seeing here. I see the American flag lapel pin. What is the other lapel pin on?
Somebody gave me this. You know what that is? That's called a happy Trump. And considering the fact that I'm never happy, I'm never satisfied, I will never be satisfied until we make America great again, but we're getting pretty close, I'll tell you what. This is called a happy Trump. Somebody gave it to me, I put it on.
Thank you. And the policy question. How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. And I'm a man, and by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land. I'm sure we had lots of boats go there also, but we need that because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russians.
Hey, y'all hit that poll. Please support the show and please hit that poll. We got a poll in the chat. Who's next? Is Greenland cooked? Is Cuba done? or is Colombia fried to fricassee? 2 votes and 100% says they'll land a deal.
Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way. Please, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. President, why is it so important to you to own it when you have a military presence there, which you could expand to affect security?
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to own it. And, you know, with a nation, look at what happened with Obama, with that horrible deal they made with Iran. It was a short-term deal. It was like a 9-year deal. Countries can't make 9-year deals or even 100-year deals. Countries have to have ownership. And you defend ownership, you don't defend leases. And we'll have to defend Greenland. If we don't do it, China or Russia will. It's not going to happen. We are not going to have, and I like China, I like Russia, I love the people of China, I love the people of Russia. I get along very well with President Putin, but I'm very disappointed in him. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to go over to China in April, but I don't want them as a neighbor in Greenland. Not going to happen. And by the way, and NATO's got to understand that. I'm all for NATO. I saved NATO. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now. But we're not going to allow Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't. Go ahead.
Mr. President, one, can you respond to that? And two,
Yeah, it was an amazing report. The most amazing thing is government jobs are way down, and yet the unemployment or the employment numbers are very good. We've gotten rid of tremendous numbers of federal government jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, and yet the employment numbers are very good. They're really getting better. But now we have all those people to work in the private sector for a lot more money.
They're horrible.
I think that's one of the very big things. The other thing is at 5.4%. And remember, this is after we had a shutdown. And that shutdown had an impact because the concept of the shutdown, even though it's before, people knew we were going to be shutting down. A lot of bad things happened. And by the way, on January 30th, you may have another shutdown. We'll see what happens. But I think the numbers, Caitlin, were really amazing. Look, to think about 5.4%, nobody thought that. They thought it was going to be 2%. And you know what it is? It's tariffs. And it's also November 5th. We had a great election, a great election. Our country was dead 1.5 years ago. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I hope you guys were impressed. 5.4%. And we haven't even really transitioned yet. There's no reason it can't be much, much higher than that. Yeah.
And that's crazy. Y'all couldn't even get a fucking sentence out of Joe Biden without a bunch of oohs and ahs and uhs and stuff like that. Y'all couldn't get an honest sentence out of Joe Biden. And here you have somebody actually telling you what the hell's going on. Oh my goodness.
First off, can you respond to the manufacturing
Let's
number?
give CNN a chance. You know, they've been fighting
also,
so hard to get back into the mainstream.
Mr. President, you posted some numbers actually on Truth Social last night. People saying you posted the job data early when you're not supposed to obviously share it till the next morning. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I don't know. If they posted them, I said post them whenever you get a chance. I don't know. They gave me some numbers. When people give me things, I post them. But the numbers are amazing. Yeah, please.
Administration plan to distribute the money from the Venezuela oil sales? Is it, obviously you say it's going to go into these controlled accounts.
Yeah.
Would it go back to Venezuela in a
Yeah.
direct payment? Is it going through these goods? How do you plan to do that?
Well,
And
we
then I have
want
a
to make
second
sure that Venezuela can survive. You know, Venezuela needs money, and we're going to make sure that they get money, and we're going to get money, and the oil companies are going to make something for the work they do, and they're going to get back their money. We're devising a formula, but it won't be so much of a formula. It's going to be what they need. We're going to take care of what they need. There'll be plenty left over. We're going to have a lot of money left over. And the money left over is going to the United States of America, and the oil companies are going to be very happy. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Would the administration offer a backstop to these oil companies for like financial guarantees, some sort of backstop, if the country did destabilize again?
That's a very interesting question. Using the word backstop, I haven't heard that word in a long time. That was at the Wharton School of Finance I last heard. That's a good term. We ought to use it more often. I hope I don't have to give a backstop. I'm just, look, these are very smart people, the smartest people. They're not only in oil and business. These are the biggest companies in the world sitting around this table. They know the risks. I mean, there are risks. We're going to help them out. We're going to make it real easy. They're going to be there for a long time. We're going to be there together for a long, long time. And they're going to be taking the oil and they're going to be bringing oil prices down. They're going to make a lot of money. They're going to get their money back. They're going to be safe. The people of Venezuela are going to be big beneficiaries, and the United
Talking about he gonna do business, y'all.
States of America is going to be a big beneficiary for what we've done. And you know, one other thing I might say, it's also very big for national security because, again, just like Greenland, we can't have China or Russia occupy Greenland. We can't have China or Russia occupy Venezuela. And if we didn't do what we did, China or Russia would have been in Venezuela. I think I can measure. Where's Mr. Chevron? So let me ask you, they would have been there if we didn't do this. Do you agree with that?
They certainly have a lot of economic interests in country. There's absolutely no argument about that.
They were trying to be there. I mean, you know.
I mean, you don't want them that close to D.C. and Greenland. I mean, you could play with them in the Caribbean, but not no goddamn Greenland.
We had a Russia, I guess sort of I call it a semi-Russian ship yesterday that we took over, and Russia decided not to defend that ship against us. It's a big movement. The ship was loaded up with oil, and we took the oil, and it came out of that port. But Russia would be there or China would be there, and we want them to be there for a different reason. We want them, do you people agree? In particular, China, they need a lot of oil. Russia doesn't need so much, but Russia was there anyway. But I assume you agree that China would like to be doing a lot of business there by buying oil, and I want to just tell President Xi and President Putin, but more so in this case, President Xi, because they do need a lot of oil. And we are open for business in the United States, and we are open for business in Venezuela, right? Go ahead, sure.
Mr. President,
You know,
what is your
I could take questions from these people all day long. You know, they're sitting here, and generally they're very rich, very powerful, but nobody gives a damn about them. It's a sad thing. You have all that money, all that power, and look at all these crazy questions. We could do this all day long and they wouldn't be satisfied.
I have a question on today's meeting, Mr. President.
We'll take a few more,
I have
though.
a question on today's meeting, Mr. President.
Let me ask you more importantly, do you have any questions from the biggest?
Yes, sir.
Hold it. Do you have any questions for the biggest people on earth, the biggest business people, the biggest companies anywhere on earth? Do you have any questions for these people? No, do you have a question for them? Go ahead, ask them a question.
Right, they smothering him with all the damn questions.
To rebuilding the oil infrastructure in Venezuela, and for the executives in the room, what do you need from the administration in order to invest?
That's a good question. Do you want to go and answer that question?
Yeah.
Exxon, small company.
I'll refer you back to the statements I made before. There are a number of legal and commercial frameworks that would have to be established to even understand what kind of returns that we'd get on the investments. So I think all the investments and the opportunity sets, I think everyone sitting around this table would have the opportunity and the know-how and the capability to make the investments. The questions will ultimately be how durable are the protections from a financial standpoint, what do the returns look like, what are the commercial arrangements, the legal frameworks, all those things have to be put in place in order to make a decision to understand what your return would be over the next several decades that these $1 billion investments would be made on.
You know, could I do this? Because we have, again, the biggest people on the planet Earth around this table, biggest companies in the world. I'd like to just ask them to introduce themselves. We'll start from this end and go around to here. And if you have anything to quickly say, we can do that. But you want to just start right over here? These two guys, we'll leave them out because they're with us. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. John Addison at VTOL. We're here to ensure that you are going to be able to move all of this oil all around the world at the best.
They better be careful introducing themselves, and now I hope it don't turn into a trend where everybody starts to get kidnapped and held for ransom. You know what I'm saying? And look how much game, we be dropping over here at Player Talk Radio. I'm gonna give y'all some real game. Real rich people, they pay to stay out of the limelight. But, I guess if he didn't introduce them, then people will be doing these hit pieces, just like what we seen earlier today, where people are like, oh, who is this person around Trump? This is the such and such of such and such, and he's keeping him around for such and. It's like, nah. He's right. Let them introduce themselves. So, hey, but good luck.
Best price possible so that the influence that you have over the Venezuelans will ensure that you get what you want.
Thank you. Thank you. Good point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ryan Sheffield of Formentera. My grandfather, Hugh Sheffield, was president of ARCO, Venezuela.
Right.
Thank you for what you did.
Do you like what we're doing?
There's a lot of shell there, a lot of upside.
Yeah, I know Maduro's sitting in his cell like, man, fuck these niggas, man. Over the years, he probably did so much favors for them and helped them out, and they're up here, Mr. President, thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He would be very happy looking down. He'd be very proud of you right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. President, Luis Rodriguez, I'm probably the only Venezuelan American sitting around this table. I want to personally thank you for the courage of your actions over the last couple of weeks. I think I speak, and I speak of Venezuela in general in saying there's optimism. You've brought optimism to the table, and if the conditions are met, the opportunity is absolutely immense.
I agree with that. That's true. Thank you. Well said, too. It's immense. This is a tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Richard Holton from Trafigura. We're working with your administration, Mr. President, to bring that Venezuelan oil to the United States. Our first vessel should load in the next week.
Great. Good job. Thank you.
Uh-oh. So remember I was asking you guys, to let me know when it might happen. He said the first barrel might land next week. Could we have a Venezuelan spring on the way for those gas prices?
I think the reason that most of us are here and thinking about the future.
Oh, this is the guy with the fucked up throat.
Is because we trust you initially to set.
Oh, no, it's a different guy. Never mind.
This program up that will work and guarantee that this can be done. And there's a huge investment that needs to be done. We've all agreed on that. And certainly we need time to see that through. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Lane Riggs, CEO of Valero Energy, and we're one of those companies that refineries in the U.S. are uniquely configured to run Venezuelan oil, and we're more than happy as this opportunity expands for us to further invest in our refineries to produce more of it.
And you're very much set up for the heavy oil, right?
Yes, sir.
That's great.
Heavy oil.
Great. We're really...
Yeah, you heard that, y'all? Heavy oil.
We're ready for it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for having us.
Heavy oil,
But you
y'all.
got to have vision.
Heavy oil. No more fucked up deals, y'all.
My nigga, don't put me on camera, bro. Nah, you good, you good. 1,500 Asian lady did them.
At the dentist?
Yeah.
Nah, bro, you gotta go back, bro. Did they what did they do?
They gonna file them down, but you know what I'm saying?
They put them over your regular teeth?
Nah, they took my teeth out and they gotta file them, bro.
Nah, fam. Nah, bro, you gotta
really
go back.
hot-siding them. You hot-siding them.
Nah, I'm just
For
saying,
real,
bro.
For
The
real.
bitch is big, bro. You ain't seen yourself? Bro, I'm just saying, bro.
Here, and thank you for opening the door to a better Venezuela. We are a Spanish company, but we are fully committed to invest here in the States. We have invested over the last 15 years $21 billion in the American oil and gas industry, in Pennsylvania, in the Gulf of America, in Texas, and in Alaska, with the discovery of Pika that is going to have the first oil this quarter and is going to change, is going to reverse the declining history of that great state of Alaska. We are in Venezuela, Mr. President, with our partners of ENI. We produce the gas that guarantees the stability of a half of the grid power in Venezuela. So we are committed with this stability, and on top of that, we are on the ground, we have people, we have facilities, we have technical capabilities, and I take your point, Mr. President. We are ready to invest more in Venezuela. Today, we are producing 45,000 barrels a day gross of oil, and we are ready to multiply by 3 this figure in coming 2-3 years, investing hard in the country, following your recommendation, if you allow us, of course, and in the framework, commercial and legal framework that could allow this growth. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job you've done. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for having me. Matt Sheehy, I'm with Tallgrass Energy. We are an infrastructure business, so whether it's oil, gas, CO2, we move that around. So most of my customers are sitting around the table and happy to lend our expertise to what's going on in Venezuela to support the people. And obviously infrastructure is going to be critical to
Good job.
see it repaired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. An honor to be here. Marianne Mannon, Marathon Petroleum. We are one of the largest U.S. refiners. On behalf of the men and women of Marathon Petroleum and of our industry, thank you and the administration for what you're doing for U.S. energy independence. We have the ability and the capability of our assets to process Venezuelan crude, and the people of Marathon Petroleum stand ready to do so.
Thanks.
Do we need more refineries in our country?
In the U.S., probably
Yes.
not. We have sufficient capacity.
It's amazing. A lot of it was approved during my first term. We were getting you approvals that nobody could have gotten in Louisiana. And
See, he got whole teams and people ready at his disposal to do what he needs to do. He's not sitting up here playing guess games. The Democrats are playing guess games. They mad because he made this move, but it's like, well, what are y'all gonna do? I don't know. Well, you shouldn't have made that move. These are the same people that want oil or use oil. I hate to say it like this, but let me tell you something that rich people know that a lot of people don't. Somebody in the family or your family had to finesse some shit. I'm just gonna keep it a thou wow with you. Yeah, you can work hard and get rich. Yeah, that's nice and shit like that. Them niggas usually get shit taken from them. But nigga, when you steal something and say, "Oh, we playing for keeps," it hit a little bit different. People think a little twice about stealing something from you. You know, I hate to say it like that, but it's. If I broke, now my business. I'm just saying, man. All right, 3 hours and 3 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. You can support the show via Cash App. That's $ PTV 888. That's $ PTV 888. You can support the show via PayPal. You can support the show via books, you know, merch. We got it, you know. Also, you can support the show by heading over to hempforfitness.com and take advantage of organic. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, you can head over to hempforfitness.com, take advantage of their organic selection. And also use code T-Tube10 to get 10% off your order. And also you can use coupon code CUDA. If you mention CUDA, you'll get 2 free gifts. Can't beat that with a motherfucking wiffle bat. Alright, shout out to everybody in the building. Let me read comments. He said the CEOs are worse when it comes to glazing. All I hear is a lot of thank you, Mr. President. Right, right. Same thing with the medical people when he legalized medical cannabis the other day. Democrats want to play with people private parts and steal money from this deal. Yeah, that's another thing too that a lot of people aren't talking about. They'll be eating off this deal and act like they ain't. You know. And then I don't even think Trump is open to even talk about that they're eating from this deal also on the back end. You know, pockets get lined up, y'all. You know, they've been making money from oil and all this other stuff for the longest time. So for sure, I agree. All right. Shouts to everybody in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. Please support the show.
Put your pussy lips on live. I'll give you $1,000.
And shout out to everybody supporting the show. Let's go.
I would like to thank God Almighty for giving everybody so much and me so little. I hate you, I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Remember when they had the Chinese player? Had the player hate his ball? He said, you bitches better recognize.
Other places, and they got built. Before that, it was a disaster. We didn't have the refineries. Now we do because of the first term. Please.
Darren Woods, ExxonMobil.
Okay, we'll go over here.
I'm tired of hearing what Trump is doing in Venezuela, in the Panama Canal and shit like that, but we're not hearing about what the Clintons did down in Haiti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff Hildebrand, founder and chairman of Hillcorp Energy, one of the largest private energy companies in America.
Who's bigger, you or Harold?
We're close.
Huh?
We're close. Harold. Absolutely, Mr. Ham. But thank you for your great, tremendous leadership in protecting the interests in the Western Hemisphere. The message that you have sent to China and our enemies to stay out of our backyard is absolutely fantastic. So thank you.
Look at this fool. Listen, he just said he wanted to be friendly with China. He just don't want them in our backyard. Why would this asshole get on here and say, end our enemies? Oh, these people can't help but tell on themselves, bro. And listen, you know, we over here at Player Talk Radio, we follow hip-hop and everything too, but bro, you think rappers be self-snitching on themselves? Oh, you haven't been in a room with a politician. They self-snitch on themselves all the time. It's just that you got to catch the words that they use, innuendos and stuff.
Thank you very much.
And finally, Hillcorp is fully committed and ready to go to rebuilding the infrastructure in Venezuela.
You'll go there? You'll be going?
Yes.
Good. That's good. You'll be very happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Jeff Miller, CEO, Halliburton Company.
Yeah, it's two heads on the same snake. He said they'll talk that two wings, same bird talk. It's the perfect cover because it's gang banging, but it's obvious both sides don't like Trump. But that cover allows double the blame for sure, and he's been taking extra blame that really doesn't go to him. You know, gang banging. I mean, look at Big U. Look at Big U. You don't think Big U's taking extra blame? The thing is that he can't say, hey. Well, he can. I mean, obviously, if he snitches or whatever, or takes a proffer deal like on the crimes that he did, but that's still snitching, you know. So Big U about to go down for some shit he probably still haven't done either. But hey, gang banging. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. You know they're not gonna mention that part.
We are the largest American oilfield services company. We're the second largest in the world. Been in business over 100 years. Started operations in Venezuela in 1938. Long time in Venezuela. I personally lived there for 4 years and raised my kids there. So quite familiar with Venezuela, and just couldn't express gratitude more so for the opportunity to return to Venezuela under the stability that I know that this team and your team are able to deliver. And so
When did you leave?
Huh?
When did you leave Venezuela?
As a company, we left under the sanctions in 2019. So we had intended to stay, and then when the sanctions went into
You know, I don't think there has been ever been a country that the Glacier Man hasn't been to that we haven't waged war with. You know? Give me 1 second.
place, we were required to leave, but very much interested in returning. Have 600 Venezuelans with Halliburton today, all around the world. Look forward to putting them back to work.
Great job. Great
Thank
job.
you.
You'll be back. Please.
Mr. President, I'm Alex Cranberg. My company, Aspect Energy, is one of the leading American international wildcatters. We've found significant fields in central
Are
and
you a
south.
wildcatter?
I'm a wildcatter.
That's pretty cool. I'll tell you. I would have been a wildcatter too if I was in. And you've been successfully wildcatting.
We've found significant fields in Central and South America, in the Middle East, and in Europe. We're a leading
That's
oil
great.
producer in Hungary. But probably the most pertinent example is our
Y'all already know.
Wasting your time, drinking that wine, smoking that smoke, doing that coke, dealing that dope, giving up hope, gang banging, gang banging.
All right.
As what a wildcatter does is take on risk and try to reduce it, and then other people come in and put more capital in later, so we're kind of kickstarters in the oil industry. We went into Kurdistan very early on, back when people told us it wasn't safe and we shouldn't do it. We found a big field there, and it ultimately has got to be developed along with one of my colleagues here to be one of the big leading fields in Kurdistan. We think that Venezuela has a tremendous amount of opportunity. If you look at the reinvestment required, the investment required, people are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. But if you put that in perspective, that's 1 million barrels a day for 15 years is $220 billion net cash flow. So what we really need to do is to be able to kickstart production and then reinvest and have the confidence to reinvest. And what you're doing by putting the United States in control of the cash flow coming out of the country, it gives companies like ours the confidence to say we can kickstart this production and then reinvest and reinvest. In Hungary, we've invested $1 billion in changing the trajectory of Hungarian oil production.
Hey, has anybody checked on Elon? Is Elon okay? I haven't heard from Elon in a minute. Hold on, y'all.
We were only able to do that not because we could write $1 billion check, we're a smaller company, but because we reinvest all the cash flow back into new production.
Good.
Mark
Good
Nelson,
job.
Mark Nelson with Chevron again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Claudio Descalzi and ICO, Italy. We started working in Venezuela in 1980. We have a lot of oil, but now just the gas is flowing because it's not under sanction. And as my colleague from Repsol said, we cover more than...
Oh, Trump know what he's doing. Look at this. So Maduro been talking shit for a good minute. Maduro challenges Elon Musk to a fight. He said run that fade. He gonna have enough fades in the prison though.
Who does this challenge that I made to him? Let's give it to each other. But come over here to the polyhedron, you and me. If I beat you, I'll accept you, old Mars. But you're going with me.
Alright, so Musk provides free internet in Venezuela. When did this come out?
Elon Musk has announced that his company Starlink is going to provide free internet service for Venezuela till 3rd of February. Remember, Venezuela is facing a massive political crisis, and during moments like this, the internet is often the first thing to go down. But Starlink doesn't rely on cables or mobile towers. It works from satellite in space.
Shout outs to War Master, Starlink. Dang, we really looking out for Venezuela.
Meaning, even if local networks shut down, people will stay connected. This move comes right after US attacked Venezuela and captured the president, Nicolas Maduro. In fact,
hold on, UFO says video released of stud Karen talking shit to ICE just before trying to flee and being shot. Yeah. I saw the video, but I didn't know what it was. Well, I knew it was ICE, but I didn't know that was the same video. So people are gonna leave that she was in a truck trying to run some shit over. Like people going downplay vehicular manslaughter.
Musk publicly congratulated Trump and backed the US action. And now US President Donald Trump has said that US will temporarily oversee Venezuela during this transition. But at this time, Musk's open support for Trump definitely signals that their long-running feud might come to an end soon. Elon Musk has announced that his...
And I think Trump just told on himself when he says, "I've made up with a lot of people." I think he's mentioning Elon. Damn. Yeah, we about to have a little bit of fun, y'all. All right.
And about 50% of the electricity in the country, so that is essential to avoid any kind of problem, social problem. We own about 4 billion barrels of reserves.
Yeah, wait till that body cam footage really drops.
So a huge amount in the Orinoco Belt and in central Venezuela.
I think that's the only good thing about this, y'all, that they have body cam. You know, at least the ICE people have body cams. So.
Now in the country 500 people, most Venezuelan, and we are ready to invest. Clearly, we are ready to invest. We thank you for the big efforts and the efficiency of your action, and we are here. And we are here to work together with the U.S. We are also a big investor in the U.S. So
I know that.
We thank you again, and we are there. And we are also ready to join with American companies in our assets to develop and go faster with good investors and good know-how from the U.S. company.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You've done a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President Ross Perot, good to see you again. I'm chairman of Hillwood and HKN Energy. Been in the energy business 45 years. And we have been working with your team quite a bit. We have been in Kurdistan now for 19 years, along with Alex, and built a very good business. But now with your team, we're looking in Syria, we're now in Libya, and so we are very excited to look at Venezuela with you and your group, and look forward to continuing to build this great industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's bringing in the oil people now, so they don't need to be in the Middle East no more.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here today. Wael Salwan from Shell. Of course, we have a huge presence here in the U.S., in the Gulf, as well as in Pennsylvania with a petrochemical facility, which I think we had the opportunity to host you at, as well as being one of the largest LNG off-takers of American LNG. We have been in Venezuela for a very long time. We actually drilled in 1914 the first well that discovered oil in Venezuela, and on the back of which the entire energy industry was established in Venezuela. When we left in the 1970s because of nationalization, we had 1 million barrels per day of production.
This is what I was trying to tell Sugar Bum earlier. I'm like, man, y'all not even war-minded. Show me a group of women or a podcast full of women talking about importing barrels of oil and all kinds of stuff to maintain infrastructure and stuff like that. Doesn't really exist. Now, shout outs to the sisters and the women that can really talk politics, but I don't know, man. And why haven't we been hearing from the usual suspects? You know, we got to go check on Candace. Did Tariq say something? I mean, usually he does say something. And shout outs to Party. I haven't forgot about you, bro. I still got the Jason Black video queued up, so let's get it.
But we have kept boots on the ground in Venezuela all this time, and we now have a few $1 billion worth of opportunities to invest in, subject to OFAC approval. So we are ready to go and looking forward to the...
Because it's really asinine to a certain degree for the Black American male that absolutely, if anybody on the damn planet identifies with the dominant society, to pretend like he ain't about taking over no shit also. All right, let's go.
Investments in support of the Venezuelan people.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ben Marshall, the America's CEO for Vitol. Alongside Trafigura, we're very thankful to have worked with the government and the Venezuelans to be able to bring the crude oil to market at a market price as quickly as we can to help.
Right. They haven't even struck a deal with Korea to start importing them hair. Start importing the hair. Well, some of them have. I'm not even gonna lie. Some you do got some business women in the hood, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Shout out to Party.
As a country. Thank you.
Thank you.
She eating crow.
Brian Lance, ConocoPhillips. I'll defer to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Olivier Lepoche, CEO of SLB, or formerly known as Schlumberger, the largest global oilfield services.
Get a barrel of that yaki.
We have been in Venezuela since 1930, and we still operate. We operate today on the ground with and in support of Chevron. We have ability to scale. We have 1,100 Venezuelans in the company, 2,000 additional that are calling us to go back to country and to go back to work. We're able to mobilize in the last 18 months 2 rigs and deliver 50 wells with success. So we're here. We have knowledge of the subsurface like nobody else has. We have boots on the ground, capacity on the ground, $700 million of equipment value on the ground in Venezuela, ready to mobilize for all of our partners, customers. So we are ready to scale fast, and we really want to thank the administration, Secretary Wright, Secretary Bergen, for the effort they are supporting and giving us to be successful on behalf of the Venezuelan oil and gas industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, check this out. They say the very best for last. And I don't have that sexy accent like this guy next to me here. Mr. President, my name's Bill Armstrong of Armstrong Oil and Gas. I'm a private independent guy. And in real estate, you were a wildcatter. So wear that motto proudly. But like you, I was my own guy. I don't have shareholders. I don't have private equity partners, but I've been drilling all over the place. In fact, I had the largest discovery in Alaska, biggest discovery in 50 years in our country. I now control 8 million acres adjacent to Venezuela, so I'm already heavily invested in the area. We share a 150-mile border with Venezuela in the countries of Aruba and Curacao, and we are ready to go to Venezuela. It is, in real estate terms, it is prime real estate, and it's kind of like West Palm about 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Very ripe.
Yep, I agree with you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I think what we're going to do is speak without the press to these gentlemen, see what kind of a deal we can make. We're going to get them involved. I'm going to ask Doug and Chris and some of the people that we have from the business standpoint representing our country to start talking about the confines of a deal. I have an idea what I want, what I think we should have. We have to get them to invest, and then we have to get their money back as quickly as we can, and then we can divvy it all up between Venezuela, the United States, and them. I think it's simple. I think the formula is simple. We start with a brand new plate, and it's going to be a tremendous success. I think it's going to be probably like few other things could ever be. There's so much. Venezuela's been really taken advantage of by a lot of people because they drill very little. I mean, as much as you hear they drill very, very little, very small percentage. But now that'll change, and it'll change very rapidly because these are the biggest people, and it'll change very rapidly. So if you don't mind, I'll ask the press to leave, and we will see what kind of a deal we're going to make with these geniuses, and I think you're going to come out very good. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Damn. Billionaire things, y'all. Billionaire things.
A robust meeting with oil executives and President Trump right there at the White House, and flanked with his team from Susie Wiles to Stephen Miller, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Chris Wright at Energy, as well as the Vice President of the United States. A whole host of questions coming from the White House poll, specifically on Minnesota.
Bro, this tycoon talk right here, man.
To Greenland, to oil and gas ventures in Venezuela, among the future of our great country. So one to recap in case you were late for it, roughly over the last course of 90 minutes. Thank you to All Family Pharmacy for their great support here on the right side of history. 10% off right now with code RSBN10. Ivermectin, antibiotics, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, antivirals, even maintenance medications, up to 300 medications for you and yours to protect you during this cold and flu and COVID season. Tamiflu, very important this time of year as well. It's the pharmacy that supports medical freedom and right to try and most favored nation status, and to obtain those generic off-label medications that your pharmacy down the street may not prescribe to you. So if you have no insurance, it's no problem, no red tape, no hassle. Just a certified licensed doctor on the other end right here in the United States to review your order and send it right to your door at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Code RSBN10 for 10% off these life-saving medications. They care about you, they care about your freedom, and they care about the future of pharmaceutical practices, and the fact that these medications have been on the market for over half a century in many cases, FDA approved. But
I mean, listen, y'all can get y'all medicine for real, from the grocery store. You know, get some moringa seeds, some turmeric. Start eating some Middle Eastern food. Speaking of oil, get some stuff with curcumin in it. You know, some blueberries, some antioxidants. It's not hard, you know. So y'all don't sound like me, all right? Working while sick, all right? Let's go.
I have really been called out, and
thank you everybody that wished me a happy birthday also, man. It was an interesting birthday to say the least. I stayed in bed. Let's go.
Misinterpreted over the last few years for various reasons. So scan that QR code there now and have access to these life-saving medications, good to have in your medicine cabinet or to take on the road with you for your travels. Also, thank you to Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN. In case you missed April 15th of last year or October 15th of this year, perhaps you started a new business or just life got in the way. We can understand that. Protect yourself from the IRS.
All right. So he pushing it, you know. But shout outs to everybody here. I did not know Elon Musk and Venezuela had this type of relationship. They're gonna make us read in support of the people of Venezuela. Shout outs to War Master. Hopefully War Master can really break down Starlink or Raven, you know. Shout outs to my tech bros. You know, you guys been talking about Starlink for the longest time, and look, Venezuela about to get the best, like, you know. And I mean, I'm gonna give y'all the game. That's what all of these cities are posturing themselves up for. I've been saying this for a long time. DC, all of these major cities and countries that have these major cities in them, obviously, they're you know, they have to be built to be ran 24/7. You know, so they have to, you know, it's like a rush to see who's going to be eccentric, you know. So, you know, Starlink giving free broadband service to the people of Venezuela. He gonna have all the intelligence on the bullshit they got going on there, going over those wavelengths. They can't even hide it, but let's go. Crazy. This is like the biggest get back. This is get back game. He challenged your man to a fight. He had a black eye. And now Starlink is all over Venezuela. Elon got the last laugh, y'all. I was looking at this the other day while I was sick. How they actually got him. So he tried to run into a room, and
how do you capture a high-value target when the whole world is watching?
They blitzed him so fast he couldn't lock the door.
You create a masterclass.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
In deception. The CIA set the stage with a single building as bait and filled the sky with 150 aircraft to create a deafening sonic shield for the helicopters.
He created a whole diversion
to drop Delta forces. F-35s lit up the perimeter, turning night into day. By the time the dust settled, the helicopters had already touched down and Maduro was gone. We'll also look at how the U.S. uses the F-35 jets and its Navy to launch a large-scale attack, all in the video ahead. In the dead of night that is 2 in the morning, the lights went out in Caracas. By 5 a.m., the president of Venezuela was gone. But how U.S. played in deception games. While the whole world were focused on the aircraft carriers in the Caribbean, a shadow war was being fought on the ground. This wasn't an invasion, it was a surgical extraction.
Yeah, he got him out of a military town, so he was already being protected. All right, so
we finally have the declassified timeline of how U.S. forces breached the heart of Caracas and extracted Nicolas Maduro. Let's start with step 1, the setup. This didn't happen overnight. For months, the U.S. had been tightening a naval quarantine around Venezuela. The U.S. Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group and the U.S. Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group were parked off the coast. The pretext was clear. The U.S. designated the Venezuelan government a narco-terrorist state, specifically targeting the drugs lords, but while the Navy squeezed the coast, intelligence assets were tracking one man. They waited for a specific window, a moment where Maduro was stationary and vulnerable. Step 2, the strike. It began at exactly 2 in the morning Venezuelan Standard Time. High above, several F-35 stealth fighters punch a hole through the enemy lines, destabilizing their anti-air defenses. Like these Russian S-300 missiles located all over the strategic high-value target. With the skies clear, the path opens for Delta Force helicopters to fly straight towards the mission. Here comes the deception as the helicopters flew. The jets started firing with more strikes as it hit Fort Tuna, the main military base and command center, and La Carlota Air Base, destabilizing Venezuelan air support. Reports from the ground described widespread explosions and a sudden communications blackout. The chaos wasn't the goal, it was the cover. But how did the raid happen? We have to look at step 3. Under the cover of darkness and chaos, the Tier 1 operators went to work. But what is the exact unit tasked with the mission? It is the Delta Force, one of the most elite secretive special forces units in the US military. Witnesses in Caracas reported low-flying aircraft skimming the rooftops, flying well below radar coverage. The team breached a secure compound believed to be a safe house within the massive Fort Tuna complex. Resistance from the Venezuelan Presidential Guard was swift but ultimately futile, as the helicopters lay cover fire. The operators moved with surgical speed, landing on multiple points. But how exactly the capture and extraction happened? For this, let's look at step 4. Specialized helicopters hovered over the objective to insert the assault team. While dozens of attack helicopters laid down suppression fire, the Delta Special Force...
What's going on, War Master? Good to see you, bro. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Yes, sir. And it's good to see that you're on the, not the vertical, but the horizontal stream, man. Yeah, man, we was giving you a shout out. Well, I was giving you a shout out earlier, but we was seeing what happened with Elon and seeing what was going on with Elon and Venezuela. I didn't know that he threatened Elon. So Elon said that, hey, we're doing nothing but Starlink all over Venezuela. So Venezuela, they got access to Starlink, which is super interesting, by the way. Super interesting, by the way. Please, please, somebody tell him. I was sick on my birthday. I was like, man, there's only 2 things that I wanted for my birthday: an Xbox and I gotta fix this little situation out here. It's gonna take a while, but either or. But hey, this Player Talk Radio, we are here. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me blow my nose. God damn. Yeah, I know. Somebody, please drop a supply package off, man. But no, I think that's dope that Elon is giving them, you know. Yeah, he said he wanted to fight Elon. Was it about a year ago? So I think this is about the time where Trump and Elon was feuding, and he had a black eye. You know, I guess Elon was trying to amputate his way into a fight, and you know, or maybe he saw that Elon had a black eye, so he started trying to whoop on him and say, "Hey, I'll challenge him to a fight." You know. But damn, we just watched the whole conference, you know, we just watched the whole conference of them talking about dividing up all of the resources and, you know, what they plan on doing. And what's your thoughts? Do you think Greenland is next? Trump said Greenland needs to, you know, Greenland need to get with the program. And then I don't know how true this is, but they said France is prepared to defend itself or whatever. I'm like, well, what the hell is, you know, or the UK or whatever, like what are they defending themselves against, you know? Or but you know, I'm not gonna lie, some of the moves that Trump is making right now makes NATO look, aside from them helping the Ukraine, like some of the moves that Trump is making right now is making NATO look insignificant. And it's like, what are y'all good? What are y'all? I mean, other than other little nations and stuff, it's like, what are y'all good for? You know. So I feel him when he said that. Oh, you know, they're not afraid of NATO; they're afraid of us. It's like, damn. How gangster can this man get? Let's go.
Forces descended and started the search for the high-value targets. How did they find him? Simple. The CIA had planted spy inside Nicolás Maduro close circle. While back in the US, Delta Force built an exact replica of his safe house, rehearsing the raid until they could do it blindfolded. While operators
Same thing they did with Osama bin Laden.
breached the room so fast, his security could not even react to the situation as the sound of flash grenades disoriented the security guard. Using blowtorch, they caught him before he could even lock all the doors. Maduro's shock and awe froze him as Delta Force reached the compound. Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores, were physically secured. This wasn't a negotiation. They were detained and immediately moved to the extraction point. These aircraft are capable of performing urban extractions from buildings and refueling in midair. Within minutes, they were airborne, leaving Venezuelan airspace and heading to a secure floating staging base in the Caribbean. This Operation Southern Spear has changed the geopolitical map of South America overnight. But wait before after the extractions.
Shout outs to One Master. God damn it. I said One Master. I'm shout outs to War Master. Yeah, this is some Call of Duty shit right here. Shout outs to War Master. I wanted to ask you, because I was sick. How's the one wheel? And are you back on the road? Did you take it with you, or I was gonna ask you how the one wheel, how you adapting to the one wheel, but man, I was sick for the last 2 days, man. I was out of it. And my signal Wi-Fi here was acting dumb as hell. Plus the power been going out too, y'all. So I'm like, man, if I was live, I would have been pissed off if I got everything to work, like today's show. You said Trump wants to negotiate minerals and basing rights. Greenland wants to negotiate Denmark. Yeah, he said he was a fan of Denmark. Greenland wants to negotiate Denmark, and the media keeps bringing up BS. So Trump says military options are on the table. Yeah. Bro, man. Woo-wee. It is a death machine, though. I'm not going to lie, but I know mine is. I don't know about yours. You have a more wider tire, but nose plants don't discriminate. Now, Trump did say something that was interesting. He said we got to take over Greenland because the lady was like, well, you guys have ships and stuff out there, and why do you guys have to take over when you guys already occupy that space? And he was saying, well, that's like renting. That's like renting. And he said that there's a difference between renting and owning. He said if you own it, you can defend it. I said, damn, this man a whole gangster, bro. This man a whole gangster, bro. I don't know. For some reason, this is some inspiring shit. I don't know why, So many people in these spaces, y'all, and just in politics in general, are repulsed by hearing all of this shit. Whereas me, I'm like, this is like amazing. This is impressive. But yeah, just like you said, Link, this is some Call of Duty shit. And they were watching it. Imagine watching somebody talking that crazy being sent to you. Getting distracted from whatever little business office he was in, getting sent to you. In a Nike track jacket, y'all. Bruh. You get the last laugh, You get the last laugh, man. Yeah, the whole time it reveals that they were selling our country out for sure, and not even just selling us out, party lowballing, lowballing. How can you get mad because somebody wants to do business? But then again, sometimes the lowballing is to cover some other shit up too. So, oh, see, War Master already know what's inevitable. No, War Master said, "I haven't taken a nosedive yet." I think nosedives are a software issue. It comes off that way, but you know what they call it? User error. User error. You did. Shout outs to New. New, where you at, man? We were just talking about user error the other day. That's how they want our children mentally to be participation trophies. Trump talking ownership. They talking own nothing and be happy. Yeah, bro. I swear, I know when they get back into office, bro, they are going to fuck up the bag so bad. And I think that will be the day people will realize that damn, Trump did set us up for winning, you know? I forgot what documentary I was watching not too long ago, and how they were talking about how the world is different now, how they don't build statues of people anymore because watching someone's statue getting torn down is crazy. Like, you know, like Stalin and Libya and stuff. Yeah, shoot down excellence. War Master said the left worldwide has been trying to weaken the West before the Cold War. Yeah. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. If you guys would like to join the panel, you know what to do. It's player talk. Let's get it.
There were reports of F-35 jets also leading the tip of the spear for the attack. We'll look how the United States used F-35 jets instead of X-16s for operations in Venezuela, because this is a well-organized and militarized Venezuela has positioned advanced Russian S-300 missile systems, Chinese radar networks, integrated Russian air defenses, and Shahed drones along its borders.
Yeah. You know what it was, War Master? It kind of seemed like he was telling them his next moves, but he kind of wasn't. You know? Yeah, when you are too good at something, society will shun you. Anti-excellence, for sure. Move the goalposts.
This creates a highly lethal and challenging environment that older S-16s would struggle to survive. As stated, around 150 aircrafts and a massive 8 U.S. destroyers were stationed there. It also has 3 amphibious aircraft carrier and surveillance plane to turn it into a massive command and...
What I like, though, is that he's actually impressing people that don't like him neither. It's like, oh, we don't like Trump, and then he does something, it's like they want to get mad, but it's like, damn, that kind of was some gangster shit, though.
Controlled juggernaut capable of overcoming a modern military's air defenses, signals a readiness to counter Venezuela's entire air defense network if necessary. But why Venezuela Air Force failed to intercept? As of 2025, Venezuela's...
Because they was loafing. They didn't think that and then look, I heard they knew that we were sending planes over there, but I wonder what they thought was gonna happen. Like, did they think we were gonna talk or? Yeah. And then he said he also seized a Russian boat out there that had oil on it. So.
Fighter jet fleet consists mainly of approximately 21 Sukhoi Su-30 multirole fighters delivered by Russia between 2006 and 2008, which now form the backbone of their combat air power. Additionally, they maintain about 5 operational F-16 Fighting Falcons from an older batch, including 3 single-seat S-16As and 2 two-seat S-16Vs. These S-16s are aging and suffer from limited maintenance and part support due to U.S. sanctions, although they have been supplemented with Israeli upgrades. Venezuela acquired its F-16 jets from the United States through a foreign military sales agreement called Peace Delta in May 1982, during a period of good diplomatic and military relations. They were the first Latin American country to receive the S-16, with deliveries occurring between 1983 and 1985. The reason the U.S. does not use S-16s in current operations is because these jets lack the stealth capabilities necessary to evade the S-300 and
they're loud too.
Other integrated defenses. The advanced S-300V or anti-2500 systems, supported by dense Chinese and Russian radar, can easily detect and target older aircraft at long ranges. Sending F-16s into such an environment would result in high attrition risks, as they are vulnerable to radar detection and missile engagement. Not to forget the Russian Buk air defense system that can take out an S-16 with ease. These are cheap R-15 or 24 Buk systems are already active and mobile all over the country. Additionally, S-16s are less effective in contested airspace saturated with drones, especially the Iranian Shahed drones used by Venezuela for reconnaissance and kamikaze strikes. The F-35, however, offers crucial advantages. Its stealth design enables it to fly undetected or with much lower risk, making it effective against advanced surface-to-air missiles and networked radar systems. Its sensor fusion, electronic warfare, and data link capabilities allow it to simultaneously suppress and target mobile and fixed air defense positions, adapting rapidly to...
Well, that's what I was going to say. I'm like, why are they still using planes from the 80s, even though planes do hold up well? I will say that these military planes and even cargo jets and stuff like that, they actually do hold up pretty well. But I was gonna say, if y'all friends with China, y'all couldn't get the knockoff versions. You know, China, what they do, they definitely, it will make a knockoff version, and sometimes it's a hit or miss though. You know, because the knockoff, sometimes they can mass produce the knockoff, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's more quantity, but the quality, you know. And they usually take our planes. They usually take other people and enemy planes and stuff like that and see the technology and try to recreate it. So, or figure out how we create it. But then again, that costs money, y'all. A lot of fucking money. Yeah, we're using like really old ass planes. Old ass planes. Yeah, the B-52s are from the 60s. I mean, I guess we upgrade like certain systems and stuff like that, but generally these are some old ass planes.
To counter Russian and Chinese radar configurations. While the aircrafts took out the anti-air defenses Venezuelan military as a whole, this allowed the CIA and special forces to advance towards its target. The overwhelming presence of advanced Russian, Chinese, Iranian, and indigenous air defense and drone systems on the Venezuelan...
And the only reason why I think a lot of them have it is because we sold it to them, because they are some old-ass planes.
Border means that the stealth fighter jets, or the first wave of attack, provide both the survivability and strike capability required for such operations. But how do they rotate clockwise? Well, the distance from Puerto Rico to Venezuela is about 1,000...
I guess if you build it right once, you'll have to build it again.
300 kilometers. This is roughly 810 miles, which translates to around 1.5 hours of flight time for an F-35 flying at high subsonic speeds. These jets rotated clockwise as its combat radius is approximately 770 miles, meaning it can reach most of Venezuela from Puerto Rico with careful fuel management and limited loitering. To extend mission time and reach deeper inland, air-to-air
limited loitering.
Fueling tankers deployed strategically in the Caribbean region support these operations. In situations requiring strikes within minutes, U.S. amphibious assault ships equipped with F-35Bs can launch jets rapidly. From such ships positioned in the Caribbean, F-35Bs can reach Venezuelan targets within roughly 15 to 10 minutes, depending on speed and route.
Damn.
Targets typically include narco-traffickers' networks, air defense installations, command centers, and drone facilities, enabling flexible sea-based strike.
Let me see. I was watching it the other day. Let's see. It's called AI Telly. Obviously, they're using AI. Oh, and here's the oil tanker he was talking about. Trump was talking about. We might have to take a look at that one next.
Options against both Venezuelan military and criminal infrastructure. In essence, the F-35 deployment by the U.S. near Venezuela redefines military capabilities in the region. It combines stealth, advanced sensors, electronic warfare, and networked operations to overcome sophisticated air defenses and maintain persistent air superiority and rapid strikeability against a broad spectrum of targets in Venezuela. This reflects a strategy that goes beyond counter-narcotics to deter and, if necessary, decisively counter the Venezuelan military threat. We also made a deep dive into the sea, air, and land components of the nuclear triad, so subscribe for more videos to not miss a beat.
All right.
How do you count?
Okay, so here's the tanker.
How do you seize a tanker protected by a Russian nuclear submarine without starting World War III? On January 7, 2026, the U.S. found the answer.
No, you did not just say that, War Master. He said Narcos is done. The price of crack rock is going through the. Yo. I guess they all switched over to fentanyl, man. But the price of crack rock going through the roof is crazy. Shit.
The target was the Marinera, a shadow fleet vessel carrying Venezuelan oil, hiding behind a freshly painted Russian flag and an attack sub-escort. Moscow tried to block the U.S. Coast Guard, but American, British, and European air power changed the game. These advanced P-8 Poseidon and Seahawk helicopters started dropping a net of sonar
Baking soda prices going down too.
buoys from the sky, clearing the path for the cutter Monroe to seize the ship. Here's how it happened. On Wednesday, January 7, 2026 morning in the North Atlantic,
Yeah, day before my birthday.
a geopolitical chess game turned into a kinetic military operation. The United States, enforcing a strict blockade on Venezuelan oil, Moscow had explicitly placed under its protection. This is part one on what is a shadow fleet. The operation was the climax of a weeks-long standoff rooted in the
Operation Black Crack Rock. Operation Black Crack Rock.
U.S. government's aggressive new complete blockade of Venezuela. The target is this vessel, originally the Bella 1, a rusting 15-year-old tanker identified by U.S. intelligence as
So they got old ass ships sitting out there and old ass weaponry, and they talking shit. How do you have these old ass ships sitting out there and old ass weaponry, and you're damn near talking shit to the people that gave that shit to you? That's crazy. Subway sand.
part of the Shadow Fleet, a network of vessels used by Russia, Iran, and Venezuela to transport illicit oil and bypass sanctions. But how is Russia involved? In December 2025, the Bella 1 attempted to run from the U.S. blockade.
And it's crazy because I said Japan, China, and Russia kind of left them hanging, knowing damn well they in our backyard talking all of that shit. I was, man, good God.
Near the Venezuelan coast to load crude oil. When intercepted by the U.S. Coast Guard in the Caribbean, the captain refused to stop, shut off the ship's transponder, going dark, and fled into the open Atlantic, initiating a 4,000-mile pursuit. What tactics and deception did they
Oh, he tried to run because he got oil on the ship. Okay.
followed? During its flight across the Atlantic, the crew frantically attempted to change the ship's lethal identity to make it untouchable. They repainted the hull, renaming the ship the Marinera, and raised the Russian flag. Moscow simultaneously added the ship to its official registry, asserting that any attack on the vessel was an attack on the Russian Federation. As the tanker steamed toward the strategic gap between Iceland and the United Kingdom,
Bro, y'all have no idea how real Metal Gear Solid is, because they just put Russian weaponry everywhere. Remember when Snake was at Shadow Moses and he's like, "What's a Russian gunship doing here?" Look at how they try to decoy this tanker. So anybody else seeing it with their naked eyes, they would think it's a Russian gunship, well, a Russian tanker. So was it a Russian tanker or not?
Russia dramatically escalated the stakes. Intelligence confirmed that Moscow had dispatched an attack submarine, likely a formidable Yasin or Akula class, with explicit orders to escort and safeguard the vessel. This was a calculated denial of area threat. By lurking silently beneath the waves, Russia hoped to force a...
War Master said, Trump, Putin, and Z, did you see what the fuck I did to Maduro? Bitch, you can get it too. Somebody asked him, is he gonna kidnap it, or does he have plans to kidnap Putin? Like, he's supposed to say yes. He had so many times to kidnap Putin. I mean, even though it would have been, I think it would have been a failed mission if he had tried in Alaska like that. I mean, honestly, kidnapping Putin makes no sense at this point. You know, like I said before. You know, but let's go.
Retreat from the U.S. Coast Guard cutter, which
4 hours into the madness. Please hit the like button. Please support the show, guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Lacked the heavy weaponry to engage a submarine. To complicate matters further, Russian warships were reported in the vicinity.
Yo, let me say something real quick. You know what would be crazy? If Call of Duty based all of their new games around this, or if they make it like a downloadable content or something like that. That shit will be fucking fire. That will probably restore all kinds of patriotism back to America. Well, young America.
Vicinity, creating a defensive screen that forced American commanders to proceed with extreme caution, knowing that one wrong move could spark an accidental naval.
Yeah, that was an inside joke. That was I think that was a tongue-in-cheek joke, bro.
War. Despite the silent threat lurking below, U.S., British, and European command gave the green light to seize the vessel. Their strategy was bold: neutralize the Russian submarine not with torpedoes, but with overwhelming air superiority. Leading the surface chase was the U.S. Monroe, a Legend-class cutter that had stalked the Marinera for weeks through brutal Atlantic swells. But before the Monroe could make...
Bro. Imagine chasing a ship that's named after a sauce. Tomato sauce. The Marinera. That's how you know you cooked. Let's go.
Make its move, the sky had to be secured. U.S. and British Poseidons swarmed the sector, dropping a net of sonobuoys to track the Russian subs' every movement, while KC-135 Stratotankers kept the surveillance dragnet aloft 24/7.
Yeah, I mean, I would think an old Russian gunship ain't quiet. And how the hell do you try to hide a ship? Turn the lights off.
The British Royal Air Force joined the hunt, deploying Revit joint aircraft to strip Moscow's communications bare. At dawn on January 7th, the trap snapped shut. The P-8s effectively boxed out the submarine, signaling that any aggression would guarantee its own destruction. With the underwater threat pinned down, the Monroe closed the distance. The Atlantic seas were too violent for small boats, so the operators went vertical. In a precision assault, special operations teams fast-roped from hovering helicopters directly onto the tanker's deck. Within minutes, they secured the bridge, cut the engines, and raised the American flag.
Hey, yo. That would be fucked up if a smoke alarm the smoke alarm beacon beep gave them away.
Marinera was theirs. But to truly understand the power of these Seahawk helicopters and the strategy driving the Coast Guard, we have to turn our eyes to the United...
Beep! Beep! God damn it! God damn it! Who didn't change the batteries? Turn that shit off. Smoke alarm beep gave them away. Chris G said that cut the lights out is more true than you think. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you're in the Navy. They cut the lights off. They just cut the lights off. Shit. That's what What happened to the Titanic? The lights went off, and the ship just looked like a big shadow in the middle of the ocean. So, you know, imagine that though, still playing Pirate of the Caribbean games in 2020, 2026. Cut the lights off, and then the smoke detector alarm beep it gives you away.
United States military. We'll also look at how amphibious warships, destroyers, and MQ-9 Reaper drones operate in a coordinated manner to create an oil and drugs blockade near Venezuela. The warships and destroyers act as command centers and launching platforms, deploying helicopters and surface-to-surface missiles for direct attacks. Meanwhile, MQ-9 Reaper drones provide continuous aerial surveillance and real-time intelligence using advanced sensors to locate and track targets with great precision. These drones can also carry and launch precision-guided missiles to strike vessels. This integrated approach enables rapid detection, tracking, and multi-directional strikes, combining...
That has to be scary as hell, knowing damn well you at sea, knowing damn well these U.S. ships are looking for you and closing in on you, and you know you're cooked. And you gotta take different precautions.
The firepower and mobility of ships and helicopters with the extended reach and endurance of drones.
And you heard they just kidnapped the president. That's crazy.
Together, they effectively intercept and block Venezuela oil vessels and drug boats. Now let's take a closer look at the strategy and basic process of how MH-60 Seahawk helicopters are launched from amphibious warships. The operation begins in the Amphibious Ships Command Center, where intelligence about suspicious vessel activity is gathered and analyzed. Once a potential target is identified, preparations for launch begin. The MH-60 Seahawk takes off vertically.
Yeah, they guacamole in your Chipotle on a hot day with the cream cheese cook, bro.
Or with a short rolling start from the ship's flight deck. Its folding rotor blades and compact design allow it to operate efficiently in the limited space available on the ship. As the helicopter quickly climbs to an operational altitude and moves toward the area of interest, it begins its hunt for targets. But how does it hunt its target search and acquisition? Using advanced onboard radar, electro-optical and infrared sensors, and communication links with the ship and other reconnaissance platforms, the Seahawk searches the waters for fast-moving vessels believed to be involved in narcotics trafficking. It integrates sensor data with real-time intelligence provided by drones or other assets to enhance target acquisition. After locating the narco-terrorist boat, the MH-60 Seahawk strikes with precision and coordination. It carries a GM.
Dang, imagine knowing as soon as they see you, there's going to be a torpedo headed towards you on sight. Like, bro, as soon as they see us, we're getting hit.
M114 Hellfire missiles, which are advanced air-to-surface weapons designed to destroy or severely disable hostile vessels from a safe distance. Let's take a look at how these are used to hunt down fast.
I still got my helmet. Thug life. Let's go.
Attack boats. In addition to missiles, the Seahawk is armed with heavy machine guns, including...
Hold on. They don't call it helmets, War Master. They call it brain buckets.
The powerful .50 caliber Gauss-16 minigun mounted on either side of the cabin door. These guns provide sustained suppressive fire that is highly effective at disabling smaller boats, which might evade missile strikes or in situations where missile use is not feasible. The machine guns also deliver defensive fire to protect the helicopter, enabling continuous pressure on hostile vessels during interdiction operations. Together, these weapons allow the MH-60 Seahawk to carry out swift and accurate strikes on narco-terrorist boats, whether engaging targets with Hellfire missiles from long range or using precision machine gun fire at closer quarters.
Knee pads is crazy, but yeah.
The Seahawk demonstrates unmatched versatility and dominance over maritime threats and interdiction missions. But why use a Seahawk?
I would even say get a like a motorcycle type jacket, because that road rash is crazy.
Helicopter when you have a long endurance drone. The MH-60 Seahawk helicopter.
And 15, 17 miles per hour, I went straight skin to road. you know.
Holds a significant advantage in maritime interdiction missions due to its advanced anti-submarine warfare capabilities, which MQ-9 Reaper drones lack. Here is a detailed comparison highlighting these advantages. MiG-60 Seahawk's advantage in anti-submarine warfare. The Seahawk is equipped with a dipping sonar system and can deploy sonar buoys to detect and track submarines underwater. Upon detection, the helicopter can launch a torpedo at the target. Once launched, the torpedo, equipped with its own sonar system, will actively track and pursue the submarine until it successfully neutralizes the threat. But how do these U.S. naval and aerial surveillance track the suspected drug boat for several weeks as part of an intensified anti-narcotics campaign in the southern Caribbean? This surveillance effort combined multi-source intelligence with persistent drone monitoring to identify maritime activities linked to narco-terrorists. The vessel under observation was a 4-engine speedboat.
Yep. I do have pants. Pause. And yeah, the top speed I went on my pint was 19, and I think one time I got to 20, but for some reason it didn't record it on my phone. So you already know what I was pushing against. I was deep into pushback, and I think when I did it, I didn't even feel it. I didn't even feel it, so, you know.
A type specially designed for high-velocity trafficking operations.
But I think I was going downhill, which really should have made it wipe out, but I didn't feel it.
Such boats typically travel at speeds ranging from 40 to 60 knots, which is approximately 46 to 69 miles per hour. This is around 74 to 111 kilometers per hour when traversing open water. Once the boat crossed from Venezuelan territorial waters into international waters, U.S. authorities positively identified it as part of a narco-trafficker's operated smuggling mission, believed to be managed by the notorious Venezuelan criminal organization Tren de Aragua. Execution of the strike. Let us now examine how the strike was executed in detail. The MQ-9 Reaper drone responsible for the operation was most likely deployed from an amphibious naval task force operating in the southern...
I mean, damn, how much, well, I don't know, I've never hit a tanker, but how much things do you need to take down a tanker? God damn.
Caribbean region. This task force included warships and Marines engaged in both exercises and active missions, from which MQ-9 drones routinely conduct surveillance and precision strike activities. These platforms provide the necessary launch and command capabilities for such unmanned aerial vehicles. The MQ-9 Reaper, an unmanned remotely piloted aircraft.
I'm gonna go to hell for this joke. Or maybe not. But the Venezuelans was in their towers like,
your Stouffer's pot pie's been on the table almost 10 hours. I want a divorce.
Daddy, I'm onto something big here. I don't know what this is, but it looks like something's burning up there. Go get my phone book, will you? Get my phone book. Get those names, those guys from NASA.
Excuse me, am I wearing a sign that says Carl Slave?
Go get my goddamn phone book! Get the book! Get the book!
Track the high-speed speedboat from above, continuously transmitting high-definition video and sensor data back to command centers and strike coordinators on the ground or aboard naval vessels. The MQ-9 has a maximum operational ceiling up to 50,000 feet and can loiter in the target area for up to 24 hours, affording it the endurance required to maintain precise real-time tracking of fast-moving maritime targets. After positive identification and receiving presidential authorization, the drone executed the strike by closing in on the boat. It launched a single AGM-114 Hellfire missile, a highly precise air-to-surface weapon capable of tracking and hitting fast and maneuvering targets with lethal accuracy. But how did this small missile could successfully track and hit the speedboat? Let's take a look at Hellfire missile tracking and guidance.
How couldn't it?
The AGM-114 Hellfire missile is a precision weapon guided either by semi-active laser or millimeter wave radar. This means it can accurately lock onto and follow targets, even ones moving quickly on water, like a speedboat. The MQ-9 Reaper drone uses advanced onboard sensors and targeting pods to continuously track the boat, sending real-time information to the missile after it has been launched. The drone's sophisticated systems can calculate the boat's speed.
And you know it only gets worse. It only gets worse when you're trying to run from something. I mean, technically, you don't want to be a sitting duck, but when you're trying to run from something and you're an active target, that missile get real excited to chase you. It's like you're chained to it. You said I got the XR and Sequoia. I got the the Pint and Skyline. Nah, you'll one day go for Delirium. Like, you know, you're gonna want a little bit more speed. You're gonna become a speed demon, trust. And it's gonna be so fun on that XR because you're like the XR is more grounded. The XR is more grounded. You can feel it. Pause. You know, you can feel it under your feet. When this Pint decides it wants to just fuck off from under your feet, sometimes there ain't shit you can do about it, depending on the shoes you wear. But man, if you are going through pushback heavy, and you decide see the XR is a little bit better because you can push through pushback. I know on the older ones, I don't know on the newer ones, you know, with the update, but you'll make your way to Delirium. Because the board behaves a lot different, and it gets more playful and more fun. Like you can, you know. Oh, and don't even get into off-roading yet. When you start off-roading with that oh my god.
Speed, direction, and maneuvers.
And you see what it can take and handle. Shit.
Allowing the missile's guidance to predict where the boat will be and adjust its flight path to hit the target. Speed and maneuverability matching. Hellfire missiles travel at speeds greater than Mach 1, over 760 miles per hour, 1,225 kilometers per hour, which far outpaces the speed of the boat. This allows the missile to quickly close the distance and make fine adjustments during its flight to strike a moving target. The missile's guidance system
Ooh, wait, I need to get some medicine, y'all. So, while we was out here bullying this old boat, I'm suffering from being under the weather, and we out here, 2026, Americans, bullying old tanker ships. God bless America, y'all. All right, 4 hours and 18 minutes into the show. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's PTV 888. You can also support the show via PayPal. If you're proud to be an American, you know, we're going to see what's in store for Greenland. Let's see what's going on in Greenland, because you never know. Into more decoy, old catfish Russian ships. So
is designed to compensate for evasive maneuvers by tracking the reflected laser or radar signals bouncing off the boat. It continuously adjusts for changes in direction and speed as it hones in on the target. During the final moments, the missile locks onto the boat's heat or laser signature, greatly increasing the likelihood of a precise, successful hit even though the boat is moving fast across the water. Combined drone and missile capability. The MQ-9 Reaper's ability to maintain constant visual and sensor tracking of the boat provides the missile with necessary mid-course updates to ensure highly precise targeting. Its powerful combination of persistent drone surveillance, the missile's incredible speed, and active guidance makes striking fast-moving maritime targets, like the Venezuelan speedboat traveling nearly 70 miles per hour, possible and highly effective. Paired with the MQ-9 Reaper drone's continuous real-time tracking, enable the missile to act.
Hey, Chris G, I don't know how you been fantastic and all you Navy niggas. I don't know how you do that shit. I see some shit like this, I'm going overboard, bro. You're not finna slowly roll up on me with no shit like this. What the hell is this? I would have shat my pants. I seen some shit like this.
Accurately follow, anticipate, and destroy a fast-moving boat traveling at speeds up to 69 miles per hour.
I'd be like, man, I knew I should have been in the Air Force.
We also made a deep dive into the sea, air, and land components of the nuclear triad. So subscribe for more videos to not.
They're gonna have to extradite me back to America. Fuck that. Out of that damn ocean. Send no glowing ass missile towards. That's disrespectful. You know, I really don't give a damn who adds commentary to what's going on in America right now. As long as you on the winning team. Well, shit, you better make sure you're on the winning team. That's what I would say. U.S. military land strikes in Mexico is worse than you think. All of the, man, a lot of these Democrat channels just be tripping, man. You let them tell it. We're gonna be attacking India next and shit. Hold on, y'all.
This is great.
Oh man, hold on. Shout outs to War Master. As always, and let me know if you want me to open up the panel. Dropping the Q. $20 on the Cash App. War Master said the stroke is real on one wheel, just like Xbox. We need a one wheel game. I'm sure somebody tried to do a one wheel mod in on Skate, but you know it's not the same. Shout outs to War Master for dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Let's go.
Just a moment, you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this?
Up in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me.
No, we've only got one cup.
Ta-ta and farewell.
It's all right, just getting in the car.
One cup, look. They even broke.
Shout out to War Master. Hold up.
Ooh, ooh, yeah, big bag.
Get your hands off my penis, oh! Oh!
Greenland. It's the largest island in the world, but for decades it was overlooked. A seemingly irrelevant, remote, frozen wasteland owned by Denmark.
Well, you know, the story of Greenland. They kind of lied to people, and people were like, I would rather go to Greenland than Iceland. Iceland is technically Greenland, and Greenland is technically Iceland.
But since Trump came to office, he's been obsessed with trying to take it, even floating the idea of buying it outright. Up until
Obsessed or intelligent?
now, those attempts haven't exactly worked out. This time, however, things are looking very different. A couple of years ago, the idea of forcibly seizing territory from a NATO ally would have been totally unthinkable. But with the US invading Venezuela, detaining its president, and facing little more than diplomatic outrage in response, it's become abundantly clear that those old rules don't seem to apply anymore. And Trump is clearly punch drunk on the idea of expanding America's reach. If he were to decide to take the island by force, it doesn't seem like anybody could stop him, something which looks more and more likely by the day. Trump himself claimed...
he said he's gonna do it. Like, how are y'all predicting something that he said he's going to do?
The US needs Greenland, and even joked about plans to make Greenland great again. Yet the real reasons for his obsession with the island are far more abrupt. Greenland's location is unique, sitting almost halfway between North America and Europe, and within touching distance of some of the most strategic waters in the world. But the thing is, the US already has military bases here, and if they wanted more, they could probably just ask Denmark and be allowed. Trump's interest comes from something else. Beneath its icy surface lies an abundance of rare earth minerals, and potentially some of the largest oil deposits in the world, with an estimated value of upwards of $4 trillion, around 20% of the entire past.
Look how frozen Greenland is. Like, to think dinosaur bodies and fuel and all of that stuff ain't there is crazy. Alright, let's go.
Production of the United States. Geographic, military, and economic potential have transformed this icy island into one of the biggest geopolitical flashpoints of the last decade. But it's not just the US who have noticed this, it's Russia and China too. In the last few years, their presence in the Arctic has exploded. Both have invested billions in the region, from an Arctic Silk Road project to even bidding on vital infrastructure in Greenland itself. As this threat grows, the US is getting increasingly desperate and increasingly unpredictable, which raises a deeper question. What is it about Greenland that made it so valuable, and why is the US willing to risk so much to secure it? To understand this relationship, we first need to go back in time. Believe it or not, this isn't the first time the USA has tried to buy Greenland.
Let me ask y'all a question. If we get Greenland, what country do you think is next? Cuba? Cuba could be next. Cuba could be next. Cuba could be next, y'all.
Put your pussy lips on live, I'll give you $1,000.
You see, Greenland is owned by Denmark, but in World War II, they were invaded by Nazi Germany, and suddenly the island and the United States was at risk. Before this, there had been plans to buy Greenland and Iceland, but here is where they first entered the scene, being granted the right to protect the island against non-US powers.
Okay, yeah, that would make more sense. Canada, yeah. How the hell would that work? You think we just have a sit down? How would that work?
And even set up radio stations and military posts. And when the war ended, the United States decided that they quite liked having a foothold in Greenland. And so they made an offer to Denmark, $100 million in gold, worth around $1.6 billion in today's money. But to the US's surprise, they were told no. Instead,
What's going on, degenerate? Thank you, bro. Thank you for wishing me a happy birthday, man. I appreciate you. Welcome to the show. 4 hours and a half into the show. If you guys been enjoying the content, please hit the like button, support the show. Throw some topics in the chat if you you guys would like me to cover some other topics that you guys may have seen. You know, open show. Let's go.
What they could do was keep a military presence here and essentially keep protecting the island from a new threat, the Soviet Union. And so in
I guess they're there. Like Trump was talking about. I think Denmark occupies parts of Greenland. If I'm not mistaken.
1953, they set up this airbase here in northern Greenland with around 10,000.
You said a few Canadian states want to leave Canada. Some want to join the United States, bro. I can't. You out of all people too, War Master. I can't believe Gen Xers, like y'all generation, have lived to seen a lot of shit. I know millennials, we lived to seen a lot of shit. Like, but you lived through Reagan, all of these presidents and stuff like that. Bro, I don't think no modern president, even Obama, would believe that Trump is doing what he's doing right now and actually pulling this shit off. Even though every turn they want to make it seem like he's not pulling it off, or he's gonna fail. That I heard Alberta wants to break away. I think the Canadian countries, or the Canadian states that want to break away are more in the west than the east. On the East Coast.
1,000 US personnel, and they didn't stop there, setting up many more across the island, marking the northernmost outpost for the American military.
And the reason why I think he definitely doesn't want Greenland to be in their backyard is, them to be in Greenland is because I think Russia can like circumvent and like get to Greenland like pretty quickly. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they are huge. One man said Denmark owns Greenland. 40 to 50% of Greenlanders want to leave Denmark and join America. Damn.
It's easy to see why. Because of the curvature of the Earth, these positions were sometimes just 3,000 miles from Moscow, and were crucial for providing a line of defense and radar against the Soviet Union, and also served as the perfect spot to launch high-altitude reconnaissance missions into enemy territory. It seemed like the US would keep expanding its presence on the island. But then the Cold War ended, and in the 90s, American interest kind of faded. Equipment was abandoned, and even whole towns were sold for as little as $1. It seemed like this sparsely populated island would slowly fade away again. But that has all changed. After patrolling Greenland's coastal waters, researchers from the US Geological Society made an enormous discovery. Back in 2008, they estimated Greenland could hold over 52 billion barrels of oil. To put that into perspective, in 2023, the United States has proven reserves of 47 billion barrels. If these estimates are...
Damn, we ain't got no oil. Well, we do. 47 billion. My bad, I'm tripping. There's a lot of fucking oil, y'all.
Correct. Greenland has the potential to double the United States reserves. And even if those calculations are off, it's still incredibly valuable. Oil is the black gold which makes the world go round, and it's at the center of nearly every aspect of daily life, providing the primary energy source for transportation, manufacturing, and other essential activities. But most of global oil production is dominated by a few key players, but they don't always see eye to eye with the United States. And since the 2010s, American oil production has exploded in an effort to protect national security. It's estimated that 13% of the undiscovered oil and 30% of the gas worldwide is in the Arctic, along with a host of other resources. As a result, Arctic nations, including the US, have become very interested into tapping into these resources to facilitate economic growth, generate revenue, and protect economic interests. The retreat of sea ice and glacial melt is making these resources more and more accessible, and Greenland serves as the perfect space to take
I don't know, party. A lot of glaciermen in Greenland.
advantage of this. But there is a problem. Greenland doesn't want to extract the oil. In July 2021, they banned all new oil
Yeah, that shit is expensive.
and gas exploration, citing environmental concerns, and high extraction costs as the main reason for the ban, stating the price of oil extraction is just too high. But if we know one thing about Trump, is that he doesn't really believe in climate change, and he is often called it at times a hoax, and promotes mantras like drill baby drill.
Said he's often called at time a hoax, all the time.
So it seems that Greenland's value is far more than just strategic. But believe in it or not, ice levels in the Arctic have been receding, and that is changing the way we view the area. You see, most of our planet is covered in water, but not up here in Greenland. This ocean has always been frozen and inaccessible to anyone who wants to cross it by boat, apart from under very specific circumstances. But as more carbon has entered the air, more and more heat is being trapped in the Earth, and it's been heating the globe. Just by a few degrees, but by enough to make some significant changes, reducing the level of ice every single year. The Arctic Ocean specifically is heating 4 times faster than anywhere else on the planet, and it's completely changing the way the geopolitical game is being played. Melting ice is uncovering new shipping lanes, like the Northwest Passage. These Arctic routes are dramatically shorter than traditional ones, and right in the heart of almost all of these routes is Greenland, placed directly to take advantage of this. For example, a journey from Asia to Europe through the Arctic could cut weeks of global shipping times compared to routes through the Suez or Panama canals. These savings in time and fuel could revolutionize global trade and tilt economic power towards the countries who control the seas, meaning any country who controls them controls the world's supply of goods, of which 80% travels by sea. And in just the last 10 years alone, the number of ships passing through the Arctic has already increased by 30%, a number which will only get bigger. But unfortunately for the United States, they are not the only player making moves in the Arctic, and this is part of the reason why Trump has labelled Greenland as critical for the future of the United States' security. In recent years, Russia has been rapidly militarizing its Arctic frontier, building dozens of military bases along its northern coastline. They've even gone as far as planting a flag under the North Pole to stake their claim over the Arctic territory. And even China, a nation not close to the Arctic, has stepped up its presence in the area, and even made billions of dollars of investments in Greenland itself. And even before Trump made these bold claims, the US had begun to respond, reopening the US consulate in Nuuk in 2020.
He's going to force them to do a deal. He's going to force them to do a deal.
For the first time since 1953, and committing $4 billion to upgrade the Tool Air Base, improving things like runways and even the local transport. And to Donald Trump and his second term in presidency, the US national security seems to be high on his agenda, or perhaps more importantly, marking America's sphere of influence. He has made remarks about Canada joining the United States, along with the Panama Canal, and even renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. But his obsession with Greenland seems more concrete, having now been a theme of both of his terms. This leaves the question, how can he buy it, and how much would it actually cost? Now, Greenland's strategic...
He's not talking about buying it, bro. He's not talking about buying it, bro. It's either get down or lay down. I don't think he's planning on buying shit.
Is all well and good, and it has an incredibly valuable piece of land.
And he said, we'll think about sending them money when we get to it. He's not buying a damn thing.
But there's a problem in Trump's plan. Currently, it belongs to Denmark, and they have said many times that it's not for sale. In fact, they've also just invested another $1.5 billion to boost the island's defense. For most presidents, that fact alone would put the possibility of its acquisition firmly out of the question. After all, invading another NATO member has traditionally been viewed as an absolute red line. But in today's world, that assumption is starting to look far less certain. In fact, the White House press secretary herself...
You already got him looking like Debo, so you're just gonna have to Debo it. Like, what the hell do we look like getting bossed around by goddamn Greenland? Ooh. we living in some interesting times, y'all.
refused to rule anything out, saying that all options remain on the table when asked about the issue. The truth is that if the US were to go all out on an invasion and take the land by force, there isn't anybody who would be able to stop.
Yeah, who gonna stop us? All them bullshit weapons y'all just bought. Who gonna stop us? Look like he might take that too.
them. With that being said, this is far more likely a negotiating tactic, an attempt to pressure Denmark into coming to the table, rather than a genuine plan for war. But even if Denmark itself were willing to sell, how would they even be able to come up with a price? Modern examples of countries trading land are pretty rare these days, but there was an example somewhat similar back in
I mean, you could pay in loyalty, not mess with China or Russia. But
2017, where Egypt transferred sovereignty over Tiran and Sanafir Islands to Saudi Arabia in exchange for a $22 billion aid package. And while putting a precise estimate on the value of Greenland is like guessing the length of string, some estimates have been closer to $2 trillion, which even for America is a lot of money, especially for an incoming administration which wants to reduce its national debt and cut taxes. While it is technically independent, both Denmark and Greenland know that if the US comes knocking, then there's not much that really can be done. And even 50 years ago, Greenland's fate seemed tied to American power, and as of 2009, it's had the recognised right to become fully independent if it chooses. It seems then that this could be the chosen path, to convince the people of Greenland to join the United States, rather than using economic or military might. While many laughed off Trump's comments about Greenland in the first term about being just another one of his tweets, it seemed like this time there is real weight behind it. But even if America does not purchase the land, as ice continues to melt, its value and spot in the world of geopolitics.
alright, this just in. We have raw footage of America taking Greenland overnight. Right here, raw footage. Here we go. Greenland can't do anything about America if they wanted to come. Now, if China and Russia's already over there trying to take some shit over, then it might be a problem. But Trump already said what he was gonna do. Now, if they try to bum rush him over there, I don't know. Especially if Russia got some decoy ships riding around there, because that was odd, you know, to run into not a camouflage ship, but a catfish ship. But then again, the Caribbean is odd.
Is only going to rise.
All right, that's interesting. All right, let's see what Midas. I don't really want to go to Midas. Midas be tripping. All of these Democrats, man, and like I'm not even gonna lie, y'all. You click on one Democratic channel, a billion of them pop up. And like their clickbait title is crazy. Like, look at this shit. Why this island could trigger World War III, which I don't think is gonna trigger World War III. We're just gonna take it.
It's the 1940s, and China is ripping itself apart. The ruling government is quickly losing the country to a rising communist revolution. It's a well-organized military movement.
You click on one Republican channel, you'll get a couple of them that got some really good information. But you click on one Democrat channel, is god damn. Chris G said, "Kuda, you ain't shit for that, bro." This is when he wrenched it for me. I was like, bro, the Suge Knight wrenched it. It's the wrenching part that got me. You know. U.S. seized another Shadow Fleet tanker. Okay, that's a better name for it instead of a catfish tanker. And these tankers, y'all, have oil on them. So this is probably how they were moving their oil, or I guess getting their oil to Cuba or whatever. I think Cuba's hiding some shit too. I need to look it up. Who is running Cuba now? Is Castro's brother Raul still running Cuba? I wanted to visit Cuba. Cuba, my brothers are Cuban. You know, Guantanamo Bay teams. So let's go. Hold on.
Supported by the Soviet Union, led by revolutionary Mao Zedong, and they're now marching across the country, driving out the ruling government all the way down to here, where the government leaders and over 1 million loyalists and soldiers retreat on boats and planes across this strait to a Chinese island that had been taken over by Japan but had just been liberated. Mao's fighters can't go any further. They can't reach the island without a proper navy or air force, which they did not have yet. For now, the near-defeated Republic of China is safe on this island. And this isn't just any island. 400 years before this, Portuguese explorers arrived here. Ilha Formosa, or Beautiful Island. It was sought after by empires from Europe
This look like Hina.
to Asia for its fertile land and strategic military and trade location at the heart of Asia's ocean corridors. China had lost this island for 50 years to Japan, but the winners of World War II said that China would get it back. The island was called Taiwan, and now it was home to the Republic of China's government.
Miguel Diaz. Okay.
They're safe here for now.
Thank you, Warm S.
Back here on the mainland, Mao declares the People's Republic of China, a new communist nation that was to restore the greatness of the Chinese nation after years of domination by outsiders. Literally a day later, the Soviet Union recognizes Mao's government as the legitimate government of China. But this civil war isn't actually over. Both sides still claim to be the rightful government of China, and the Republic of China government plans to continue to fight from their island refuge to eventually take back the mainland. They rule the island with a military government that arrests, imprisons, or executes anyone suspected of disloyalty or communist sympathy, or anyone who wants independence from all of this. Meanwhile, Mao is working on his navy, getting ready to cross this strait. He's gathering his forces and building his capabilities to be able to complete his takeover of the entire country. But not yet. Now, the US is out here in a big way. They just defeated Japan in World War II. They're kind of trying to leave Asia, and they're eyeing all of this and deciding to not get involved. They don't recognize Mao's new country, the PRC, and they do hate that a communist government now controls the world's most populous country. But they have other priorities, namely rebuilding Europe after the big war. They've just created a big military alliance with their European allies to counter Soviet influence. The Soviet Union was their friend in the war, but is now their rival. Oh, and they just got nuclear weapons like the US did 4 years earlier. President Truman's Secretary of State draws this line on a map, shows it to people at a press conference, saying that anything outside this zone is outside of America's defense commitments. This includes Korea and Taiwan that, remember, the US said would be given back to China after the war, and Vietnam, where local communist fighters are kicking out the French, declaring a new communist country that is being recognized by China and the Soviet Union. This is all concerning to the United States, but this is outside of their perimeter. Back in Washington, the communist hawks are hating that the US is letting communism spread in Asia, that Taiwan will soon fall. But Truman says this is a civil conflict in China. We're going to leave it to them to work out. That's the policy. That is until everything changes all at once. It's a morning in the summer of 1950, and a flood of Korean troops from the Soviet-aligned side of Korea rush across this line. They tear through the American-aligned South, almost taking the whole country in just 11 weeks. It's another communist revolution, and these soldiers are equipped with Soviet guns, tanks, and artillery. They invaded only after getting the green light.
This is actually interesting because, well, I can't say what I want to say because I'm actually over here, but okay.
From the Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, who also, by the way, said they needed to get the green light from Mao. Now, Mao had been hesitant to support this invasion of Korea, knowing that it might invite the wrath of the United States, but he had to show that he was willing to support communist revolutions everywhere. Eventually, he would commit some of his troops to go fight in Korea to help his fellow communists liberate the Korean peninsula. Now, the US doesn't have troops in Korea in this moment. Remember, it's outside of their perimeter, but now they're starting to change their mind. This is starting to look like a coordinated communist conspiracy all across the region. It's threatening to turn the whole map red. But there's still time to push it back. The US crosses the line that they drew a few months earlier and goes full force to stop the spread of communism. Truman tells the nation that he's sending troops to Korea, and in the same speech, he also says that he's ordered a huge naval fleet to Taiwan to, quote, prevent any attack. He's not going to let Mao take the island now. And to justify this sudden U-turn, Truman says something that will influence how the US approaches this situation to this day. He says that Taiwan isn't actually officially a part of any country yet. It had been a Japanese colony until 1945, when Japan surrendered it when they lost the war. But they technically haven't worked out their sovereignty in any official treaty yet. So for now, Taiwan's status is technically undetermined, which makes it okay for us, the United States, to move in and protect it.
No, they're sitting ducks.
From Mao. Now, Mao is looking at all of this, and I can imagine he's feeling some regret over the green light he gave the North Koreans to invade the South. It was looking more like a strategic error, which brought the US into his neighborhood, prevented him from taking this island. And so, for the next 3 years, this brutal Korean War rages on. It eventually settles into a tense stalemate that still hasn't ended. So it's 1953, and it's looking like the US is going to be in Asia for a while, all in the name of containing the spread of communism, which they
Well, we are in Asia. I mean, our ships are still out there. Like, we still have military bases in Japan and stuff. So
do by building out a chain of island bases that form this line of defense against their communist enemies. And you can see that Taiwan is right at the center of it. Congress gives the president full authorization to defend Taiwan. The president is allowed to put nukes on the island.
now, what would be wild as hell is if Trump does change up the direction and just take Taiwan also. I got something you want. Let's go.
Mao, meanwhile, is reshaping his country in huge ways, and he needs to...
That'll be a plot twist like a motherfucker. They think we're going to take Greenland and then we just take Taiwan.
...drum up support from his people, which he does by initiating an attack, unleashing tens of thousands of rounds of artillery on these close-by islands that the Republic of China still controls. The US wants to show Mao how serious they are about coming to Taiwan's defense. US military planners draw up plans to drop nukes on the PRC. In one plan, they calculate up to 1 million potential casualties if they do the attack. But they never do. But they do send in a huge armada of military hardware. 2 super aircraft carriers and their destroyer convoys. 56 combat aircraft. A bunch of their most high-end missiles, capable of deploying nuclear...
See, that's funny because we're in everybody's backyard, but we don't want people to be in our backyard. And I get it too.
Nuclear weapons. Not to mention all the backup in Japan and the Philippines. The US is there, making good on its promise to defend their strategically important island, to keep supply lines open and force Mao to think twice before invading. Now, this is looking like the beginning of another bloody war, which is exactly what the Soviet leader back in Moscow is thinking. He sends a telegram to the United States, a pretty long telegram, telling them to back down. This hasty military buildup with nukes that are all concerning a Chinese island that was never theirs. He says this is an open provocation, and then he reminds the US that China isn't alone. China and the Soviet Union are friends, brothers in communism, and he says that an attack on China will be treated as an attack against the Soviet Union, which will lead to World War III, this time with nukes. Then he signs.
Yeah, but we call their bluff. We call their bluff. They really ain't friends like that. They used to fight with each other also. Keep that in mind. And this whole thing with Maduro, we're gonna see if they really are friends. Like, are they gonna work together to get him out, or they just gonna let America have Venezuela?
Is it sincerely, N. Khrushchev. I mean, this is a tense moment, but ultimately, both sides back down. But not really. The US keeps tens of thousands of troops here. They keep their nukes ready to go. And right here across the strait, neither of the two Chinas want the other to have the last shot. So they keep shooting a few shells at each other every day, eventually settling into this weird rhythm. Mao's PRC troops fire a few shells. The next day, the Republic of China troops on Taiwan would fire a few shells of their own, never hitting anything valuable or lethal, but just a reminder that tension is high. They will go on to do this every day for the next 21 years. Okay, so we just narrowly avoided World War III, and things are about to dramatically change here. But first, I should probably thank today's sponsor, because sponsors are how we're able to make our videos. So and the US is very much in Asia, obsessed with stopping the spread of communism, including in Vietnam. They have this defensive island chain on the map with Taiwan at its center. Tensions continue to rise, and in 1960, the US puts nuclear weapons on the island itself. Over here, the Soviet Union is heavily supporting the new People's Republic of China, including helping them develop and deploy nuclear weapons, which China officially gets in 1964. So now things are a lot more tense right here. But it doesn't take long before this relationship starts to shift. These two communist empires start to diverge. They start to disagree on how each other is carrying out the communist promise. Mao is radically and violently transforming his China, punishing anyone he sees as disloyal, running huge societal experiments on farming and the economy. And it's not working. Crops are failing, food is disappearing, tens of millions of people are starving. The Soviets see Mao as reckless, unpredictable, destabilizing, and ungrateful for all of this support that they've been giving him. Meanwhile, Mao is falling out of love with the Soviets as well, saying that they're too accommodating to the capitalist West, not real Marxists. Tension rises fast, and soon...
And you can kind of see some of this stuff still taking place today in with what's going on. I want to let y'all know, it's really the U.S. that's driving a stake between, this little union that they got there too, because it's like they both mess with us, but we make sure both of them mess with us at it. We keep a healthy distance and relationship. Not healthy, but it's like Putin and Trump, they're meeting up and they're smiling and they're happy with each other and they're shaking hands, and that he's like, hey, stay your ass up out of Greenland, or hey, we just took Venezuela. Same thing with Xi. Oh, we're not beefing no more, we're cool and blah blah blah, but hey, don't send those cars over here. Hey, don't, 5 heads on the same snake, yo.
They're clashing at their shared border. The Soviets are threatening to strike China's nuclear facilities that they just helped them build. And look who comes into the scene.
See?
This is a huge moment for the US, who is watching this big communist alliance fracture. What if they could divide them even further? Richard Nixon becomes president in 1969, and he's intent on playing the China card against the Soviets. And he does so by sending his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, to secretly start communicating with the Chinese. The US had no formal relations with China. They were enemies. They didn't talk to each other. So Kissinger had to talk to the Chinese using Pakistan as a middleman. They send messages, they arrange a meeting, and soon Kissinger flies to Pakistan, says that he needs some rest, but secretly he sneaks onto a plane that takes him to Beijing, breaking into this place that has been cut off for 2 decades. Now, why is Mao entertaining this cozying up to his enemy, the Americans? Well, he's concluded
Yeah, you know, Russia not gonna like that.
that the Soviet Union, who has weapons pointed at China at this point, is a more immediate danger, and that the Americans are maybe willing to bargain about this. But not if they still have troops and nukes on Taiwan, their giant military base right off his coast. So here's Kissinger in this huge moment in the story. He's in Beijing talking to Prime Minister Zhou Enlai, Mao's right-hand man, and the conversation almost immediately goes to Taiwan. The Prime Minister is sharp on his historical details, and he starts off by telling Kissinger basically the story that I've told you so far. He reminds Kissinger that after World War II, Truman was okay with Taiwan being a part of China. That is until he suddenly changed his mind when the Korean War broke out, and starts calling Taiwan's status undetermined, a stance China deeply rejects. And then suddenly, the US takes over Taiwan, a Chinese island, and turns it into basically a huge military base with nuclear weapons, 130 kilometers off the Chinese mainland, and the center of a military effort to contain China and its neighbors. Kissinger...
Well, I think it's more so to let them know that we're in their backyard with the biggest gun, so...
agrees with this. He says...
I mean, look what we just did to Japan, like...
blatantly in this private conversation that if the Korean War didn't happen, Taiwan would probably belong to the PRC. But he says previous administrations made Taiwan a key part of the Korean War. So here we are. But then he says we're different now. We're no longer going after communism for communism's sake. The new President Nixon, quote, operates on a different philosophy. We can be friends even if you're communists. Now, Kissinger's main goal is to befriend the PRC to divide it from the Soviet Union. But even with that in mind, Prime Minister Zhou says that he trusts Kissinger. He believes him. But then he says that the key question is if the US is ready to recognize that Taiwan's status is not undetermined, that it is a part of China, and that there is only one China. He says, quote, this is the crux. Nothing can happen unless we agree to that.
Basically, if you guys pay attention to what's going on, this is like an inside-out version of Ukraine and Russia. Fascinating.
And Kissinger says, yes, we're not advocating for 2 Chinas or 1 China and 1 Taiwan, but look at the language in this transcript. He vaguely remarks that, quote, as a student of history, one's prediction would have it be that the political evolution is likely to be in the direction that the PRC wants. This is a tactfully vague way of saying that Taiwan will probably be reunited with the PRC, but we'll see. Kissinger is kind of throwing Taiwan under the bus here, at least in the words of one expert I talked to. But again, his goal is to get leverage over the
Taiwan is a pawn at this point.
Soviets, so he's willing to give something up to the Chinese. He promises to not support any independence movements in Taiwan, and he even says that the US will take out all their troops. But in return, he needs the PRC to tell the communist fighters that they're supporting in Vietnam to negotiate a peace deal, to release American prisoners of war, so that the US can leave Vietnam. And Joe's like, we'll try. And soon there's a sense of agreement in the room. The Prime Minister says he's hopeful. It sounds like these enemies are taking the first steps towards friendship. And soon, everything changes once again really quick. Hey, before we continue, I need to tell you about the platform we've been building that we're launching very soon.
All right.
Taiwan gets kicked out. President Nixon then goes to China, totally publicly, and announces that they're starting to talk to each other, that friendship is in the near future. They aren't officially recognizing the PRC as a real country, but they're...
Don't this sound like Trump and Z? War Master said when China killed U.S. troops, the fuck did the PRC think was going to happen?
warming up. During this visit, Nixon has some secret talks with Zhou Enlai, Mao's right-hand man who Kissinger had negotiated with. The declassified transcript of these private conversations contains a moment where Nixon, straight up, in his own words, acknowledges that, quote, there is one China. Taiwan is a part of China. And then he says that if he could control the American bureaucracy back home, he would tell them to do away with referring to Taiwan's status as undetermined. That was not American policy towards Taiwan. But you can almost feel how eager Nixon is to
But he had to get in with him, so he had to kind of butter him up, tell him.
make this friendship work, to divide the Soviets from their big ally. But he's kind of getting ahead of his skis. So it's 1972, and Nixon and Kissinger have successfully pulled off this rebalancing. They've gained a ton of leverage over the Soviets by dividing them from the Chinese and then starting to befriend them. And then the Vietnam War ends. Not quite with the support from China that Kissinger had envisioned, but the troops are gone, which lowers tensions even more. In 1974, the US takes its nukes off the island, another down payment towards full friendship. Soon after, Mao, the revolutionary who started this country, dies. And the leaders who take his place come in much more open to trade in the global markets. The US sees huge potential here. So in the late 70s, President Jimmy Carter finishes what Kissinger and Nixon had started a few years earlier. The US officially recognizes the People's Republic of China as the only China, no longer recognizing Taiwan. They move their China embassy from Taipei to Beijing. More countries are flipping as well. At this same time, the
Bro, you know you're gonna always get into an argument about the the Vietnamese War, man. You know for a fact you're always gonna get into an argument about the Vietnamese War. Some people say we lost, some people say we won.
The US erases the treaty that says that they would protect Taiwan. They remove all troops from the island. And that shooting match that had been going on for years every day, that finally stops. Capitalism with Chinese characteristics is taking off, and these two are trading, reshaping the global economy. It's a monumental shift in just a few years. And just as Kissinger and Nixon wanted, it weakened and isolated the Soviet Union. And it started a new era for Chinese-American relations. But notice that in all of this, even during all the friendship, all the visits, the US never publicly acknowledges what Nixon said in private, that Taiwan is a part of China. They recognize that Beijing thinks this, but they continue to operate with the ambiguous policy that Truman laid out in the 50s, that Taiwan's status is undetermined. In a short time, Taiwan went from core ally to diplomatic orphan on the world stage. And many Americans and members of Congress didn't feel right about abandoning an ally that, by the way, is changing into a more open and developed economy and society. We're abandoning them all to embrace a communist, authoritarian former enemy? What message does this send to our other allies? So while Carter is normalizing relations, Congress is passing a law.
All right, War Master dropping gems in the chat. I gotta look this up. Operation Linebacker proved that we can destroy the NVA Linebacker 2, ended the war in 11 days. The leftist media have been lying for 50 years. Yeah, just like they're lying now, saying that we're at war with Venezuela. And it's like, what war? Now, if this Greenland thing don't go too well, we might be in a little bit of a kerfuffle, but hey.
to reassure Taiwan. The law says, yes, the US doesn't recognize Taiwan as a country, but we will
Greenland, my bad.
still support it as a partner. And crucially, the law says that even though the troops are leaving, the US is required to sell weapons to Taiwan so that they can defend themselves. And finally, if that wasn't enough, the US will maintain capabilities to come to Taiwan's rescue if they're ever to be invaded. But they stopped short of saying that they actually would come to their rescue. It was intentionally crafted to be ambiguous, to give reassurance to Taiwan so that they didn't go declare independence, cause a conflict, but not to make promises that would anger China, who, by the way, sees this law as cheating the spirit of their agreement, seeing the US as an insincere friend. Because remember, China's position here is that they are officially the government of China, which includes Taiwan, which was to be given back to China after World War II. The Allies said they would, and that Taiwan would be like any other part of China today if the US hadn't stepped in the 1950s. That's their position. And they begin a campaign to try to convince Taiwan to come back.
And listen, y'all, it may seem like the 50s was a long ass time ago, nigga. That shit was yesterday. All right.
Into China peacefully, but it's becoming too late. This whole time, Taiwan has been transforming, its economy looking like one of those miracles. And by now, it's replaced its decades of military dictatorship.
You know, with all of the arguments I hear about it, I don't put that past them. You know, downplay the credit.
With a democracy. It's the 1990s and they're holding elections for the first time on the island. The US is loving this. They want to support it. They give one of the candidates in the election a visa to come visit the United States. And for China, this has gone too far. They immediately recall their ambassador from Washington, D.C. They amass 100,000 troops across the Strait of Taiwan, right here at this strait. They launch missiles, including ballistic missiles that land 20 miles northwest of the island. There's warships and aircraft. They're threatening the island, warning them against embracing democracy in the United States. But here comes the response. It's March 1996. And the US sends 2 aircraft carrier battle groups to the waters near Taiwan. It's the largest show of force in this region since Vietnam. The standoff dies down, and while all of this is happening, on the island, this first democratic election goes forward peacefully. Taiwanese voters turn out in huge numbers, 76%. They're defying this attempt to be bullied by their big neighbor who they identify less and less with. And the world watches as a symbol of democracy flourishes in the shadow of the intimidation of their huge neighbor. A neighbor who becomes infamous for massacring peaceful pro-democracy protesters in Tiananmen Square. A democratic Taiwan, supported by the US, is reversing some of this warmth and friendship that was cultivated in the 70s and 80s. Tension is back, especially now that it's the 90s and the Soviet Union has collapsed. They no longer have a mutual enemy. And once again, Taiwan is at the center of this growing tension. But by now, the island knows how disposable the US can treat them if they lose their strategic value. So they continue to position themselves in a way that will result in protection from the United States. The government has been subsidizing companies that are becoming...
Yeah, like we're literally in their backyard. Like, I've always said that since Japan, like they can't really do too much. We're literally in their backyard. Like, we can for sure touch them before they can touch us.
top manufacturers.
So this is why he doesn't want them to have Greenland, because they'll be able to get to DC from Greenland. You know, if we don't intercept half of what they got going on, and then shit, they can get to New York faster than DC.
Of these valuable little silicon chips, semiconductors that make computers work. These microchips are becoming more and more vital to economic and military power. And if Taiwan can become the epicenter of making them, then the US will have more of an incentive to protect them, to keep this valuable capability out of Beijing's control. This works tremendously well. And by the 2000s, valuable technology companies like Apple and AMD and Qualcomm have outsourced the incredibly expensive and complex task of manufacturing microchips to Taiwan firms. One in particular. One microchip company wouldn't even exist without Taiwan to make their chips. That's NVIDIA. So there's tension here, but that doesn't stop China from trading with the US and the rest of the world, resulting in economic growth like the world has never seen. They become rich really fast, and with that, they build a world-class military. And even after all of these years, they still remind the world that they are set on finishing the civil war that the US stopped them from completing, reunifying with Taiwan, who they see slipping further and further away. In 2005, Beijing passes this anti-secession law, which says that China will pursue unification with Taiwan by peaceful means, but they reserve the right to use, quote, non-peaceful means if Taiwan moves towards formal independence or if
Yeah, I had a couple of students that's from Taiwan, and they were talking about it, even though we're not supposed to, but you know. Their articles talk about it. That's the ones they want to learn English and choose to read. So you know. Ooh. You said the problem with the youngsters teaching history is that there's so much that they don't know about the world because they were children, right? And they wasn't around. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about China and the world class military, but China did own all of everything here. You know, especially where I'm at. China absolutely owned all of this stuff. So, but old China, yo. You know, shit. This country's afraid of China coming in, but China is huge, y'all. You know, and it's a beautiful place. You know, their winters are crazy. You know, Guangzhou and a little bit further north, Hong Kong. They speak Cantonese, and you know, very interesting place. They have a lot of their own stuff. You know, they're in their own world. You know, um, but I like China. I respect China. China has like their you know, they have their own thing going on. You know. Very interesting place. No, that did not. No, that did not. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. No, that did not happen, War Master. War Master says, for the listeners, you know, 'cause I know sometimes you guys are at work. War Master says China built a ship and it sank before they even turned the motor on, bro. You gotta chill, man.
if peaceful unification becomes impossible. The United States disagrees with this. Under their One China policy, Washington acknowledges China's position, but it doesn't endorse it. And it says that Taiwan's future must be decided peacefully, without coercion, and with agreement of people on both sides of the strait. But even despite this law, relations across the strait start improving in the 90s and 2000s, thanks mostly to economics, mutually beneficial deals. And the PRC continues to incentivize some kind of peaceful reunification with Taiwan, telling them that they can keep their way of life and their system. There seems to be some hope in the air here, but that quickly fades as nationalism starts to rise on both sides of the strait and across the ocean. The modern day version of this.
And you know, it's funny. It's the people too, because it's like they fought for that land, so it's like, hey, my ancestors perished over this shit. Y'all need to make sure y'all go take that shit back. Y'all are having trouble with resources and stuff. All the resources are over there in Taiwan. Like, damn.
This conflict is overseen by Xi Jinping.
Tofu drag buildings. What is that? It's an unreal place, man.
Who rises to lead the PRC in
Just the stuff that they got going on over there, and the technology and advancements and stuff, man. All right, hold on. I'm gonna look this up before we get up out of here. I gotta look this up.
2012, with the vision of rejuvenating the Chinese nation. This includes fortifying their territory.
Bro, thinking while you're being built is dial. Diabolical. Hold on. Oh my God, there's a video for it. Oh my God. All right, give me 1 second. This is almost done. Hold on.
Including first and foremost Taiwan, a symbol of this effort, who, quote, must be reunited with the mainland, according to Xi. This vision has been paired with a rapid growth of the Chinese army, and the US now sees China as their greatest rival, and has responded with a military buildup of their own in this region, resurrecting that old island chain. It's been tech wars and tariffs and sanctions and bluster. And the relationship between these two great powers has deteriorated in recent years for reasons that have little or nothing to do with Taiwan, but that serve as a reminder that this decades-old balance that keeps peace here is deeply reliant on what happens between these two superpowers. Meanwhile, the 23 million people on this island continue to develop their own identity. Only around 12% of the population favors any kind of reunification with the mainland. And yet, China continues to flex on Taiwan. They fire missiles over the island, they practice invasion drills, they send ships and jets to block Taiwan's sea and airspace for days. They show them just how easy it would be for them to take this little island. That is, if the US doesn't come to their rescue. And everybody asks, would they come?
Will the US?
The US uses that intentional ambiguity to keep this tense situation somewhat stable. And, as planned, Taiwan now manufactures 90% of the most advanced microchips, the chips that have made NVIDIA the most valuable company in the world. And official US government policy still says that Taiwan's status is undetermined, operating with this intentional strategic ambiguity that at once keeps the situation stable, but also precarious and unpredictable, especially as Sino-American relations deteriorate. And Taiwan continues the 75-year-old story of living at the center of these big countries struggling for power, and wielding the psychological tools of ambiguity and deterrence that keep all sides guessing.
I'm glad these shows have a good educational side to it. Hold on, y'all. And it's a state of the art.
So China appears keen to settle the border. There are multiple reasons behind this shift: their internal turmoil, their external threats, and the weak economy. But there's something else too. The capacity of the Chinese military. It's under scrutiny. Do they have the military muscle for a long-term standoff with India? This question is being asked again because the PLA has suffered a big blow this year. The PLA is the People's Liberation Army. That's what the Chinese army is called. A few months back, it lost a submarine, most likely in the month of May or June. The submarine sank. And it was...
Really? That is interesting. I didn't know that. So the Japanese said that they'll enter it on China's side. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple of Japanese people that aren't too fond of the Taiwanese and vice versa. And then I've seen a couple of them that like Taiwan. They travel to Taiwan all the time, but...
Hasn't even finished yet. China was building the sub in Wuhan, and before the PLA could start using it, it went underwater. And this wasn't just another submarine. This was China's latest cutting-edge nuclear sub. The new Zhou-class line of vessels, known for their distinctive X-shaped stern. That's the back of the submarine, the stern. This is where you find parts like the propeller and the rudder. They help the submarine move underwater. This X shape, in fact...
That's crazy when India is clowning you for your submarine. Okay, I was about to say, because I know a lot of Japanese people that's cool with Taiwan. I was like, that's interesting. They would on China's side. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people in Japan say they have to protect Taiwan, so...
It had generated a lot of hype. Apparently, the shape improves the vessel's maneuverability. But as it turned out, the Chinese submarine had a more pressing issue: staying afloat.
That's funny.
It failed. So Beijing tried to sync the story with the sub. They tried their best to hide this incident. Reports say the government ordered a cover-up, but they were exposed by satellites.
Dang.
Take a look at
Yo, watching the Chinese sub sink via satellite is wild.
these pictures. This is the shipyard in Wuhan. The images were captured in May and June. In the month of May, you can clearly spot a submarine-like vessel here, but by June, the vessel is gone.
Dang.
In its place, there are a bunch of cranes. An American researcher, in fact, shared these images. His name is Thomas Shugart. And he found this
That thing probably went all. I wonder how far down did it go? That's what she said.
activity unusual. Where did the submarine go? And why were there so many cranes needed at the shipyard?
Pull that heavy ass bitch up. Like, that's what it's supposed to do. Well, it goes for K. You ain't. Yeah. All right, y'all. I gotta turn this shit off, bro. I'm too close to China. Y'all gonna get me caught up, man. Holy shit! A piece of me wanted to say, the irony of it is that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to sink on its own terms. But hey,
the conclusion was this: the submarine had sunk, and the cranes were there to pull it out. In fact, let me quote from what Shugart said. Listen to this. Can you imagine a U.S. nuclear submarine sinking in San Diego and the government hushes it up and doesn't tell anybody about it? I mean, holy cow. Well, the U.S.
Bro, I was trying to go so I could teach, but I got another place in mind. It's just that I need to fix something here, and then I can go. You know.
US agrees with this assessment, and as you can imagine, they're happy to share the news of China's failure. But this incident has also sparked some concerns, like what was on the submarine? Was it just an empty vessel?
Shoot, China, man. If you have a background in teaching English, man, shit, they love it.
Were there personnel on board? And worse, did this vessel have nuclear fuel? Because this was not
nuclear fuel.
A traditional sub. Nuclear submarines have a small reactor on them. And this reactor is what powers the submarine. So the question is, did China install a reactor on this submarine? Was it carrying nuclear fuel? Did it suffer any damage? So far, there are no reports of a radiation leak, but China could have loaded nuclear fuel on this submarine. Experts say it is quite possible, but it's hard to confirm.
I mean, there's a lot of rocks in China, and I'm pretty sure when they find or found the submarine, wherever the hell it's sitting at the bottom of, which I don't know why it's not in a port that doesn't go that far down. But I don't, you know, it's probably damaged, you know, with the weight of those things, and then it, you know, and then it hit the rocks and stuff like that, you know, burst open a little bit, you know, they probably got to rebuild it. And it's probably so damaged it makes no sense to rebuild it, you know. You know, that's where they get those Gillette razors from, y'all. They I wouldn't say Chinese submarines, but those Gillette razors, they come from like sunken ships and all kinds of stuff. Fun fact. Do you want to know how they raise these ships out of the water? They filled them. They closed certain parts of them off, and they filled them up with ping pong balls. And the ping pong balls gently raises the ship somewhat afloat, and not all the way up, but somewhat out of the water. You know, the more you know. So let's go.
Next question: did China manage to retrieve the submarine?
She up here playing around with the submarine, though.
The reports say that it was, in fact, eventually salvaged. But this whole incident, the sinking of a high-tech submarine,
And they salvaged it that quick.
is an embarrassment for Beijing. It has the world's biggest navy. These submarines were supposed to project China's naval prowess. Instead, they have become underwater paperweights. And that's what is raising questions about...
Bro, she got jokes.
About China's military capability. Is it truly war ready? Can Chinese soldiers fight a real war? And how effective are Chinese weapons? You see, to win a war, you broadly need two things: trained soldiers and reliable weapons. And on both fronts, China appears to be falling short. Its soldiers lack real combat experience. The PLA's last war was way back in 1979 when China invaded Vietnam. Deng Xiaoping was in power at the time, 1979. He wanted to, and I'm quoting, teach Vietnam a lesson. Instead, it was the Chinese who learned a lesson.
You said air bladders. What is that? Wow.
They lost.
But some of them, I think the reason why they use with a case that I know, I think the reason why they use the ping pong balls is because the ships rust, so they don't want the ship to fall apart. Coming out
the war. It's been 44 years since. In all this time, China has not fought any war, so its soldiers do not have real combat skills. There are only a few Chinese generals today who can say that they've.
See. This is what we're telling Sugar Bum earlier. See, the females talking shit be getting people into war. What you know about military skills? Let's go.
Seen any real action. And what about the weapons? Well, they don't inspire any confidence either. We've already told you about the submarine that sank. Now look at this.
Oh my God, this woman.
The story came out in January. Instead of fuel, Chinese missiles had water. At least a dozen defense officials faced action over this. They were accused of corruption. And corruption is quite rampant in the PLA. Xi Jinping has personally led the cleanup operation. Since coming to power in 2013, he has purged.
What's going on, party? I was just saying how we're telling Sugar Bum that women be wrong about war and getting us into some bullshit. She's making so much jokes. This woman will get a man into a fight at some point at a nightclub. Yeah, so I've noticed. Yeah, I heard they do have like somewhat of a Cold War going on. Yeah, and India is no joke. But she is kind of right about China and their military. But the thing is, y'all ever heard that saying that a knight in shining armor is wearing armor that was truly never tested? Keep that in mind.
Thousands of officials over
armor is not supposed to shine, it's supposed to protect.
Craft, including two former defense ministers, Li Shangfu and Wei Fenghe. Before taking the top job, both Li and Wei had important posts. Li handled the PLA's Equipment Development Department, and Wei was the first general of China's rocket force. Both leaders now face corruption charges. They're accused of taking bribes during weapons procurement. Now let's connect these dots. China has submarines that sink, missiles that are filled with water, soldiers with no combat experience, and a corrupt top brass. So while Xi Jinping may like to project an image of strength, the cracks in his armor are showing. The PLA may have great numbers, but it is crippled by corruption and incompetence.
Or Master said, or that Nike, that Nike got a good polish game. Oh my goodness. I never heard of this submarine.
China has suffered a significant blow to its naval ambitions. Its most advanced nuclear-powered attack submarine has sunk. Satellite images have revealed salvage operations at a port near Wuhan where the submarine sank. Our next story explores how Beijing has been trying to keep the embarrassing incident under wraps for over 100 days. Take a look.
Nuclear-powered submarines are the epitome of modern military technology, combining cutting-edge stealth capabilities with nearly limitless operational range. These submarines can remain submerged for extended periods, moving silently beneath the waves while staying nearly undetectable. Only 6 nations, including US and Russia, possess this advanced technology, which gives them a strategic edge in global geopolitics. China is spending billions to build more nuclear subs. The power and potential of these vessels, especially those backed with nuclear missiles, form the backbone of naval deterrence in modern warfare. In a shocking turn of events, China's cutting-edge nuclear-powered attack submarine met with disaster during the late spring months. Satellite imagery captured the arrival of massive floating cranes at the site in early June, presumably for salvage operations. The incident, shrouded in secrecy and previously undisclosed, is believed to have occurred at a shipyard in the vicinity of Wuhan.
They probably wasted billions on that thing, man.
Beijing is
Submarines are expensive.
Slept about the fate of any nuclear fuel or nuclear weapons aboard the vessel at the time of the incident. The Zhao-class submarine, which sank, boasted a unique X-shaped stern design aimed at enhancing maneuverability. Experts say this loss is a big blow to China's naval ambitions. Chinese military has been developing its navy to counter US efforts to assist Taiwan in any potential conflict and to establish maritime dominance within the first island chain. According to Pentagon, China
Beaten by the superiors is crazy.
is set to acquire about 80 submarines in the next decade. Strategic nuclear submarines forms one of the pillars of the nuclear triad, referring to a country's ability to launch nuclear missiles from platforms in the air, land, and at sea.
Oh Lord. Shout outs to everybody here. 5 hours and 34 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. I already know where I can't go.
As Beijing pursues its goal of a world-class military capable of safeguarding its global interests, this setback underscores the challenges in developing and maintaining advanced naval technologies. Bureau Report WION, World is One.
For all the latest news, download the WION app and
India is crazy. Alright, let's get back to this, man. So let's see what's happening in Australia. A lot of these, you started off talking about this. A lot of these Australian boys, they're rejecting feminism. Alright, let's go. Shouts to Joker.
Obviously, now when you hear a university, which is overwhelmingly left-wing, and then you hear a female researcher, you know, or at least you assume to know, that this is going to be kind of biased in the way they ask their questions and the way that they present this stuff. What's interesting about this, however, is it wasn't just the men. It's actually young women are joining in with the men saying, we're tired.
Shout outs to LT Man in the building. LT Man, I didn't know that China built a submarine and it sank. Like Warmaster said, it sank before they turned the motor on. And then Ghostman came in here and said, "Well, isn't that kind of what they're supposed to do?" And it's like, bro, he took the words out of my mouth because it's kind of funny. The irony of it. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man said, we'll hit Colombia first before any move to Greenland. But we could use Greenland not only to be military positioned correctly, but also the resources they have. But I could be wrong. Well, I was listening to a speech earlier with Trump, and he said he's looking at Greenland like soon, like tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but in the near future, because he said that they got to get to Greenland quick as hell because he does not want Putin and Xi to get to Greenland. And he said he's a big fan of Denmark, but the way it's looking at it is like, I guess he's gonna try to negotiate with them first and come up with a deal, but it looks like Greenland gonna have to lay down, man. We'll see.
This crap, we've had enough. And that's why I say, as we go into
shout outs to LT Man in the building. Let's go
to the next few years coming up, that all the opinions of the world, once people are informed, the uninformed, they're in the middle. They don't know what's going on. Maybe they do or don't listen to the news. But once you're informed, you either have to almost choose a side. Am I in the side of the right or the left? At some point, when the sides are formed, eventually, I think it's going to be so chaotic that something bad will happen. Respondents were asked if
they were like, they got like 370 something billion barrels of oil. that they can get a loan from Greenland and some other resources, you know.
They agreed or disagreed with a range of statements, including society demonizes whiteness today, so resistance is the only way for white people to have a fair chance in the world. A quarter of boys supported every form of extremism identified in the survey. 39% supported right-wing types, followed by white supremacists on 30%, anti-feminist on roughly 30%, left-wing on 30%, incel 25%, religious-based 21%. So what you're seeing here is men, young men especially, and these again are between the ages of 13 and 17, are getting so fed up and so tired of being demonized and hated on and put down and pushed down and not hired. They're getting so tired of it. They're like, I'm going to fight you. If words don't work, I will use my hands. I will use tools.
Yeah, I mean these boys are getting radicalized. Stick them in a room with a bunch of feminists and then tell them, hey, you know, she's better than you. You ain't shit, and blah blah blah, and all this other stuff. What's going on, Shannon B? I mean, you radicalize these boys. What else you think's gonna happen? What do you think gonna happen?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro. Good, man. You look good. Go get them. When you did that, cut right there. Cut, my boy. Yes, sir. That'll be about 100. That's 100 right now, right? Where you put that on? What you mean? I'm done with this. Group. It gets a cut. You gotta be group. It's just a cut. It's just a haircut. Let's be group. It's gonna get dangerous. Let's be group. It's just a cut.
What do you think gonna happen? You can't sit up there and say masculinity bad, being slut good. Masculinity bad, being slut good.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine, Jesse.
What's your name?
Sam.
Sam. And are you a slut, Sam?
I have two brothers.
Oh, okay. Are you close to them?
I am very.
And do they see you as a slut?
We're all sluts. You're a slut. All these dudes behind you are sluts. Your cameraman's a slut. Your PA's a slut. And your mic's a slut.
And what made you a slut?
But oddly enough, you have a lot of women, you know, rejecting this also. Look at how Amber Rose, but you know, that's kind of when it fits their narrative. Because look at how Amber Rose turned around and now she's a Trump supporter. And remember, Trump is supposed to be the epitome of toxic masculinity. You know, that's like same people talking crazy about Andrew Tate. Now they Andrew Tate fans, which is crazy. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, LT man. So I think War Master said 40 to 50% of people from Denmark said that they would align with America. He said, damn, 50%, you know. And it's been thrown out there that Canada, you know, Canada might come next after Greenland. So never in my lifetime would I thought I would be living in interesting times like this, you know. Like Gen Xers and millennials, we done seen so much stuff. All the recessions, crazy presidents, black president, two survived through two Bushes. We done survived through Bush 1, Bush 2, 9/11, Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, man. The average American that's into politics is probably a nutcase. Yeah. Yeah, he was wrenching that. It's the part that got me, LT, man, when he wrenched it. Why did he wrench it? Oh God.
Tools available to me. I'm not going to let you persecute me. And that's really where we are now. Again, once again,
and these young men that's quote unquote being radicalized, because I shouldn't say that, because honestly it just makes it sound bad when men are standing up for themselves, Wait, hold on, War Master. Were you riding just a second ago? Did you take a crash? Bro, for real, be careful on that thing. It really is a death trap. Death Machine 3 me's.
Talk about this later on. They act like the manosphere is reaching out to influence these young men, and they just stumble across us and fall in line. That's not how it is. Most of the men's content is kind of...
Bro, even those slow mile-per-hour falls are no joke neither. You gotta get some steak fangs.
Kind of like a suppository. Now, if you don't know what a suppository is, for those of you maybe that aren't native English speakers, that is a medicine that is given not in your mouth, and it's
you stick it up your ass.
Not in a jab. It is given rectally. That's the type of medicine that is, and usually not willfully. It's a surprise suppository. So that's how this usually happens. And so what's happening is young men are getting so hated on that they just fall into the only category left, which is against all of this crap. But here's the surprise. This is the part I really...
You said, that dude Joker from the video gave up on women after his divorce and went to live in the wilderness, cold world. So he really went his own way. Turned into a shepherd. LT Man said, United States, which has military bases there, while European nations collectively bolster Arctic security through NATO, asserting sovereignty and international law in the region. Yeah. So they were talking about how hopefully America don't have to take it by force, Hopefully America doesn't take it by force. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that, Greenland can't do nothing. What the hell is Greenland gonna do? And we kind of see what, I don't blame them either, shit. When a woman drives you to the brink of no coming back, it's like, yeah, let me go sit down. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing me all the comments. Hold on, let me click this switch real quick. No, yeah, I highlighted this one. Hold on. Yeah, Greenland and Europe. Yeah, I highlighted this one. Greenland and Europe are primarily protected by NATO, with Denmark responsible for Greenland's defense. Yeah. That's what I was saying. War Master said that more than 50%, I think he said 40 to 50%, said that they would align with the U.S. Trump saying that we have the quote-unquote hottest country at the moment. Like it's a mixtape. I mean, shit. The crazy part, LT man, is that we kind of don't need NATO. If we take over Greenland, we don't. I don't think we need NATO, but Ukraine would need NATO. You know, so I feel you, party. He said Greenland. Greenland says, "Pay your brother." Yeah, NATO needs America at this point. If we take over Greenland, man, shit. But we'll see. LT man says Colombia might be next. Cuba is somewhat of a sitting duck, just like that boat that we seized out there. So I guess, and I think Ghostman King said they found another tanker. So we seized two tankers. Uh, with oil. Yeah, we got to see LT man, and with all this new oil that we're getting, we might be able to power those houses. Hopefully, gas drops. You know. Well, we already got Puerto Rico. We already got Puerto Rico. The Clintons fucked up Haiti. I don't know about Hispaniola. Cuba's right there. I don't know. I think they I don't. Hopefully they don't leave Cuba out to dry. But it looks like they. I don't think they're gonna negotiate for Maduro. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Because we literally went over America having a sit down about how they're dividing up all of their loot that they took from Venezuela. That's the cynical one in the building. So America's counting up their loot. Like, hey, we got 1 billion barrels. What are we gonna do with these barrels? Oh, we're gonna sell some back to China. Like, literally counting up the loot. You know, literally counting up the loot. So yeah, but yeah, I gotta check that out. Almost 6%. That's good. But I don't know. I mean, hopefully the generations. I think the younger generation, has seen so much. There was an article on it, LT man, that millennials don't believe in ownership. I said, damn. At this point, you got to dupe America back into ownership. If you don't own anything at this point. And then it kind of fucks over the average American because guess what? Well, they don't, nowadays, even though it's no excuse to a certain degree because we got phones now, but they wasn't teaching the average American about finances. Foreigners were learning more about finances than actual Americans. They wasn't teaching Americans about finances and leveraging mortgages and, you know, so that kind of backfired on the average American. So, I don't blame, the younger generation of Americans if they don't believe in ownership. You're not gonna take any of this shit with you anyway, and then, you know, your kids will sell your business for a Hellcat. I seen it. Nigga just sell mom and dad's house and then turn around and have to rebuy it again later on in life because they wanted the new Hellcat that's about to be that's about to be wrapped around a tree before summertime. So America kind of shot themselves in the foot with that shit. You know, he said that's fine. They don't need to believe in ownership. My suggestion is not to buy a single family home. If it, yeah, like you get a duplex. Yeah, I will say this: if it's a business, a lot of them believe in ownership. You know, like owning a building or but we seen what happened to a couple of them people during COVID. With the Airbnb thing. And you had some squatters that got some good property out of that shit. Some squatters got some good property out of it. So shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. 5 hours and 55 minutes into the madness. Thank you everybody for wishing me a happy birthday. My bad, I was sick throughout my whole birthday, but this whole weekend, we'll have some fun. I'll do a double header, and we'll catch up on a lot of the foolery and the buffoonery that's been going on in the space. Have a little fun. All right, let's get back into this real quick. All right, give me 1 second.
Genuinely was shocked about. For girls, 17% supported all forms of extreme listed.
Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man, I wanted to reach out to you because I'm still promoting hemp for fitness, but I wanted to ask you after New Year's, is the BOGO sale still going on? Is the buy one get one free sale still going on? And also, I was still promoting your the coupon code. If you use T-210, you still get the 10% off. And also, oh yeah, double headers. Damn, I didn't even pick up on that one. All right, you got me. The double header does sound crazy. All right, make sure to get that out of my lexicon. But shout outs to LT Man in the building. You never know. Maybe might have a Valentine's Day sale. I need to figure out how to get all of that stuff to work on StreamYards. It seems like it works better on the on the other software, but it's Player Talk Radio. I don't even get a QR code here, y'all. I got to revamp everything, so bear with me, guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second, y'all. Do this. All right, let's get back into it.
Including 30% for right wing. So women are actually tied with the men. 21% for left wing. 21% for anti-feminist. 19% for white. 17.5% for incel. And 14% for religious-based. They are fomenting a fight and a war that I don't think they want. And when
yes, the gender war.
And they get it. I think they're going to be surprised about it. So overwhelmingly, now while these percentages are less than, obviously, 40, 50%, what they're finding is that young people are saying, all the things that I hate, all the things that you're pushing on me, all the things that you're cramming down my throat, I will fight you. I will fight you physically. And if it comes to, hand-on-hand combat, or at least here in the United States, using the long-range hole punchers, many are saying, yes, I'm on board with that.
Long-range hole puncher is crazy.
Clean up long. You gonna be long? Y'all don't need that trash. All this trash away. All this stuff out there. Come on, big dog. It's just wait. It's just bullshit. I have to throw that trash away. What nothing but trash?
Get your ass out of here, man.
It's just weed. It's just weed. I'm sitting by the trash, so I know it had to be trash. Or we had to be trash. Just eat trash.
I've had enough of you. And then they go on to blame the conservatives or the right wing. They go on to blame them for wanting to fight. But in the meantime, if you look in all the news and everything that's going on with up in Germany, the power station that just got attacked by radical left-wing activists, what's going on in the UK, what's going on down in Australia, all the
Yeah, like how did you just have a huge mass shooting in Australia and now everybody's like all of a sudden they forgot. Like nobody cares anymore. You had that huge mass shooting in Australia and all of a sudden
protests we have in the United States. When you look at that, all of that is left-wing. They're already doing what they're so scared about here. The left wing is already participating in this. So when they ask right-wingers, they're like, oh my gosh, this is concerning. Right-wingers want to do it too. Yeah. You've had the monopoly on this, and people are getting tired of it. And so what they're saying is, I guess I have to fight back. I guess I'm getting tired enough of this that I'm going to punch you in the face.
Boiling point.
The research found that almost 25% of the 661 teenage boys surveyed exhibited a radicalized intent, 18% sympathized with radical, and 10% harbored intent, which is still less than the left wing, if we're to be honest with it. 36.3% agreed with misogynistic attitudes, 40% mistrusted women. Let's pump those numbers up, rookies. 29% minimalized against women, and 20% disagreed with the concept of affirmative consent. Dr. Megger said her research showed...
I mean, it's literally protect women, but it's open season on the boys, so... I don't know whose grand idea is to come up with that. And then it's at the worst time. Like, listen. I really hate to say this, right? But I'm gonna say it. If you're gonna dupe a bunch of boys into protecting and stuff like that, like why don't you get them when they're older? Like, think about it. It's easier to convince a grown man to simp than it is a kid. Like, to a certain degree, a kid has no fucking moral simping you know, a kid doesn't have no real simping compass. You know, like this is how dumb people are. Like, trying to turn a kid into a simp, even though kids are very gullible, and there is ways that you can turn young kids into a simp, but not like this. Not like this. You know, you have to turn, if you're gonna dupe young men, you have to turn them into a simp in their teens. Like they're mid-teens. This is why some of these Gen Xers and not Gen Xers, but these Gen Zers, some of these dudes are savages with women before they even hit their teens. Niggas don't even hand out Valentine's Day cards no more. Like, how the hell are you gonna turn these people into a simp? Makes no sense. LT man says, yeah, Kuda, one more month with the sale. We'll give everyone wholesale prices. Okay, perfect. Okay. I gotta revamp this. I don't know where the other commercial I got, but hold on, I got
shout outs to our sponsors at hempforfitness.com. Are you looking for the ultimate fitness boost? Hempforfitness.com has you covered, delivering premium THC, CBD, and hemp products straight to your door. No mailbox is safe because they deliver anywhere in the US. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off your order. And here's the best part. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. Use code TUBE-10 at checkout for 10% off. Mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts with your purchase. You can't beat that. Whether it's recovery, energy, or performance, we've got all your THC, CBD, and fitness needs covered. Hempforfitness.com, your one-stop shop for a stronger, healthier, and happier you. Fuel your journey with nature's best. That's hempforfitness.com. This is not medical or health advice. but it is gems and nutrition for a happier, healthier you. Don't be late. The results are great.
Hempforfitness.com.
So head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com.
Okay, yeah, I still had one of the commercials here, but I gotta make some corrections. Okay, so I'm glad I still have some there. Okay, you said with the grace of God, 1 or 3 more years. I feel you, and it'll go by so quick too. Before 2030, it'll go by so quick. I don't know why 2030 seemed more closer last year than it does now for some strange reason. I don't know.
Strong and significant correlations between anti-feminist views and support for extremism, and described the proportion of boys who held both extremist, misogynistic views as disturbingly high. It's worse than I expected. The results of our survey are pretty harrowing.
First of all, how can kids hold misogynistic views? Like how do you quantify that? How do kids hold misogynistic views? That don't make no sense.
And I think they show a real societal problem. Okay, how many women have you asked, do you need men? Do you like men?
Right.
Do you hate men?
Right.
Do you think it's good if all men weren't here anymore? See, because if you did that survey at the same time you did this one, what you'd find out is the pushback and the hate against men is much higher still to this day than the pushback against women. They don't want to talk about that point, because then you'd have to see, well, actually, it might be the women that are pushing this stuff, and this is the men's reaction to it. They never want to talk about that. They only want to talk about the points that are their talking points, which is women can do no wrong, and if you notice and you push back, you're the bad guy. People are just frustrated. They're aggrieved. They want radical change, but they don't have a coherent ideology of what the source of the problem is and what the solution is. Resistance to feminism is what they all agree upon. Well, their coherent ideology is normal, not feminism. That is a coherent ideology. Basically, guys are just saying, I've had enough of you. And then they go on to blame it on the right somehow, like we're going fishing to hook young men to bring them in. It's not how any of this works. They say both boys and girls are getting a very consistently strong anti-feminism message. Girls are subjected to almost as much misogynistic content online as boys.
That's cat.
And have also received a societal-wide message that feminism has gone far enough and maybe even too far. Women are not being fed these messages. Men are not being fed these messages. They are actively going out and looking for it because they want something that is different than what you're telling them, because they don't like your message. They don't believe your message. And believe it or not, most of the time, your message is actually hateful. It's hateful against conservatives. It's hateful against young women that just want to get married and be a mom and be a stay-at-home mother. It's hateful against all the societies that came before, except this new world progressivism that you want to bring in. Other questions asked in the survey included, it's okay to use to get what you want. Women use their sexuality to manipulate men.
Yes, let good, men bad.
Yes. Sometimes a woman can make a man so angry that he hits her when he didn't mean to. There's nothing wrong with a guy pretending to like a girl online so that he can convince her to send him pictures. Women often make sexual accusations as a way of getting back at men. And our government is full of weak men who have allowed feminism to go too far. This is why we must take matters into our own hands to stop the spread of feminism and gender ideology. Okay, let's break down these statements one at a time. It's okay to hurt somebody to get what you want. I disagree with that. I'm bad. That's a bad thing. But also, I grew up in the age of moderation, where everybody could get along even if their opinions disagreed. You've fomented the whole, well, your words can cause harm, and therefore I will punch you in the face or I will take you out, as we did Charlie Kirk, because of your words. Okay, so now young people are saying, I guess it's okay if I use physicality to get what I want. Women use their sexuality to manipulate men. Yes, very much so. Look at OnlyFools. Look at all the other content that's online. If that's a given. Sometimes a woman can make a man so angry that he hits her when he didn't mean to. I don't agree with that. I can't think of a situation that I would do that. However, young women.
I mean, it happens, but you have women that you still got to tell them to keep their hands to themselves. And we were talking about that young lady with that ice, with the ice man. You know, he had a fucking weapon drawn towards her, and she didn't give a fuck. She didn't give two shits. And I don't condone what happened to her, you know, respectfully, you know, rest in peace to her and her, you know, and, you know, my condolences to her family. But you're using a damn vehicle as a, like, are we gonna pretend like vehicular manslaughter isn't a real thing? Like, come on now.
Have gotten so emboldened, a lot of times they're swinging on the guys first. And so if she swings on a guy and that makes him so angry he decides to swing back, well, hey, equal rights, equal lefts, as they say. There's nothing wrong with a guy pretending to like a girl online so he can get some spicy pictures. I don't agree with that. Women often make sexual accusations as a way of getting back at men. Yes, they do. I mean, there's hundreds of documented, I mean, just in the news, mainstream articles, hundreds in the last year or two that I've covered, or at least not spoken about every story, where women actually use this as a form of either I regretted it, or I didn't like the guy, or I wanted to get even. I've done videos on that stuff. So they do. Now, is it all women or a lot of women? No, but all they did is say women often make, well, yes, that does happen. Our government is full of weak men who have allowed feminism to go too far. And that's why we must take matters into our own hands.
I don't understand how that woman didn't give two shits that ICE officer was pointing that gun at her, and she just did whatever the hell she wanted
to stop the spread of feminism and gender ideology. I agree with that statement. Yes, we are going to have to take things into our own hands because many of them have gone crazy. Many of the people in our government are doing crazy things right now. And they don't, many times, especially in the UK, I've seen this, where they'll take a vote, the vote will pass 55%, and they say, well, we're not going to count this, we'll do it again, we need a recount. Or they just drop the subject for a little while, or they just ignore the vote, and they go ahead and do it anyway. So yeah, at a certain point, you have to say, yeah, we're going to fight back. I asked Grok, you know, are there similar things going on in Canada, the UK, the European Union, and America? And I did read down through this. Unfortunately, the issue, and yes, it is, but unfortunately, the problem is that when Grok looks this information up, it's going to things like CBC, which is the Canadian Broadcasting Center, which is, I mean, extremely left-wing. And many of these others they go to, they say, oh, a feminist analysis of alt-right. Well, you can't go to a feminist analysis of something because, of course, they're going to find fault with everything that is not the way they think. So, unfortunately, I can't find a lot of stories, at least through AI, and quickly searching down through the web.
You got to be on the ground, and humans are humans, no matter where humans are. So, you can 1,000% bet it's happening all over the place.
It's very hard to find this stuff because that's a talking point they don't like. They don't want to have to admit that women have gone too far, that women like to say they hate men, that women say we don't need no man until suddenly they do need a man. They don't talk about all these polls and this information that say young women don't like young men anymore. As a matter of fact, I just came across the story the other day, and I wish I'd pulled it up for this. But let me see if I can find it very quickly. Here it is. Gender reveal party videos have always been a source of internet virality, but more of these videos are notably starting to showcase disappointed reactions to having a boy.
Yeah, I saw that.
So what you're seeing here is now during these gender reveal parties from both father and mother, when they realize they're having a boy, both parents look visibly disappointed. What do you think as a young baby growing up to be a young man is you find your parents?
And it's really popular. I saw the one with the black guy and the woman, and the woman ran away and she was in tears and the father was celebrating. And it's like, damn, you know, I get it that you may have wanted a girl or whatever, but like you imagine being someone's son and you got to grow up and see that. Like your mother was visibly disappointed. I mean, that's these new couples. I mean, they, what the hell is decorum? What the hell is decorum to them? What the hell does decorum? What is decorum supposed to mean to them? Party said, "Come on, Cooter. You know black folks fully prepared to call that agent a race soldier." Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I can hear Tariq and Jason Black now. Yeah, she didn't. She didn't do nothing wrong.
Parents a gender reveal online, and it's discovered it's going to be a boy, and they're like, "Oh man, how does that make you feel as a human being? Doesn't that make you right out of the gate start hating the world? Start realizing you've got to fight against you. Start realizing there is no easy mode, that you're going to be fighting uphill all the way." And perseverance. I mean, young men are definitely, they have testosterone, they have perseverance. If they're raised in a good way or a positive way, they find good, healthy ways to channel it. But when they're not, they might get aggressive. They might be angry. They might fight. You don't know what's going to happen. This is what happens when you overcorrect and you cram all this messaging and all this hate down young men's throat. At a certain point, they're going to fight back. And when they fight back, you're not going to like the results and you're not going to like what's happened. And that's why I say, in the next, from 13 to 17, we'll say that's from 1 to 5 years away from now. As these young people move into the main world, they're going to be just as willing to fight it out with the left as the left is right now. Right now, most conservatives, most right-wing people, in my opinion, now many of you may disagree with me, but I feel that they're not as prone to protest, not as prone to lighting cities on fire, not as prone to going out and destroying property. Will they protest? Yeah, to some degree. Sure, we've seen that. But it's a completely different type. But I think the new right-wing wave, as they call them, the far extreme right, as the new young right wing emerges, and even though they're not a majority at 60%, you've got 40% of young men and young women saying we've had enough. If that's where that section is, and then you leave out the independents, I don't know how many people are on the left that are in the yes, I believe we should come swinging for.
I mean, you're forcing. I mean, not even but this world is forcing people to have common sense, which is crazy.
The fences and fight anybody. I don't know, but I don't like the results will not be good. The future for our countries and our society, it will not be good. I don't look forward to this day, but I can tell you that at some point a fight is coming, and when it shows up, it's not going to be pretty for anybody on either side. Guys, if you like my work, join us over at Better Bachelor.
Shout out to Joker. I agree. Now listen, y'all. I wanted to get up out of the building and go rest. Thank you everybody for the birthday wishes, because I was so sick on my birthday. I couldn't even believe it, man. But listen, I appreciate you guys. So I'm gonna please hit the like button, y'all, and support the show. 6 hours and 18 minutes. I'm gonna look out for the cookout. We're gonna listen to a little bit of Tariq Nasheed, because I found it. Talking about what really happened between ICE agents in Minnesota. Alright, so if you guys could please do me a huge favor, hit the like button. Support the show. Let's go over this. Let's see what's going on before we do an I can't say double header, but before we do another show later on today. I got you guys. It's Player Talk.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What's up, Miss Rhonda? Let me shout y'all out. Everybody who's coming in with the hearts and the gifts, respect
I
to
know
you.
I gotta get some rest before I take another tumble. I'm gonna do some tutorials for you, War Master. I got you. Try to curb nudge or bunk. I got you guys. Hold on, no, I got you guys.
Miss Rhonda, Renee, Chi-Town in the building, respect to you. 666, what's up?
Yeah, you tried to, bro, that is vehicular manslaughter. Why don't we hear that term anymore? Yeah, he keep that AI track on that. I know, right? Yeah, don't worry, guys. I got you guys. Let's go over this real quick.
Brother Sir Mike, Troy, much respect to the family. Sir Mike, BMGR, respect to you. D, I can't see some of these, 744.
My back, y'all.
Let me see, check my text messages. Okay, I gotta check my text messages. Oh man, I'm back home, man. Shout out to everybody. I am back. I'm back at the crib.
Yeah. Have y'all seen those videos where it was like how to hand your cop a, how to hand the cop your wallet? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Bro, y'all have no idea. I sit back and laugh at these videos all the time. Look at this. Look at this, y'all. Let me show y'all how to hand a cop your wallet.
That would all. Can I see you as my crush? I will not trust. Tell you for I don't want love. That would all. Can I see you as my crush?
Hold on.
I will not trust. Tell you for I don't want love. That would all.
Bro, look at how they hand a cop.
Never we fall out of line, out of line. I'd fall anywhere with you, I'm by your side. Swinging in the rain, humming melody. Never we fall out of line, out of line. I'd fall anywhere with you.
Bro, this is the quickest way to die. This is the quickest way to die, bro. If you hand a cop your wallet like this.
Never we fall out of line, out of line. I'd fall anywhere with you, I'm by your side.
Oh, God. Bro. Oh my God.
Never we fall out of line, out of line. I'd fall anywhere with you, I'm by your side. Swinging in the rain, humming melody.
That would all. Can I see you as my crush? I will not trust.
Bro, I wonder do cops sit around and watch this shit and die laughing? Cause I know when they go through this, it's not funny whatsoever. But bro, this is the most funniest shit on the planet. Shout outs to Link. Yeah, man. Oh my god, I got tears in my eyes, man. We gotta get this body count down, Link. Oh fuck. Man.
We're back on our regularly scheduled program, ladies and gentlemen. I am back. A lot of y'all have been like, hey man, where are the lives? Where are the uploads? Man, I am back in the States. For the past week or so, I've been out of the country. I was down in Mexico. Lord, man, I felt like I was held hostage in Mexico. Good grief. God, man, I literally just got back to the States. I just got back. Oh, I'm so glad. Mexico wore me out, man. Mexico wore me out. But I'm here, family. People have been like, where are the shows? Where are the uploads? Oh, there's a lot of stuff going on. Oh goodness, the time change and the internet reception. It was just too much. A lot of stuff going on. And
How much is the hour difference from Mexico, from Cali to Mexico? It's like 2, 3 hours, maybe.
also, I was preventing people. There were certain people who was uploading my lives from TikTok, so that I had to nip that in the bud because that was an issue. And I finally got that nipped in the bud. So a lot of stuff was going on when I was out of town. Because if y'all notice, some of my lives, people would record my lives and then throw them up on YouTube before I would. And then that kind of became an issue. So I nipped that in the bud. So dude, you know who you are. I nip your little ass in the bud for that shit. Oh yeah. People up here recording these TikTok lives and throw them up on YouTube, and it was some BS going on with that. Yeah, y'all saw some of those things. So I had to get that together. Yeah, stealing content and then trying to act like they ain't stealing the content, like it's their content. Damn near. I'm like, well, these people got a lot of damn nerve, man. Okay, but yeah, everything is gravy, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm for those don't upload my stuff. Do not upload my stuff on YouTube. I do not approve of it. Don't approve. Do not upload my stuff on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. I do not approve of it. All right, but I'm back. I'm back from Mexico. My flight was delayed, and oh man, it was a whole thing. We were staying at the Nickelodeon Hotel. I don't recommend the Nickelodeon Hotel in Mexico. I don't recommend it. Some of the staff are cool, but it's too much. The food is horrible. It's an all-inclusive. It was an all-inclusive hotel. It had a cool little water park for the kids and all that. I took the kids down there. Yeah, they had the little slime thing and all that stuff. Have y'all ever been to the Nickelodeon? The food is trash.
All right, hold on.
I mean,
let me speed this up real quick.
FBA, give me some shit with a graham cracker crust. Come on. I gotta have some damn balance. I can't be dealing with all that jelly. I don't know what it is. It's all jelly and squishy, and I don't know what that stuff is.
For the kids.
Then they put caramel and syrups all on it. I don't know what that is.
All of that shit is for the kids, bro.
Cake floating in milk. Yeah, man. Rice. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. But everybody come on in the room. We're in here. So yeah, we're down there at the Nickelodeon Hotel, and man, it's just too much. Dude, they literally had us hostage. We were trying to leave. It took us forever to get like a taxi to come pick us up, and we're already running late for the airport. And it's like in a compound, it's gated. So we get to the gate and they wouldn't let us out the hotel. They were like, yeah, the driver was talking in Spanish to the guy at the front gate, because it's a big, huge compound. You got to have vehicles to drive you around. You got to get driven to the front desk, then they'll drive you to your hotel room, then they'll drive you to the water park. So it's a pretty big compound. So we're checking out, and it was, my daughter was there. So we had 3 rooms, and I guess they didn't quite check out the 3rd room. So we're trying to leave, and they wouldn't open the gate. So we're talking, they talking in Spanish, and they're like, the driver's like, I'm sorry, they can't let you leave. Why? They can't let you leave. What do you mean you can't let me leave? There's a charge. I said, what? You got to take care of a charge. So I had to go drive me back up to the front. I'm like, really? Are y'all kidnapping my ass? It was like a surcharge that some little secret daily charge they had for the room. It was some weird little bullshit ass charge. I'm like, y'all gonna hold me hostage for some little janky charge? What kind of shit is this? That I didn't like. I don't like that being held hostage shit. Yeah, I felt like I was in the damn Scarface cartel or some shit. I'm like, what is this? And it was, God. I mean, they pinched every dollar out of it. It's very expensive.
Bro, he ain't shit.
Not worth it. It's extremely expensive. They hustle you. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. And then they would have SpongeBob call. SpongeBob would call us.
That's crazy that he was in Mexico and all of this ice shit is happening. At all times.
Like in the morning, it'd be like a recording of SpongeBob. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, SpongeBob. Go to hell, nigga. Hi, it's SpongeBob. Hi. Me and Patrick want you to come down to have breakfast. Like, kiss my ass, SpongeBob. Oh, high price ass hotel. Click. Get off my phone. I don't want to talk to your ass. This shit ain't cute. Y'all charging me an arm and a leg for this garbage ass food. Go to hell, SpongeBob. But one thing they did have, like in the morning when you do breakfast, they would have SpongeBob come in there dancing just out the blue. And he'd be grooving. He'd be grooving his ass off. And it'd be just out of nowhere. Yeah, we got pictures of Squidward too. Hold on. We got pictures of Squidward's ass. Oh Lord. Hold on. Let me show y'all, speaking of Squidward. Hold on. Where's my pictures? Hold on. Where's my pictures? Where's my pictures of Squidward? Hold on. I'm looking crazy right now. Excuse me.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me speed this up real quick. We want to get into the topic.
That's the kids with Squidward, my nigga. So it was a mess. It was all over the place. So yeah, we up here taking pictures with Squidward's punk ass. Oh man. It was too much. This is me and the family. My babies. Okay, who is this person? Somebody's trying to. Okay, these people trying to battle. I don't want to be no damn battle right now.
You better slow down showing his family. You know they don't like that. If your kid ain't jet black, FBA black, niggas gonna have some questions, though. What's going on, Black Manosphere? Yeah, I did see that. I thought there was old footage, but it looked like it was new footage of them going at ICE. Bro, I missed all of this stuff. I was sick as a dog on my birthday, man. And niggas chose to act a damn fool with ICE on my birthday. I think that's why Drake pushed his album back, y'all, because he was gonna drop an album called Iceman. And it's like, bro, that name and that timing. I don't think you want to do that.
I do not want to do a battle right now whatsoever. All right. But yeah, that joint wore me out, man.
And just for his label probably would have let him drop it just to spite him, because he going through a label battle. So.
It really, really wore me out. It really wore me out. So yeah, I do not recommend the Nickelodeon Hotel. I do not recommend it. Avoid that. If you ever go down there to Cancun, avoid it, avoid it, avoid it. What am I doing here? Okay, I'm trying to get these pictures together. Oh, man. Who are these people, man? Hold on, I'm trying to chop it up with the family. What's up, brother?
The battle?
What? Huh?
You said the battle or no?
No, not right now, brother. Not right
It's
now.
fucking with your phone, motherfucker.
Wait. What did he say? Hold on. What the hell did he say? I call back up, dude. What did he say? What did his punk ass? What did he say? Did he curse me? I should have left him back on here. The hell out of here. Chunky face ass. Come on, dude. This is what I'm talking about. He mad because I don't want to do a battle with him? Yeah, I don't want to do no battle. The hell, I wish, man. Come back up here, dude. Call back up. Man, call back up. Get the hell out of here. Up here playing some damn Ricky Martin in the background. Yeah, mad because we ain't helping him. Hold on, who is this? Mafia?
ايه فوت شكل الباب فوت شو بدك منه طارق
Where do y'all
Yo, we're
find
not
me?
doing a battle. Stop pushing the damn button.
Where do y'all find me?
bro accept Balo please perfect.
What the hell did I just say?
How are you today?
What did I stop pushing the button, man?
Happy New Year bro.
Stop pushing the damn button. I don't want to do no battle with your ass. Hell out of here. Weird damn tethers.
I think this is on TikTok.
Good grief. Nah, these people, they tick me off. They got weird attitudes. But I do, let me touch on what I want to touch on before I deal with all of these nitwits who start calling up these foreigners before I deal with them. Minnesota. Can we talk about what's going on in Minnesota? What happened with the lady who got unalived by the ICE agent? Can we talk about that? Let's chop up some game, family. Let's get into something.
Now, like I said, a lot of those ICE agents, bro, a lot of them aren't American. So, here we go.
Where's my sister Brooke? Shout out to my sister Brooke. Where's she at? Somebody bigged up my sister Brooke. Share the live. Share the live. All right, share the live. We got to talk about some real things here. All right, we got to talk about some real things. Family, as you know, or if you don't know, out there in Minnesota, the ICE agents were out there doing what they do, and there was a white woman out there. Her name was Renee Nicole Good. And law enforcement said she tried to run over an officer, and the officer used deadly force and unalived this woman. Now, there are a lot of conflicting reports. This was in Minneapolis where this happened. This happened in Minneapolis. Hold on one second. Let's see who these people are. What's up, ladies?
Hi.
How y'all doing?
Good. How about you?
I am good. I get y'all let me just chop it up with the family for a minute. I don't want to deal with these calls because yeah, they didn't look like their pictures. The women, they had pictures up. I'm like, okay, they look interesting, and yeah, we got catfished. But like, but like I said about this woman, they unalived her. Her name was Renee Nicole Good, 37 years old. She was the mother of 3. There were videos and eyewitness accounts showing agents approaching her vehicle, which was stopped across the road. Agents were reportedly giving conflicting orders, with some telling her to exit and others allowing her to drive away. She then drove her SUV forward slightly. An ICE agent fired multiple shots through the vehicle, striking and fatally wounding the woman, and she later was unalived at the hospital. And there are a lot of conflicting accounts. Department of Homeland Security, they said the agent fired in self-defense. They said she weaponized her vehicle and she attempted to run over officers. Trump kind of echoed this sentiment, and I think on his Truth social media. Local officials and witnesses like Mayor Jacob Frey and Tim Walz, the governor, they strongly disputed the federal narrative. They say the video evidence does not support that she tried to hit officers. They said that Good was not the target of any investigation before the...
All right, now I really don't want to play this video here, but let's see if we can find it. Let's see if she... 4 ways to give a cop the wallet. Hold on. All right, y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. Here goes the picture right here. Fuck. All right, here we go.
Meantime, we have breaking news. Brand new cell phone video we've just gotten in showing a very different angle of that deadly Minneapolis ICE shooting. This video was obtained by Alpha News. Apparently, it is actually from the cell phone of the ICE officer who shot Renee Good. The video has already been shared on social media by Vice President J.D. Vance and reposted by the White House. I want to warn you, you will hear some expletives in this video.
Okay, hold on. I got you, War Master. Hold up. Seems like you probably found a better version of it than I did. The body cam. Okay.
Get out of the car.
Yeah, hit him. Damn, she had a dog.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking guy. You want to come at us? You want to come at us?
Why she parked
I said
like
go
that,
get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
She didn't give it. Look, she backed up. She didn't give a damn about his orders.
Oh!
Dang. He said fucking bitch. God damn. Dang, y'all saw that? I'm only playing one more time, y'all. I really can't get away with playing it here, but
Get out of the car. Oh!
bro. Ladies, y'all gotta stay out of trouble. Stop being in the streets talking shit to men with guns on them. You fucking idiot. Why is she even parked like that? And then poor dog. The dog like, yo, let me out this motherfucker. Even the dog wanna get away from this motherfucker. God damn.
okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us?
She should have known to de-escalate if she was a veteran.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
And see, the other dude, I will say the other ICE agent, he walked up hostile.
Get out of the car.
Whoa! So she attempted to run. And see, that's not gonna fare good, him calling her a fucking bitch like that. That's crazy. Damn.
A council member named Jason Chavez described
that's
Good
what it's, that's exactly what it's looking like, War Master. And usually it do be ex-military too. What do they call them? Agent provocateurs.
acting as a legal observer who was watching out for immigrant neighbors. So there's a lot of conflicting reports about it. All right. Now, here is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. This to me is an example of the boomerang effect.
That white on white crime, man. Oh man, you gotta ride it in the snow, man. Some of my most favorite moments with the one wheels in the snow, but don't fully gas it. You gotta, cruise with it.
Where tactics that are tested on a marginalized group inevitably return to target the dominant population, ladies and gentlemen.
White on white crime. This white on white crime is crazy. And it gets even crazier when we're not the face of it. So
see, now a lot of people are outraged about what happened to this woman, but they've been doing these same tactics on black people for the longest, and we've been telling you, if you sit there and normalize this, it's gonna eventually boomerang back on your community too, because you're gonna set a precedent, and we've been telling you about this. We've talked about the weaponized vehicle template. You understand?
no, but she did weaponize the vehicle, and she did legit hit him. It looked like she took out his whole side. So
Department of Homeland Security, they said that Renee Good weaponized her vehicle, and that justified the use of lethal force. See, that's a carbon copy of the justification used in countless unalivings of black men and black women, ladies and gentlemen. You see? Like Philando Castile and all of that. Come on now.
Follow instructions.
That whole fearing for your life. We warned y'all that because a car moved an inch and y'all said, okay, y'all, that's justified. We said y'all setting a bad precedent with that. Y'all sat up there and thought it was cool when it was happening to us. When the car moved a little bit and y'all said, I guess it was justifiable. Well, damn, how you feel now? Oh, now I had to unalive this person with 38 shots because I felt threatened. And y'all sat up there and said that was justified. Why are you complaining now? Y'all set the precedent. You see? Also, that fallacy of compliance, a common rebuttal to police violence against black people as well. They just should have complied. Well, if you just comply, nothing is going to happen to you. See? And reports indicate that this Renee Good lady was surrounded by unmarked, plainclothes federal agents, and she may have been confused. She may have been terrified. Now, when black people panic or do not immediately...
she looked mad comfortable trying to evade the law. I don't know where the hell she thought she was going, but
they understand aggressive commands. we get labeled as non-compliant and deserving unaliving. And Renee Good's death proves that confusion is now a capital offense.
She wasn't confused though. She knew exactly what she was doing. She backed up and tried to skirt off. There's nothing confusing about that.
You see?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Her lesbian lover sent her off. So I wonder if the L Gibbet about to get into this. Talking crazy shit outside. Bro, them lesbian relationships ain't all they cracked up to be, man. Oh my God, y'all don't read War Master's comment. Don't read that, man. Don't read that comment.
Because see, if compliance didn't save a white woman from being unalived for trying to drive away, it's not about compliance. It's all about the officer's impulse to dominate. We've been telling y'all about that. And now they didn't call this woman a domestic terrorist. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, she labeled Good's actions domestic terrorism. You see? That's that language they use on us.
Scissoring sisters.
You know, any black activists, they're black identity extremists, agitators, and they use those labels to justify heavy-handed state violence. So now the state is applying that terrorist label to a suburban white woman driving
All right, hold on. 1 second, LT, man. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on.
in a Honda Pilot. See? Y'all, you sit there and justify this stuff and you set a precedent, it's gonna hit you sooner or later. You see?
All right, hold on.
And that whole split second.
All right, shout outs to LT, man. All right, let's see what this is.
In Greenland, whether they like it or not.
Greenland, yeah.
Because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
Yeah, we played this earlier.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. Right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. Right now.
Yeah, that's yeah. So that's the thing, LT, man. I wonder when is he gonna do it? When does that happen?
Second decisions, shields. See, we're seeing that immediate deployment of that whole split second decision defense to shield the ICE agent. See, that legal shield was fortified by qualified immunity in cases involving black victims, because the court and the public accepted that an officer's subjective fear overrides an innocent citizen's right to life. There's now no legal mechanism to hold that agent accountable. See, the legal precedents set to protect officers who unalive black people are now the same precedents that's going to let her killer go free. You see? Y'all better stop playing these. We done tried to warn you. When y'all set these kind of precedents, we tried to warn you. The tables are turning. You see? So listen, you're going to have justice for everybody or injustice for everybody.
I I wonder if the L Gibbet gonna stand up for her, cause that, shit.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
Man.
You're a victim.
There we go, CSI.
Hey, lesbitarians, they have a strong disposition against masculinity. It just don't matter. In their mind, just don't do anything a man says. And she got sent the hell off. That's crazy. She thought it was a joke.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
She thought that shit was a joke.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Shit is crazy.
It's going to either be one or the other.
You shouldn't have been talking
Yeah,
shit.
I do have a tan. I did get a tan out there. Oh yeah, y'all had Obama. Y'all had your token doing the whole blue laws, doing them blue laws protecting officers.
Oh my God, I can't read y'all comment. She lived her life in the wrong at War Master.
Your pussy! Hey, bring the camera, son. Bring the camera. All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamy pussy, and tight pussy perish with you.
We were getting harmed, and now that same protection is happening now when they're unaliving white people.
Yeah, that's...
Come on now. Man, no, and I think the father of her children, I think he died.
Wait, what?
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? My bitches. You saying you can't...
How the hell did he die?
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
From what I understand. So yeah, the kids ain't got no parents now. This is horrible. But y'all set the precedent though. Y'all, come on. Y'all set the precedent. Yeah, from what I understand, the father died for something. Something happened to the dad. I don't know if it was
the kids was
some
living with
kind
their
of
brother.
disease. I don't know, but I know he was like 36 or something like that, and he passed away, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, y'all look that up, please.
Damn.
Yes, I'm talking about the woman in Minneapolis who was unalived by ICE. That's who I'm talking about. That's who I'm talking about. So yeah, the boomerang effect is happening right now. This is why, again, the universe, man, the universe kind of corrects itself. And I mean that by saying the universe is not going to allow non-justice to happen.
Party.
The universe is not going to allow just non-justice to happen to innocent groups of people without it affecting all people, which makes it possible for all people to say, okay, we can't have no injustice. We got to have fair laws all across the board. We got to have fair laws all across the board. This is spiritual balance that's happening out here. That's horrible what happened to the woman. But the thing is, the dominant society, y'all set the precedent for this, and it came back and met you at your front door.
Don't tell me we're the only ones that picked up that she was out give it though.
So this is a reckoning for you. Y'all thought it was cool and sweet and it was cute when it was just happening to black people. No, that's not how evil works. You don't sit up here and co-sign evil. at all. It has to be justice all across the board and fairness all across the board. See, y'all got to get some act right. Until y'all do right by us, see, every time y'all do wrong by foundational Black Americans, it bites you in the ass. You understand? The universe is gonna make you do right by us. You're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to get some damn act right. The mistreatment, all that stuff, that's not gonna happen. The universe is going to make disciplinary changes. You understand? I keep telling you, this is the time of reckoning. This is the time of spiritual reckoning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you don't have the complexion for the protection like you think you do. You do not have it. Let me get some of the family in here. Y'all, let's get these numbers up. I know we got started late, but I'm here. I know we got started late, but yeah, I got back into the country late. Got in very, very late, and we tried to get something to eat. We ate at a burger spot right off the 405 because everything was closed. That's the thing about LA, man. One thing I hate about LA, everything closes early as hell out here, man.
Downtown
closes early out here, like places like New York. Man, you can go downstairs from the hotel and grab all types of delicious meals. Hold on. Dude, stop requesting. Stop requesting, man. I don't want to do a battle. Stop requesting over and over, man. These annoying ass people, they keep requesting and I deny the request and they just keep on and keep on. Boy, these people are annoying. Grief, good grief. All right. Let me see. Oh yeah. We don't get no good spot, no good food spots. Everything closes hella early out here in LA. All right, let's get some folks in here. Let's get some people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all raise your hand if you want to get on. If you want to get on, let's get those hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. You just had some JJ Fish. Oh my goodness. Oh, that JJ Fish is good as hell.
I can dig it. I'm on my way.
Where you going, Rootwork Jones?
There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama. You call Rootwork Jones. Rootwork Jones is a stone cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers shaking in their boots.
Listen up, chumps. I'm looking for Dolomus. Can you dig it?
Rootwork Jones is getting down to the nitty-gritty, taking on the mustiest sucker in the city.
Dolomust is my name, and staying good and musty is my game. Where is Rootwork Jones?
This is a super soul brother getting rid of the stank. And you can for sure take that to the bank.
Take that, you musty jive turkeys.
When Rootwork Jones is not dealing with drama, he finds time to deal with foxy mamas.
Why don't you come on over here and give me some of that root work, sugar?
You got to get the, one master, you got to get like the rubber pads. Pause. It's better to get the rubber pads because they're a little bit less strenuous on your feet. Or try some new shoes. But the thing is that certain shoes, they kind of change the feel of the board, you know?
Rootwork Jones.
Yeah, I remember Ice JJ Fish.
He's bold. He's bad. And he's keeping the suckers musty mad. Rootwork Jones coming to a theater near you. Go to rootworkstyle.com.
All right.
All hell is.
I like this dude, but he kind of just be inserting his own bias into shit too. So there you have it, y'all. You know, gave y'all an extra hour and some change, man. It's Player Talk Radio. If you guys enjoyed the show, please support the show. You support the show via Cash App. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. I appreciate you guys. Thank you again, y'all, for the birthday wish. My nose is stuffy, but you know, yeah, you got to build the muscles up for it, man. Yeah, bro, it's a workout. It really is a workout. I mean, you know, it's called foot fatigue, but it's not even just in your feet though. It's your legs too. But it's a workout. It is a workout. You know, pause. You got to lay in the tub. You know. Thank you everybody for coming through. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Listen, we're gonna do a double show soon. Hopefully the Wi-Fi was good on today's show. You know, I got fed up with it, last couple of days, but we've been having some blackouts, but it is what it is. It's Player Talk Radio. Love you guys. See you guys on the next one. It's cool. Peace. No, you're literally standing on your toes for 20 minutes in one spot, but absorbing everything that's going on the ground. Thank you, Lane. I'll see you guys on the next one.
To stick it to Disney.
For what?
Strict copyright enforcement.
Maybe if you didn't make everything disgusting, they wouldn't feel a need to be so strict with IPs made for children.
It's art. It's deconstruction.
Would a great carpenter give their work over to be deconstructed?
Well, no. But this is different.
You think removing the magic from everything makes you insightful? Special?
Stop it! Who are you to crap all over my style anyway?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I bother you by deconstructing your deconstruction?
Shut up! You don't know what you're talking about!
Oh, you don't think there were deconstructionist artists at my time? There were. You just don't remember them. I've been around 95 years, and I'll be here 95 more when your copyright expires.
Huh? No!
No! Happened sooner than you thought, didn't it?
You monster! No!
So you haven't been with any underage girls?
Why would I let y'all catch me again for something I ain't do before that I'm gonna get caught for again? That's stupid. Which camera I'm lying to? That's stupid. That's not even common sense. Where's your comment? That's stupid.
What about the alleged unspeakable things in a dark room?
Woo! Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I hope that camera keep going. This is not the truth.
So you really want to play the victim right now?
You're fucking killing me! You're fucking killing me! 30 years of my career! 30 years of my fucking career! I've been fucking these young bitches 30 years of my career! Now y'all wanna kill me! This is not me! This is not me! I just don't want to believe the truth. Hey!
No matter where you come from, you know what I'm saying, or what color your skin is, we all pretty much do the same things in life. Raise our kids, make love from time to time, and wash. Speaking of which, I learned that white people don't use washcloths. Did you know that? I'm serious. They have one bar of soap in the house. Every time I use it, somebody else's pubic hair was in it. So I use the clothes. Why you guys gotta put the raw bar of soap in your butt and all this? Maybe I need to wash my face or my feet.